Welcome to Cozy Audio, where every case is a sweet mystery, hidden behind dreamlike scenery, a missing woman, a seemingly peaceful seaside town, and a truth that is deliberately washed away by the waves. In this story, young Kitty Underhay is not just on vacation, she is entering a maze of lies, whispers in the dark, and a deadly conspiracy hidden beneath the poetic facade. Sometimes the most peaceful places hide the most chilling secrets.
Prologue. Torbay Herald, August 1936. Shocking murder at St. Mawes, Cornwall. The body of Sir Victor Hedges, former Member of Parliament for Chelsea, was recovered from the harbour at St. Mawes, Cornwall, in the early hours of this morning, possibly a robbery gone wrong, as his valuable gold pocket watch was missing. His daughter, Lady Cordelia Hedges, was discovered seriously injured nearby. Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia had been attending a 21st birthday party the previous night for Miss Rachel Templeton, Sir Victor's stepdaughter. Police are appealing for any witnesses to these terrible crimes. Torbay Herald, September 1936. Murder at St. Mawes. No arrests have yet been made following the appalling murder of Sir Victor Hedges in August at St. Mawes in Cornwall. His daughter, Lady Cordelia Hedges, continues to make a slow recovery from the serious head injuries sustained during the assault. A substantial reward has been offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the assailant. Any person with information is invited to contact Cornwall Police or Lady Iolanthe Hedges. Chapter 1. Torquay, March 1937. Kitty Bryant shivered as she entered the offices of Torbay Private Investigative Services. The day outside was damp and dreary, with a sea fret covering the street outside in a layer of mist. She turned on the desk lamp and switched on the electric fire she had insisted that her husband Matt install just after Christmas. She had been so impressed with the instant heat from the one in her father's apartment in New York that she had thought it perfect to fit one in the office. Once she had filled the kettle and set it on the little spirit burner to heat, she opened the post and set about tidying the room. Their office was situated above a gentleman's outfitter's on the main shopping street in Torquay and shared the floor with a business that specialized in the manufacture of false teeth. The arrangement worked very well, and they had a tiny waiting area and a nice light office with a view of the street. Her first client was due to call in less than 10 minutes, and she intended to be fully prepared. Usually Matt would have accompanied her, but he had gone on another investigation of his own, a much more personal one, and one which she hoped would give him some peace of mind. The new client she was expecting was something of a puzzle. The letter had been received a week ago. The name at the bottom had rung a bell with Kitty, but she hadn't immediately known where she had seen or heard it before. It hadn't been until a couple of days later that she had recalled the connection. The kettle had just come to the boil when there was a knock at the door of the waiting room. Kitty straightened her smart heather-coloured tweed suit and went to answer. "Hello, I believe I am expected. Lady Cordelia Hedges." The young woman waiting to be admitted was tall and fair, wearing a small navy blue hat with a half veil and a navy coat with a white fur collar. "Welcome, I'm Kitty Bryant. Please come through. I was just about to make some tea. The weather is quite dull today." Kitty stood aside and waited for her client to enter the room before leading the way through to the office. The girl had travelled a considerable distance to consult them, and she was curious about why she had not engaged a firm closer to her London home. "Thank you, Mrs. Bryant. That would be most welcome." The girl followed, and then perched somewhat nervously on the brown bentwood chair in front of Kitty's desk. Kitty made the tea while her client looked around the office with interest, studying the pictures on the wall and the green glass vase on the mantelpiece. "You didn't say in your letter what the matter was that you wished my husband and I to investigate?" Kitty placed a geometrically patterned bone china cup of tea and some sugar in a matching bowl in front of the girl. Lady Cordelia drew off her navy kid gloves and stowed them in her handbag. "No, I didn't. I was afraid that you might dismiss what I was going to say as being foolish, or a product of my imagination." The girl paused and looked at Kitty. "Your cousin Lucy is an old acquaintance of mine. She suggested that you would understand my concerns." Lucy and her husband Rupert had welcomed their first child into the world shortly before Christmas. They lived in Yorkshire, and Kitty knew her cousin to be very well connected. It explained why Lady Cordelia had approached their agency rather than a London firm. Kitty took her seat behind the desk and pulled a notepad towards her. "I'm sure we will be able to help you. Now tell me the problem while I make some notes to ensure that I have understood everything correctly." "Will your husband be joining us?" Lady Cordelia asked, glancing around the small space. "Captain Bryant is out on another case at present, but depending on what you have to say, then we may work either together or separately on your problem," Kitty said. She was slightly irked that the girl appeared to be implying that Kitty required a man to assist her to investigate. A delicate pink flush crept into Lady Cordelia's pale face. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Bryant. I didn't mean anything detrimental. It's just that I am so jumpy at the moment." "Not at all, and do please call me Kitty." She could see the girl was on edge. "Thank you. I don't know if you will recall, but last August my father, Sir Victor Hedges, was hit over the head and thrown into the harbour at St. Mawes and killed. I was also attacked. I suffered a severe concussion with a loss of memory. No one was ever charged with either crime." Lady Cordelia raised her gaze from her lap, where she had been fiddling with the navy leather strap of her handbag. "Recently, I have started to experience tiny snatches of memory from that night. Since then, I have come to believe my life may be in danger." Kitty had read of the murder in the newspaper at the time, and she and Matt had speculated at the cause of the crime. The police had put it down to robbery since Sir Victor's gold pocket watch had been stolen. It had been assumed that Lady Cordelia had witnessed the murder and then been attacked in turn, the murderer having fled before they could steal the valuable jewellery she had been wearing that night. Lady Cordelia continued. "We were at St. Mawes, staying at our holiday house, Highcliffe Hall. My stepsister, Rachel, was turning 21. She is just under a year older than me. My 21st birthday is next month." Lady Cordelia frowned, as if trying to recall everything that had happened. "When did you all reach Highcliffe Hall, and who was in your party?" Kitty asked. "We arrived a couple of days before Rachel's birthday. There was my father, my stepmother, Rachel, obviously, Mr. Digby White, father's accountant, my fiancé, Nathan Cross, and Nathan's mother, Mildred Cross, and Dr. Moore, our family doctor." "Forgive me, but was it usual that your doctor would be holidaying with you? Or was he there because someone in your party was unwell?" Kitty asked. She was surprised a doctor would be amongst the group. "Father had invited him, as my stepmother, Iolanthe, suffers from terrible migraines. She is not a well woman. Digby White was invited, as he was father's friend as well as his accountant, and, well, father being father, had some business to conduct." Lady Cordelia gave a sad, wry smile at the memory. "Thank you. Please continue. Was everything all right at the house before your stepsister's party?" Kitty asked. She was keen to know the relationships between the people staying there. It seemed to her that if Lady Cordelia was correct, and her life was being threatened, then that danger must be close at hand. It was unlikely that her father had been killed by some unknown assailant, because how would that person know that the girl was starting to recover her memory? And why would that be a problem unless Sir Victor had been killed by someone close to him? "It's still all a bit fuzzy. I remember some things very clearly, and other things are just snatches of memory. My psychologist believes that trauma is preventing me from full recall. My subconscious mind is shielding me somehow." The girl gave an apologetic shrug of her elegant shoulders and took a sip of tea. "Just tell me what you can recall, and if you are uncertain whether something is accurate, then tell me that also," Kitty said. "Everyone was excited for Rachel's party. We had guests arriving on their yachts and mooring in the harbour. There were also some friends staying in the hotels nearby. The party was being held on board one of the largest boats, Morning Star. It had been chartered especially for the event. My father was a very generous man, and he had promised Rachel a special gift as she was 21. She was terribly excited." Lady Cordelia's brow puckered into a frown. But, Kitty prompted gently. I can't explain. There was a kind of odd atmosphere in the house. Digby White was sort of full of this false jollity. Iolanthe seemed, well, a bit out of it. She often is, poor thing, because of her medication. Dr. Moore seemed concerned about her. Rachel was enthusing about everything and ran around chattering about it all. Thank heavens, Nathan, that's Nathaniel Cross, my fiancé, was there. He always has a cool head. Lady Cordelia smiled. You said your fiancé's mother was there, too? Kitty prompted. The smile faded from Lady Cordelia's lips, and she sighed. Mildred can be rather trying. She was even more snippy than usual. I know she is Nathan's mother, but still. And your father, how was he? Kitty asked, as she frantically scribbled notes on her pad. He seemed distracted, as if something was weighing on his mind. At the time I put it down to his being worried about Iolanthe and some big business deals he was brokering, the girl said. And now? Kitty was intrigued by the girl's response. Now I keep wondering if it was something else, something that may have led to his death. Lady Cordelia put down her teacup and fumbled in her handbag for her handkerchief. Shall we pause for a moment? I can see this is distressing you, Kitty suggested, as the girl blew her nose on a delicate wisp of cotton and lace before composing herself. It's quite all right, Lady Cordelia assured her. I'd rather continue so that you can decide for yourself if I am right to be concerned, or if this is all in my imagination, as my stepmother believes. Kitty raised a neatly arched eyebrow at this. Very well. Tell me about what happened on the night of the party. Everyone was in high spirits. It was a beautiful summer evening, perfect for a yacht party. We had nibbles and drinks at the hall, then walked down to the harbour for dinner on the yacht. Lady Cordelia blinked, and a tear rolled down her cheek. The girl dashed the tear away, took a deep breath, and continued. Rachel had already had several glasses of champagne, and she had Nathan's other arm to walk down. Mildred was clucking away as usual. We had a lovely dinner, and Daddy presented Rachel with a gorgeous diamond necklace, bracelet, and earrings. There was dancing and music with a select group of guests. It was a magical night. What happened at the end of the evening? How did you and your father end up by the harbour side without the rest of your party? Kitty asked. Lady Cordelia's face crumpled. This is where it all gets hazy, and I only remember pieces. I know that Iolanthe had a headache starting, so Dr. Moore said he would walk her back to the hall. I think Mildred said she would go with them, as the party was for young people. Digby escorted her. That left you, Rachel, your father and your fiancé on the yacht with the guests from the other boats? Kitty asked. I know I saw father standing by himself, smoking a cigar and looking back towards the hall. I assumed he was worried about Iolanthe. We waved the other guests off, and then we set off back. I remember I had left something behind on the yacht, so father said he'd go back with me to get it. Rachel and Nathan continued on back to the house. Lady Cordelia's frown deepened even further. Anything else? Kitty asked in a gentle tone. That's my last clear memory of that night, until I woke up in the hospital a few days later, with Rachel and Nathan and Iolanthe at my bedside. Everything was a blank. The police came and saw me and asked lots of questions. I felt dreadful, but I had no memory at all of what happened to me or to Daddy. Lady Cordelia looked at Kitty. It's awful. I wish I could remember. Kitty reviewed her notes so far. You said you had started to recall a few more things recently. Lady Cordelia nodded. I've been having a new form of therapy. They are using hypnosis and trigger objects to try to stimulate my mind to overcome the block. My therapist is Dr. Ernestine Sempleton-Smith. You may have heard of her. She is considered an expert in cases like mine. And since then, what kind of things have you recalled? Kitty asked. She vaguely recalled Dr. Sempleton-Smith's name from an article describing something called regressive therapy. Mostly small things, fragments of conversations and impressions, but everything is jumbled and disjointed. Dr. Sempleton-Smith tells me that my mind is beginning to recover, and so I must be patient. Lady Cordelia gave Kitty a small smile. I'm afraid that I am not a patient person. I understand. Kitty returned the smile. She too was not terribly patient. Now, you said you wished to engage our help because you felt your life was in danger. What has happened to make you suspect this is the case? The frown reappeared on Lady Cordelia's forehead. Nathan thinks I am making too much of this, and perhaps he is right. Maybe it is just a result of my head injury and the memories resurfacing. I should like someone else to be the judge of this, however. If you feel that I am overplaying this, then please be honest with me, Mrs. Bryant. Lady Cordelia looked at her anxiously. I shall certainly be honest with you. Please tell me what has happened. Kitty could see the girl was worried. It was almost as if voicing her concerns might make them more real. I first started recalling snippets of things about 3 weeks ago. The first thing was of being at the party and dancing with Nathan after dinner. Obviously, I was excited that I'd started to remember things and told everyone that this had happened. Lady Cordelia's smile disappeared. What happened then? Kitty asked. A few days later, I was at home in London, at our house there. I was about to come down the stairs when I felt someone push me in the small of my back. I lost my balance and fell, but fortunately I slid most of the way, and I was merely bruised and shaken up. Kitty made notes on her pad. Did you see anyone or hear anything? Lady Cordelia shook her head. I was the first person up that morning, so everyone rushed to my aid from their rooms. When you say everyone, who do you mean? Kitty asked. Everyone who had been at Highcliffe Hall happened to be in the house that morning. Rachel was at home. Digby White had been sorting out financial things with my stepmother and had stayed over. Dr. Moore had arrived early and had gone to see Iolanthe to give her a check-up. She hadn't felt well after working on the accounts with Digby. Your fiancé and his mother were there too? Kitty asked, busily writing it all down. Yes, Mildred had come to London to see a play, so I had invited her to stay, and Nathan was staying at the house already, Lady Cordelia said. I didn't trip. I was definitely pushed, even though everyone seems determined to convince me otherwise. Kitty nodded. Very well. Is there something else? You mentioned you thought your life was in danger, so have other incidents occurred? More colour rushed into Lady Cordelia's cheeks, and she drew a small, clear glass bottle from her handbag and placed it on the desk in front of Kitty. This will sound really silly, but I believe this bottle contains poison. Poison? Kitty stared at the bottle, which held a dark reddish liquid, and wondered if Lady Cordelia was indeed still suffering from the head injury she had sustained last August. I take medication every morning as soon as I wake. I keep it next to my bed and have a drink of juice ready. This is the drink from the other morning. Normally I just swallow it straight down. Lady Cordelia's voice broke. Kitty looked more closely at the bottle. She held it up and realized she could see small fragments of something in the liquid. Did you notice something odd? Kitty asked. Lady Cordelia shook her head. I spilled some on the top of my nightstand before I could drink it. While I was getting a cloth to clean it off, my cat Pushkin lapped it up. Tears were spilling down the girl's face now like hot rain. It was awful. Poor Pushkin. The vet couldn't do anything for him. He was old and it was too much. I saved some of the liquid and didn't tell anyone. Lady Cordelia sniffed and dabbed at her eyes. So you see, I do think someone wants me dead. Chapter 2. It had been a long ride on his faithful Sunbeam motorcycle from Devon into Somerset. Matt pulled to a stop. He tugged off his leather gauntlets and slid out the paper containing the address from the inside pocket of his long leather motorcycle coat. Tracking down the address had taken him quite some time. He had gone back through old papers and address books before writing to the woman's former neighbours. Eventually, he had received a reply giving him the present address. Stiff-legged, he dismounted and then replaced the paper back in his pocket. The day was grey and miserable, and a few brave early daffodils gave a splash of yellow against the muddy green grass. The house he was seeking was just off the village centre. Stone-built, like the others surrounding it, with the paintwork on the windows and black front door all in good order. Matt raised the polished brass horseshoe door knocker. It had scarcely sounded when the door was opened by a woman a little older than himself. Her clothes were smart and her hair neatly styled. A worried expression was visible, however, in her clear blue eyes. "Captain Bryant, it's been a long time. Please come inside. You must be frozen stiff after your journey," she said as she glimpsed his motorcycle outside at the curb.
"Thank you, Mrs. Palmerston. It's most kind of you to agree to see me."
Matt followed her into the small hallway where she took his long leather motorcycle coat and his flat cap. "Oh, it's Mrs. Hayden now," the woman said. "Go on into the sitting room. The fire is lit and it's warmer in there." Matt obeyed and found himself in a neat square room, comfortably furnished with chintz-covered chairs and sofa. A wooden clock ticked on the mantelpiece, and a black cat snoozed peacefully on the rug in front of the fire. "Now, I'll just be a moment fetching the tea," Mrs. Hayden said. Matt took a seat on the sofa to await her return. A black-and-white photograph in a silver frame, standing on a side table, caught his attention. It showed a smiling Mrs. Hayden, accompanied by a man who he assumed was Mr. Hayden. A tall young man stood on the other side of Mrs. Hayden. His likeness to his mother made Matt realize this must be the son, Peter. He had last seen the boy when he was about 10, many years earlier. Mrs. Hayden returned bearing a wooden tray containing a china, floral-patterned tea set, which she set down on a low table in front of the sofa. She settled herself on one of the armchairs beside the fire and served the tea, urging him to help himself to milk and sugar. She had also placed a plate containing slices of apple cake on the tray.
"This is most kind of you, Mrs. Hayden."
Matt took a sip of tea, grateful for the warmth to take away the cold that had seemed to seep into his very bones during his ride. She picked up her own drink and looked at him expectantly. "I must confess I was surprised when I heard you were trying to find me," she said, her eyes still holding a worried expression.
"I hope I didn't alarm you. That really was not my intention," Matt assured her. "This will all sound terribly peculiar, but I need to ask you some questions about your late husband, Redvers."
Mrs. Hayden bowed her head for a moment before lifting her chin and meeting Matt's gaze. "I was afraid it might be. What can I help you with?"
"Has anyone mentioned him to you recently, or has anything strange happened that recalled him to your mind, either to you or your son?"
He glanced at the photograph. Mrs. Hayden's hand began to tremble, and she hastily put her cup down on the table. "Is there anything that makes you ask me that, Captain Bryant? After all this time, and you taking the trouble to find me?" He could hear the fear in her voice, and guessed that something must have happened. His appearance at her cottage had confirmed her concerns.
"In January, my wife and I were returning by ship to England from New York. When we docked at Plymouth, I saw a man there on the quayside. If I hadn't attended your late husband's funeral, I would have sworn on a Bible it was Redvers. I convinced myself I had imagined it. I even consulted a doctor friend, thinking my mind had played a trick on me. I had to come and see you to put my mind at ease."
Matt tried to explain the reason for his visit without causing the woman undue distress. "My son," she swallowed, and indicated the photograph Matt had noticed earlier. "He knows of his father. I always shared photographs of him, and he had the ring and the watch you gave to me for him when Redvers died. Except, now they are gone."
"The ring and the watch are missing?"
Matt frowned.
"What happened?"
"My son was married a few months ago, shortly before Christmas. It was in the newspapers, as my daughter-in-law, a lovely girl, is from a well-known local family. Peter lives on their estate now with his in-laws. His wife's family have no sons to inherit, just Dorothy. Not long after the wedding there was a break-in at the manor. The odd thing was, nothing much was taken. A few pounds from the housekeeper's purse, and some pearl earrings of Dorothy's that had been her grandmother's. Everything else was locked up in the safe." Mrs. Hayden paused, and risked another gulp of her tea before continuing. It wasn't until a few weeks later that Peter realized his things from his father had gone. Just those, and nothing else.
I see,
Matt said. At first he thought he had misplaced them. He wore them at his wedding. They were the only things he has that belonged to Redvers. Mrs. Hayden produced another framed picture that Matt hadn't noticed, since it was partially obscured by a large fern in a china pot. The picture showed a smiling bride and groom. Matt looked closely and could see the signet ring on Peter's finger and the watch showing below the cuff on his shirt.
That must have been distressing, Matt said.
It was. We put it down to an opportunistic thief looking for easy pickings before Christmas. Mrs. Hayden set the picture back in its place and looked directly at Matt. Then I thought I saw him, Redvers, just as you thought you had seen him too.
Where was this?
Matt asked. I was here alone. My husband had gone to work. He is a solicitor in the town. Bootsy, my cat, was yowling at the back door, so I went to let him out. He likes to chase the mice in the woodshed at the end of the garden. I opened the door, and there Redvers was, on the other side of my garden wall, looking at the house. I almost fainted. I blinked, and he was gone.
What did you do?
Matt asked. Once I had gathered my wits, I thought I had to be mistaken. I ran outside into the garden and peered over the wall. There was no one there. I convinced myself I had dreamt him up, that the business of the watch meant he had been on my mind, so I had deceived myself into seeing him. Mrs. Hayden looked bewildered.
I thought I too had mistaken someone else for Redvers, but I saw that nick on his ear, and he turned slightly when I called out his name, Matt said. But he is dead. We watched them bury him. We stood together at his graveside, so how can that be?
Mrs. Hayden's face was pale, and he saw tears shimmering unshed in her eyes. If he is alive, Captain Bryant, although for the life of me I cannot see how that can be the case, then I have committed bigamy. And if, as we both believe, he must be dead, then you and I are both being visited by the ghost of a dead man.
Then I must get to the bottom of this, for both our sakes, Matt said.
Mrs. Hayden nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain Bryant, do whatever you can to get to the truth. I'll not be at peace until I know what's going on. Kitty was at home when Matt finally returned just before supper time. She had been waiting anxiously beside the fire. The weather had worsened, and she had been concerned that he may have had an accident or a puncture on his drive home. She jumped up as soon as she heard his key in the door and went to greet him. Bertie, their roan cocker-spaniel, got there first, bouncing up in delight at having his master home.
Hello, Bertie, old chap.
Matt fussed the top of the dog's head and dropped a kiss on Kitty's cheek. Oh, you feel frozen. Go in and sit by the fire and get warm. I'll fetch your supper on a tray, Kitty urged, shivering as she felt how cold Matt was after his long motorcycle ride. She hurried off to the kitchen to take out the cottage pie that was warming in the range oven. She served it onto the plate she had prepared on a tray and carried it back through to the sitting room. Matt had removed his long leather coat, woolen muffler and check cap and hung them in the hall on the stand. He had seated himself in front of the fire, holding his hands out to the flames to warm himself up. Bertie was now sitting to attention by Matt's side, looking hopefully at the wooden supper tray that Kitty was carrying. Rascal, their cat, had stolen Kitty's seat and was coolly washing his paws, feigning disinterest in everything. Here you go. Kitty lowered the tray onto Matt's lap. How was your journey? The weather is dreadful out there now. I was starting to worry, she said, moving Rascal gently from her seat.
It wasn't too bad until I neared Exeter, then it grew steadily worse. I must admit I'm glad to be home, he said.
Kitty could see he appeared tired. She hoped that once he had eaten and warmed up, he might start to feel more like himself. She waited until he had finished his supper before making them both a cup of tea. She then settled back to ask him about his day.
It was quite unsettling, but at least it demonstrates that something is not quite right,
Matt concluded, after telling her everything that Mrs. Hayden had said. No, indeed. This man Redvers, he had no brothers or cousins, she asked. wondering if possibly Matt and Mrs. Hayden may have seen a close relative of the dead man who resembled him.
No one at all. I saw pictures too of his son Peter today, and he favours his mother in appearance rather than his father, Matt said.
It is most peculiar, especially the business of the robbery, Kitty agreed. What shall we do next?
I'm not certain. How does one chase down a ghost?
Matt cradled his cup of tea in his hands. His face looked drawn in the light from the fire. Kitty was concerned that visiting Mrs. Hayden had stirred up memories of more than one kind of ghost for her husband. I have another mystery for us to solve, she said, and told him of Lady Cordelia's visit to the office.
I remember we read about that case in the newspaper at the time. No witnesses ever came forward. I think there was a reward offered, but it had no effect,
Matt said in a thoughtful tone. Now Lady Cordelia is convinced that her life is in danger. I took the sample into Mr. Blaine, the chemist at Dartmouth, to be analysed, Kitty said. If there is anything untoward, he has said he will retain what is left, and then I can forward it to the police, if that is what Lady Cordelia wishes.
It certainly sounds as if something is amiss. I take it you were satisfied that she seemed rational, given her previous head injury?
He looked at Kitty. Yes, she did. Clearly she was there when her father was killed, so perhaps whoever was responsible is concerned that with her memory returning, she may identify them, Kitty said.
What does Lady Cordelia wish us to do?
She said she has something in mind, and asked if we would be willing to travel into Cornwall to St. Maur's in a few days' time. Kitty frowned. I suspect she is intending to gather everyone together again at Highcliffe Hall.
Matt's eyebrows raised. A risky strategy, if someone is trying to harm her.
I know. I did try to dissuade her, but she said her therapist suggested she go back there to see if it stimulates more of her memories. She is under the care of Dr. Ernestine Sempleton-Smith. Kitty looked at her husband. I warned her to take great care and not to tell anyone of her visit to us.
We had better prepare for a trip then, Matt said, finishing his tea. It looks as if we are bound for St. Maur's. The telephone rang during breakfast the next morning, and Kitty went to answer it. Their housekeeper, Mrs. Smith, had not yet arrived, and she had almost finished her toast. Hello, Mrs. Bryant. This is Alistair Blaine here at the chemist. That sample you left with me contained very finely ground-up glass.
Kitty clutched the black Bakelite receiver of the telephone more tightly. It seemed Lady Cordelia was right to have been concerned. I see, thank you. Please keep the remainder of the sample safe. I fear I shall need to inform the police if my client is agreeable. She put the receiver back in its cradle and went to tell Matt what the chemist had discovered.
That would account for her poor cat being killed. It must have caused internal bleeding, he said, as he ate his boiled egg and toast. Kitty seated herself back at the table and finished her morning cup of tea.
I'll telephone Lady Cordelia in a moment and warn her. I think the police need to be informed.
I think you're right, but at the same time, doing so may place her at renewed risk. I presume no one else knows she has this sample? Matt asked.
No, she kept it to herself. I asked her to make sure.
Then, at the moment, whoever is trying to harm her must feel fairly secure. If they learn she took a sample and found out what it contained, they may rush to kill her before she can do anything else. I know you said you warned her, but had she also kept her visit to us a secret? Matt asked.
Kitty nodded. Yes. She said she had told her fiancé that she was visiting an old friend of hers and Lucy's.
It may be best if she maintains that fiction. Obviously, people are aware that she knows Lucy, so it wouldn't be implausible that she would know you as Lucy's cousin, Matt said.
I had better go and telephone Lady Cordelia and tell her about the chemist's findings, Kitty said. Lady Cordelia answered the telephone after a couple of rings. Kitty, how lovely. Are you and Matt able to join us in Cornwall? Kitty immediately surmised that the girl was not alone in the room. Yes, that sounds delightful. I trust we can bring Bertie, our dog. Of course, that would be lovely. I can't wait to see you both. It'll be so nice having friends to stay at Highcliffe with us, Lady Cordelia said. The sample was positive, so I will seek advice. Kitty had lowered her voice so that whoever was with Lady Cordelia would hopefully not hear what she had said. Oh, that's splendid. We will be at Highcliffe tomorrow, so come down any time after then and join us, the girl replied. We shall look forward to it, Kitty said, and was forced to leave the conversation there since she didn't wish to say anything that might arouse suspicion from anyone listening in. She felt quite dissatisfied as she ended the call. It would have been nice to have re-emphasised her warnings and concerns to her client. Still, she had said to Lady Cordelia that she would seek advice about the chemist's findings. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed again. Hello, may I speak to Chief Inspector Greville, please? It's Kitty Bryant. A few seconds later, she was put through to their old friend at Torquay Police Station.
Mrs. Bryant, how may I help you?
The Chief Inspector asked. She pictured him in his untidy office with a plate of biscuits in front of him. Do you remember the Hedges case in Cornwall last year? The murder at St. Mawes? She asked.
Certainly. It's still in the files, I believe. The Chief Inspector's tone sharpened with interest.
Kitty told the Chief Inspector about her meeting with Lady Cordelia and the results of the chemist's analysis of the sample the girl had obtained.
And now you and your husband intend to go to St. Mawes the day after tomorrow to join the house party at Highcliffe Hall?
Chief Inspector Greville asked. Yes, that's correct. The chemist has the rest of the sample in case it is of interest, Kitty said. The Chief Inspector seemed to be thinking. Kitty imagined him stroking his moustache, as he usually did when he had a problem to solve.
Technically, of course, the case falls under the jurisdiction of the Cornwall Constabulary, but I know they have a lack of expertise when it comes to murder. They are stretched at present by a nasty case in Truro. Leave it with me, Mrs. Bryant, and let me make some telephone calls.
Kitty gave her best wishes to Mrs. Greville and her thanks for his assistance, and went to find Matt. Her husband set aside his morning newspaper, where he had been looking at the crossword when she re-entered the dining room.
Did you speak to Lady Cordelia?
He asked. I did. I got the impression she was not alone, so I was quite guarded in what I told her. We are to join the house party at St. Mawes. They go there tomorrow, so I think we can join them the day after. It will take us a day or so to get things organised here first, Kitty said, as she started to clear up the breakfast things.
Did she say anything when you told her about the results of the analysis?
Matt asked. She indicated I could seek advice, so I have also telephoned the Chief Inspector.
Kitty paused in her stacking of the used plates. What did our friend Chief Inspector Greville make of it all?
Matt replaced the cover on the butter dish. He said the case came under the Cornwall Constabulary, but he was going to make some calls. I don't know what that will involve, but hopefully we might get some police support while we are there, I suppose, Kitty said.
Interesting,
Matt mused. Kitty carried some of the crockery into the kitchen, ignoring the hopeful expression on Bertie's face as he placed himself strategically beside Matt's chair. I suppose we had better start packing, Kitty said, as she returned to take away the last of the crockery.
It seems so.
Matt rose from his seat and pushed his chair under the table, dislodging the dog, who gave a forlorn sigh at the lack of titbits. Lady Cordelia has said we can bring Bertie, so that's a good thing. I know Grams will have Rascal. You know how much she adores him, Kitty said. Her grandmother, who lived just across the river at the Dolphin Hotel in Dartmouth, was very fond of Kitty and Matt's cat. She always loved an excuse for him to spend time with her. Kitty guessed she would not take much persuasion to have him stay while they were in Cornwall. The telephone in the hall rang, and Matt went to answer it, leaving her to finish tidying up. She could hear Matt talking while she busied herself removing the remaining crumbs from the table and putting away the cloths.
That was Chief Inspector Greville,
Matt announced as he came back from the hall. Oh? Kitty could see from her husband's expression that he had news.
Well, the good news is that the Cornwall Constabulary have agreed they would welcome assistance from an experienced police officer from Exeter and Devon,
Matt said. And the bad news? Kitty had a horrible sinking feeling about what he was about to say next.
Inspector Lewis is being seconded to them while we are at St. Mawes. He will be our point of contact should anything occur, Matt said.
Chapter 3. Kitty stared at her husband. Inspector Lewis. Matt gave a slight apologetic shrug of his shoulders.
I'm afraid so.
Oh dear, Kitty said. Inspector Lewis was not the most popular officer on the local force. He had an unfortunate knack for irritating people. They had first encountered him in Yorkshire at her cousin Lucy's wedding when the best man had been murdered. Since then, he had transferred to the Devon force to try and boost his chances of promotion. He made little secret of his distaste for private investigators, and especially female private investigators. He and Kitty had crossed swords now on several occasions. She supposed she should be grateful that they would have some police backing to help protect Lady Cordelia at least, but why did it have to be Inspector Lewis? Kitty was still feeling quite disgruntled after she had completed their packing. She decided to drive over to see her grandmother and tell her about the trip. She could also ask her if she would be able to look after Rascal at the same time, not to mention letting Mr. Blaine, the chemist, know that the police would be collecting Lady Cordelia's sample from his shop. The weather was still cold and misty when she went outside to her little red Morris tourer. Despite wearing her heavy winter coat with its fur collar and her matching fur hat, she shivered as she started up the engine and set off down the hill to Kingswear to take the short ride on the ferry across the River Dart. The ferry was quiet, with just one other car and a horse and cart to cross over. Before long, she was in the small riverside town of Dartmouth. She parked her car on the embankment not far from the Dolphin Hotel and walked towards the ancient black-and-white half-timbered building. She and her grandmother jointly owned the hotel, and since her grandmother had retired, they had employed a general manager who took good care of the business. Kitty oversaw the books every few months, and looked after various projects within the business, as well as working alongside Matt, investigating various cases. "Morning, Miss Kitty," Mary, the hotel receptionist, greeted her cheerfully as she stepped through the mahogany and glass doors into the lobby. "If you want your grandmother, she is in her suite with Mrs. Craven." Kitty suppressed a sigh. Her grandmother's friend, Mrs. Craven, was another person whom Kitty did not care much about. A former mayoress of Dartmouth, Mrs. Craven knew everyone and everybody and was on every committee possible. She was also very committed to trying to enlist Kitty to serve as her own personal dog's body ever since Kitty and Matt had married. Kitty ignored the hotel elevator in favour of running lightly up the broad polished oak staircase. This left her rosy-cheeked and slightly out of breath by the time she knocked on the door of her grandmother's apartment. "Come!" She heard her Gram's slightly imperious summons and opened the door. The two elderly ladies were seated opposite one another in front of the fire. A tea trolley stood nearby. "Morning, Grams, Mrs. Craven." Kitty went and kissed her grandmother's cheek before removing her hat and coat. "Morning, Kitty, darling. We have just finished tea. Shall I ring for more?" Her grandmother went as if to use the embroidered tasselled bell pull beside the fireplace. "No, Grams, it's quite all right. I just thought I'd call in to see you for a few minutes." Kitty sat on the sofa and smoothed down her heavy winter skirt. "Are you at a loose end, Kitty? If you are searching for an occupation, the Ladies' Guild is in need of someone to organise the Easter celebration," Mrs. Craven suggested. She was dressed impeccably as usual, her diamond brooch glistening on the lapel of her neat navy blue twin set. "I'm afraid I already have obligations," Kitty said. "In fact, that's partly why I'm here. Matt and I are going to Cornwall the day after tomorrow, to St. Mawes for a few days on a case, so I wondered if you would like to have Rascal for us, Grams, while we're away?" Her grandmother beamed. "Of course, darling. You know how much I love your dear little cat." Mrs. Craven frowned. "St. Mawes? Isn't that where Sir Victor Hedges was killed in the summer? His poor daughter was terribly injured. I don't believe they thought she would recover." "Yes, that's right, although I'm happy to say she is perfectly well now. She's an old friend of my cousin Lucy. Do you know the Hedges family at all?" Kitty asked. Since she knew that her grandmother's friend always knew everyone, She waited to hear what the older woman had to say about the family. "I knew Sir Victor's first wife, Lady Camilla, quite well. Such a tragedy when she died. Their daughter, Cordelia, was only about 6 or 7, I think, at the time. Camilla's death was a complication of childbirth. They lost Camilla and the baby, such a terrible blow. Poor Sir Victor was in a dreadful state for months afterwards. Then a couple of years later he married Iolanthe Templeton. She was a widow with a child. I think her daughter was close in age to Cordelia, so Sir Victor thought they would form a sisterly bond," Mrs. Craven said. "I remember reading of the case in the newspapers at the time," Kitty's grandmother said. "Such a shocking thing to happen, and in St. Maur's, too. It's such a small place, and very exclusive. Our own dear Queen used to go there in her youth, I believe." "Indeed she did, my dear. Iolanthe Hedges used to work for a couture house as a model, I think, before she married her first husband. He was rather a playboy, died in somewhat suspicious circumstances. Something about a poisoned cake. His mother made life very unpleasant for his widow. She made all kinds of insinuations. She even tried to get custody of the child. The girl was a plain little thing, not at all like Iolanthe in looks," Mrs. Craven said. Kitty was always amused by how much Mrs. Craven knew. "Lady Cordelia Hedges is engaged now to a man called Nathaniel Cross." "Oh, yes, the yachtsman. His mother, Mildred, is the most ghastly woman. Terrible social climber. She will insert herself in spaces where castor oil couldn't reach." Mrs. Craven's face crinkled in disapproval. "Yes, we met her a few times in London several years ago," Kitty's grandmother mused. "Her husband had not long died then. He was much older than her by about 25 years. We rather thought she was angling for a replacement." Mrs. Craven tittered. "Yes, poor Mildred. She simply came over as rather desperate." "Is Sir Victor's murder the case you are going to be investigating? I do hope you'll be careful, Kitty dear. They never did discover who was responsible." Her grandmother looked concerned. "I thought they put it down to a robbery at the time. Some transient who took a chance, and poor Lady Cordelia tried to stop them." Mrs. Craven looked at her friend. "We are staying at Highcliffe Hall as guests of Lady Cordelia and her family. She is hoping that the visit will help her recover some of her memories. She hasn't returned there since the attack last year," Kitty said. Well, do take care. You always seem to find yourself up to your neck in trouble," her grandmother warned in a reproving tone. "We will, Grams, I promise. And thank you for offering to look after Rascal. I'll bring him over here before we set off." Kitty rose and kissed her grandmother's cheek before preparing to leave. "Make sure you do," her grandmother said, as Kitty put on her hat and coat, ready to face the bitter air outside once more. Kitty laughed and said her goodbyes to both ladies before walking into the small riverside town to the chemist. She had come to know Alistair Blaine, the man who kept the pharmacy, well after his sister had been killed the previous spring. She called in and passed on the message that the police would collect the remainder of the sample he had tested. Once that job was completed, she hurried back to her car, ready to drive the short distance to the ferry once more. The mist was still heavy on the river, and she shivered as she drove back up the hill on the other side. The majority of the tree branches were still black and bare, with water dripping from the tips. There were a few signs of green, though, in the hedgerows, and some small, brave, pale yellow spring flowers beginning to emerge on the banks at the sides of the road. Matt was missing when she arrived home. After greeting Bertie, she headed for the kitchen, following the delicious scent of baking. Her housekeeper, Mrs. Smith, was busy preparing their lunch. "Captain Bryant has gone into Torquay, Mrs. Bryant. He said as he would be back in time for lunch," the housekeeper informed her. Kitty glanced at the clock on the kitchen wall. Her husband needed to hurry if he was not to be late. Mrs. Smith liked to serve lunch punctually at 1 on the days when they were both at home. "Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Is there anything I can do to help you?" Kitty asked. The housekeeper raised an eyebrow and looked at her sternly. "I don't think so, but thank you anyway." Kitty retired to the sitting room and wondered where Matt had gone. She couldn't really blame her housekeeper for not wishing for her assistance. Kitty had to admit that cooking was not her strong point, and she would probably be more of a hindrance than a help. Matt returned a few minutes before lunch was due to be served. Kitty, accompanied by the always hopeful Bertie, had just taken her place at the table.
"Sorry, darling, I was busy doing a spot of research,"
he apologised as he joined her in the dining room. "Where did you go?" Kitty asked, as Mrs. Smith served them with a hearty bowl of beef casserole and some delicious-smelling freshly baked bread rolls.
"I called at the newspaper offices to see if I could look in the archives to read up on the Hedges case,"
he explained as he shook a white linen napkin onto his lap. "Did you find out anything new?" she asked, as she poured them both a glass of water.
"Not much. The reports said that the alarm was raised when Lady Cordelia and her father failed to return to the house in the early hours of the morning. A party went down to the harbour side to look for them, and first discovered Lady Cordelia lying badly injured. They then realised that Sir Victor was dead and floating in the harbour,"
Matt said. "No one on any of the other yachts saw or heard anything?" Kitty asked, before tucking into her lunch. She would have thought that in the aftermath of a party, someone on one of the other luxury boats that were moored there might have heard or seen something.
According to the newspaper reports, after the party had ended, everyone had retired for the evening. A couple said they heard a strange noise like a scream, but assumed it must be a cat or a fox.
Matt applied some thick yellow butter to his bread roll. "Lady Cordelia was rushed to hospital, and her father's body fished out of the sea," Kitty mused.
"That's pretty much what the reports said. The later ones offered a reward and said various fishermen had been interviewed, but there were no new leads. The reports confirmed what Lady Cordelia said about her father being robbed. The police stated they felt that was the motive for the attack."
Kitty frowned. Lady Cordelia said that she was still wearing her jewellery when they found her.
"There was a mention of that in the newspaper. The police believed her father had been attacked, and she had come to his aid, but something had disturbed their assailant, and whoever it was had fled, not having had time to rob Lady Cordelia."
Matt paused to take a sip of water.
"Pure speculation, of course, since Lady Cordelia cannot recall what happened."
"It may be that it was Lady Cordelia who was attacked first, and her father who came to her aid. The murderer may have realised Sir Victor had richer pickings, and so took his belongings first before pushing him into the harbour. Then something disturbed them before they could rob Lady Cordelia. It may even have been the arrival of the search party from the Hall," Kitty suggested.
"True. Everything that happened from the time Lady Cordelia and her father were separated from the rest of the group up until they were found is pure speculation,"
Matt agreed, before finishing his lunch. "And now it appears that someone close to Lady Cordelia knows what happened that evening and is determined to make sure she does not recover her memories." Kitty patted the corners of her mouth with her napkin.
"I just hope that we can keep her safe while we uncover what really happened to her and her father that night,"
Matt said. Kitty told Matt what her grandmother and Mrs. Craven had said about the Hedges family.
Matt laughed out loud. "Dear Mrs. C, she never fails us, does she?"
Kitty grinned back at him. "No, she really does seem to know everyone." The weather was still dreary when they set off to Dartmouth to leave Rascal with Kitty's grandmother before starting the journey to Cornwall.
"Have you been to St. Mawes before?"
Matt asked, once they were underway. "No, I've been to Falmouth, which I think is not too far away. Grams said there is a castle at St. Mawes, not as old as Dartmouth's, I don't think. It's on the end of the Roseland Peninsula, so it's supposed to be very pretty." Kitty concentrated on passing a slow-moving farm cart.
"I expect it is much nicer in the summer rather than at this time of year,"
Matt replied with a grin. Kitty laughed. "I expect so, although the climate there is generally mild, much like ours, so if the sun does decide to come out, it should be very pleasant." She was glad that at least the first part of the journey was on main trunk roads, taking them via Plymouth, before skirting the edge of Bodmin to follow a much smaller coastal route along to St. Mawes itself. They stopped for lunch and to exercise Bertie at St. Austell. By then, the weather had begun to improve, with the mist clearing away to reveal patches of blue sky and some weak spring-like sunshine. Kitty's spirits lifted after a walk around the town and a nice lunch of pasties in a small tea-room. Lady Cordelia had given her the name of the house and blithely assured her they would find it easily. It was just past tea-time when they approached the outskirts of St. Mawes. The village seemed to consist of a small cluster of whitewashed fishermen's cottages that fell away down the hillside along narrow winding streets to the harbour. Kitty drove carefully down the cobbled road, and they looked around to get their bearings. They had passed a sign to the castle on the way into the town. The harbour had a low stone wall at one end, rising to a higher one on the far side. There was a beach and some small hotels and lodging houses. Steep flights of stone steps, worn with age, led up between the cottages. A large and handsome hotel, the Ship and Castle, stood close by, overlooking the sea. Further along, closer to the beach end, there were a few more hotels and guest houses. "This must be near where Lady Cordelia and her father were attacked," Kitty said. Fishing boats lay at anchor in the small harbour, with a couple of much larger, more luxurious vessels also moored alongside them. Some of the smaller fishing boats were out of the water, and work was being undertaken to prepare them for the upcoming season. Kitty tried to imagine the harbour in August in the warm summer sunshine, bustling with visitors and many more large and expensive yachts tied up.
"I wonder where the house is,"
Matt said, looking around at the harbour. "I'll ask this gentleman." Kitty wound down the window of her car and asked an elderly man dressed in rubber boots, tattered trousers, and a thick knitted jersey and cap. "Excuse me, we're looking for Highcliffe Hall. Do you know where it is?" The man looked at them keenly from under his bushy salt and pepper eyebrows, before removing his pipe to indicate a spot on the hillside above the hotel and the cottages.
"Highcliffe Hall is that big house over yonder at the far end. Turn around and go back up the hill, then turn just past the shop."
"Thank you so much." Kitty went to wind the window back up. The cool air smelt of salt and seaweed. She could see some trees and what seemed to be a large house in the distance.
"Have a care, my maid. 'Tis an unlucky house, that one," the fisherman warned.
Kitty thanked him again and pointed the nose of her car towards a narrow side street that seemed to go in the direction the man had indicated. Oh dear, that didn't bode well, did it? She glanced at Matt as they left the harbour behind them to follow the curve of the road past more cottages.
"I expect after what happened to Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia, a whole myth has started about the hall,"
Matt reassured her. Kitty suspected he was probably right. Growing up in a fishing community, she knew how deeply superstitious they could be. After a minute, the cottages thinned out, and the road was lined by trees and dry stone walls. Then, up ahead, she saw what had to be Highcliffe Hall. It certainly matched the glimpse she had seen from the harbour side, an imposing Victorian house built in the popular Gothic style of the day, complete with turrets at each end.
"I think this is it,"
Matt said, as Kitty turned off the road onto a gravel drive which swept up to the side of the house. A couple of other vehicles were already parked in front of a large brick garage. At the front of the house was a small lawned area with a flight of stone steps leading from the terrace to a larger, lower lawn bordered by hedging. Stone planters either side of the impressive black-painted front door contained a few brave daffodils and some smaller blue flowers. Behind the house, the gardens extended up the hillside in terraces bordered by shrubs and woodland. Kitty held tight to Bertie's leash as Matt carried their cases from the boot of the car. The wind tugged at her hat, threatening to toss it down the hill to the harbour. She pulled on the black cast-iron bell pull and hoped Lady Cordelia had told the party to expect them. The door opened and a tall, distinguished older man in a smart black tailcoat greeted them.
"Captain and Mrs. Bryant, I presume. Please do come inside. Allow me to assist with your luggage, sir."
He took the cases from Matt, and they followed him into a large, square, mock baronial-style hall. Light flooded through the stained glass panels surrounding the front door to colour the black and white checkerboard tiles of the hall floor. "Kitty, you came! And you must be Matt. Welcome, welcome. Do both call me Cordelia. No formalities here.
Lady Cordelia, dressed in an elegant dark blue winter dress, hurried down the stairs to greet them.
I hope your journey was good. Patterson will take care of your bags and your gorgeous dog.
She beamed at Bertie, who wagged his tail happily at acquiring another admirer.
Now do come through and meet the others. You are just in time for tea.
Chapter 4. Patterson dutifully took Bertie's leash and led the dog away towards the kitchens, where Kitty had no doubt he would be petted and spoiled by the staff. She had telephoned her cousin Lucy to ask about Lady Cordelia and her household before they had set off for Cornwall. Lucy had been quick to assure her that Lady Cordelia was a very sweet person, but rather too trusting, and, like Lucy, adored dogs. This had reassured Kitty that they would be all right to take Bertie.
Highcliffe Hall is a super place. I visited once a few years ago. It was awful what happened to Cordelia and her father,
Lucy had said.
Do you know much else about the family? Kitty asked. Not really. I met her stepmother once. She seemed very nice. I recommended you to Cordelia when she telephoned me a couple of weeks ago. I'd sent her a thank you card for a present she'd posted for William. She said she wanted to try to solve the mystery of what had happened to her, Lucy explained.
I see, thank you, Kitty said. Her cousin had been unable to shed any further light on the case, however, before she had been called away by the sound of baby William crying. Lady Cordelia led the way from the entrance hall down a corridor lined with seascapes depicting ships and coastal views, which Kitty assumed must all be of the area around St. Mawes. One of them appeared to show the castle.
Here we are,
Lady Cordelia announced brightly, opening the oak-panelled door to reveal a spacious and comfortably furnished sitting room. The light had already begun to fade now outside, so a couple of the pale green silk-shaded lamps were on. A fire crackled in the grate of the Portland stone fireplace, and a two-tiered oak trolley laden with tea things stood in the room. The buzz of conversation ceased as they entered, and Kitty was very conscious of several curious gazes, now all focused on herself and Matt.
Now, do allow me to introduce everyone, Lady Cordelia said. My fiancé, Nathan Cross.
She indicated a tall, good-looking man standing by the fireplace. He advanced and shook their hands.
Nathan's mother, Mrs. Mildred Cross.
This appeared to be a self-important-looking woman in a very fussy silk frock, seated in one of the armchairs, who favoured them with a tight smile.
My stepmother, Lady Iolanthe Hedges.
A slender, fragile-looking blonde woman seated near the fireplace bowed her head in acknowledgement.
My stepsister, Rachel Templeton.
Rachel gave them a brief nod. She was a dark-haired, gangly girl, with a nose just slightly too large for her face.
Pleased to meet you,
the girl murmured.
This is Mr. Digby White, father's business associate and family friend.
He seemed to be the plump, florid-faced man in a rather gaudy check suit. He also nodded his head towards them.
And Dr. Moore, our family physician.
Lady Cordelia completed her round of the house party by waving a hand towards an elderly grey-haired man. Dr. Moore stood to shake their hands in greeting.
Everyone, these are my friends, Captain Matthew Bryant and his wife Kitty. They are here to support me over these next few days.
There was a further flurry of pleased-to-meet-yous and more handshakes before Lady Cordelia offered them a cup of tea and some cake as they took a seat on one of the large, overstuffed leather Chesterfield sofas.
And where have you travelled from today, my dear?
Mildred Cross asked Kitty as soon as the immediate greetings had been dispensed with.
We've come from Dartmouth in Devon. I believe you may be acquainted with my grandmother, Mrs. Treadwell, and her friend, Mrs. Craven,
Kitty said, before taking a sip of her tea. Mildred Cross's face took on a slightly sour expression.
I do vaguely know some ladies of those names. Mrs. Craven was Mayoress of Dartmouth for a time, I think.
Yes, that's right. I think you met them in London a few years ago, Kitty confirmed. It seemed that Mildred Cross did not seem to remember her meeting with Mrs. Craven with any fondness. Kitty thought she knew how the woman felt. Mrs. Craven often had that effect on people.
"Have you driven here today?" Rachel asked, looking at Matt.
Yes, Kitty drove. She has a Morris touring car. I prefer my Sunbeam motorcycle personally, Matt said. Oh, I say, I rather enjoy a motorcycle myself.
Nathan joined the conversation. "Motorcycles are most unsafe, if you ask me, and not a very gentlemanly way to travel," Mildred sniffed, and Kitty saw Matt's brows lift at this apparently rude remark. "I'm quite sure that Captain Bryant is a most experienced and gentlemanly rider," Lady Iolanthe reproved gently. "Don't you think so, Mildred dear?" "Of course, I didn't mean Captain Bryant personally. I was speaking generally, of course." Mildred's face turned pink as she backpedaled. Kitty stifled the urge to giggle. "How do you both know Cordelia?" Lady Iolanthe asked. "Through my cousin Lucy, now Lady Woodcombe." Kitty had decided to keep explanations brief of how they had met Lady Cordelia, since she wasn't certain what the girl had told her family. She and Matt also didn't want to place her in any further danger. "Ah, yes, I think Cordelia did say," Lady Iolanthe murmured. Rachel Templeton gave her mother a sharp look, as if doubting what she had just said.
"What is it you do, Captain Bryant?"
Digby White had finished his tea and turned his attention on Matt.
"I work for the government, and Kitty's family, of course, own the Dolphin Hotel in Dartmouth,"
Matt answered affably. It wasn't a lie to say he worked for the government. Matt's former employer, Brigadier Remington Blythe, did commission them from time to time with various cases. Their last case for the Brigadier's department had taken them to Nice on the French Riviera. With tensions still mounting in Europe, it had been a difficult and dangerous operation. Mildred Cross looked even more sour at the mention of Kitty being a hotelier. Kitty suspected that she didn't meet Nathan's mother's idea of high society, despite her cousin and her aunt and uncle all being titled. Digby White, however, seemed quite satisfied with Matt's reply, and soon a conversation sprang up between the gentlemen on the state of the world. Lady Cordelia happily occupied herself with munching slices of fruit-cake and teasing her fiancé gently. It seemed to Kitty that a casual observer would look at the picture before them and see a happy family gathering. However, despite the carefree image, she could feel a faint note of tension running through the group. Various members would drop sidelong glances at Lady Cordelia, as if waiting for her to say something, or perhaps remember something that might suddenly blow the house party apart. It was like a group of cats eyeing a tasty little mouse. After tea, a maid showed them to their room, a comfortably appointed airy space with a view of the sea. Matt looked out of the leaded pane window.
"I had wondered if the house might have views of the harbour, but the hotel building by the quay blocks that aspect,"
he said, as Kitty came to join him. "Yes, I see what you mean." She moved the rose velvet drapes to one side, so she too could peer out. "We can see the sea and part of the quay, but not all of the harbour side. We're on the end with the best view, too. I doubt the servants' rooms on the top floor will offer a much better outlook. I suspect their windows mostly look over the hill behind the house or onto the leads." Most houses constructed in the style of Highcliffe Hall hid the servants' windows from view by a ridged wall in the shape of mock battlements. This arrangement was usually lined in lead sheeting to permit the drainage of water from the steep tiled roof. It meant that the servants' rooms, although having light, had very limited views of anything other than the gully and a glimpse of sky.
"I had thought perhaps someone in the house may have seen something that night when Sir Victor was killed. A long shot, I know, unless the quay is well lit. In August, it would have gone dark at around 10,
Matt said thoughtfully, his gaze still fixed on the line of the horizon where the dull grey sea was melting into the darkening sky. Kitty shivered. "We can take another look tomorrow. It may be brighter in the morning. It's almost dark now. The lights are coming on in the village." The village was not, it seemed, very well lit. There were a couple of electric lights and some lights on in the cottages, but that was all. It would have been dark on the night of the murder, apart from the area around the hotel on the quayside. Matt hoped to discover from Lady Cordelia where exactly she and her father had been found after the attack. The newspaper reports had not been specific about the locations, apart from the mentions of the harbour? It was one of a number of questions he had about that fateful night. Kitty drew the curtains against the cold coming off the glass as they moved away from the window. One of the servants had unpacked their bags for them whilst they had been at tea, and their evening attire was pressed and hanging ready on the outside of the large carved oak wardrobe. Matt turned on the bedside lamp, and a cheerful yellow glow lit the room. He slipped off his black leather shoes and stretched out on top of the rose-patterned quilted coverlet of the handsome wooden-framed bed. Kitty removed her own shoes and came to lie companionably beside him, flipping onto her stomach so she could look at him while they talked. "What do you make of our fellow guests?" she asked.
Matt grinned. "Mildred Cross is a piece of work, isn't she? I think I like her even more than our own dear Mrs. C."
Kitty giggled. "She was rather awful. Lady Iolanthe doesn't look a well woman. I can understand why she has a physician looking after her," she said, looking thoughtful.
"Yes, she did look quite frail. What did you think of Lady Cordelia's stepsister, Rachel?"
Matt adjusted his position on the bed so he could look at Kitty. "I don't know. I thought there might be something between her and Lady Cordelia. Sisterly rivalry, perhaps?" Kitty suggested.
"There was an odd tension down there, wasn't there?"
Matt agreed. He had noticed that everyone in the house seemed a little on edge. He supposed it to be only natural, since Lady Cordelia was starting to recover some of her memories. "What about the fiancé, Nathan Cross?" Kitty asked, pleating the satin material of the coverlet between her fingers as she spoke.
"He seems a pleasant fellow. He races yachts for a living, so is keen on all forms of sport and transport,"
Matt said. Kitty smiled. "I noticed he was very interested in your motorcycle."
Much to his mother's dismay.
Matt smiled back. "And Digby White, the accountant chap?" Kitty asked.
"He was very attentive to Lady Iolanthe, most solicitous of her needs."
Matt looked at Kitty. She nodded. "He was, wasn't he? We need to ask Lady Cordelia who benefited from her father's death. Money is so often a motive for murder, isn't it?"
"We should also ask her who would benefit if she were to die, since it seems that someone is attempting to kill her too. We can't just assume it's because she might remember something of the night of her father's death. She almost died herself then too."
Matt pointed out. "That just leaves us with the last of the party, Dr. Moore. What were your impressions of him?" Kitty asked.
"He was very quiet, wasn't he? Watchful,"
Matt said. "I suppose he has responsibilities towards both Lady Iolanthe and Cordelia herself, especially if this stay is supposed to encourage Lady Cordelia's memories to return." Kitty flipped herself back over and tugged up the pillows to sit propped up on the bed beside him.
"That's true. It would be good to speak to him about Lady Cordelia's injuries and her recovery. He struck me as a most observant man, and he may also have information about the others,"
Matt said. "I think dinner should prove interesting. We may learn more once everyone has had a drink and they are more relaxed," Kitty said.
"I think so,"
Matt agreed. After a few minutes, Kitty broke the companionable silence between them. "Darling, are you all right about what Mrs. Hayden had to say when you visited her? I mean, it did sound as if something was terribly wrong for both of you to think you had seen Redvers Palmerston."
Matt sighed. "I must admit, it has been playing on my mind the last 2 days, trying to work out what, if anything, I can do next."
He had been pondering on what his course of action should be. He sensed that Kitty was trying to pick her words carefully when she spoke. "What do you recall about that time when Redvers died, and you went to the funeral?"
Matt tensed.
He still found thinking about parts of his past difficult. His injury during the fighting in Belgium and being shipped back to England on board a hospital ship, writhing in pain from the shrapnel buried deep in his shoulder and chest. The scars on his back and shoulder were an everyday physical reminder of that time. In cold weather his arm ached, and he struggled at times to use it properly. Compared to what others had suffered during that conflict, however, he considered himself to have got off lightly. After surgery, he had been sent to a large country house, not dissimilar to the one owned by Kitty's aunt and uncle, Enderley Hall. It had been converted into a makeshift convalescent hospital, and it had been where he had met Edith, his first wife. She had nursed him as he had recovered from his injuries. Matt closed his eyes, and he felt Kitty's hand creep into his, anchoring him in the present. Redvers Palmerston had been a brother officer, also recovering from his wounds. He had been in a bay just along the corridor from Matt. The smell of antiseptic and cold assailed him as he took his mind back to that time. Redvers, propped up on a mound of snow-white pillows, pressing his watch and ring on him after Matt had hobbled down the corridor to see him.
"You'll be out of here soon, old bean," Matt had said. "You'll see your wife and the boy before you go back to the front. Give these to them then."
Redvers had shaken his head vehemently, pressing them into Matt's hand.
"No, I know something is wrong. Promise me you'll see they get them, just in case I don't make it."
Matt sighed as he relived the past. That night, Redvers had developed a fever, and fearing it might be something contagious, they had moved him to a single side room. The next day, the bed had been stripped, the room emptied, and Redvers was gone. Dead in the night, so Edith had told him later. Kitty listened as he recited this to her. "So Edith heard this from the night staff?" she asked. Matt opened his eyes.
"Yes, I suppose so."
"I presume there was a doctor there who would have seen him? Pronounced him dead?" Kitty asked.
"Dr. Kelly, an Irish chap, sound man," Matt said. "He oversaw most of the patients."
"Could we trace him, do you think? Find out if he knows anything?" Kitty suggested. Matt frowned.
"Funnily enough, he told me that he had married a Cornish girl, Charlotte. She was a nurse, like Edith. He was moving to St. Just, which is, I think, not too far from here. He may not still be there, of course, it was a long time ago."
"We could make some inquiries while we are here," Kitty suggested. Matt looked at his wife.
"Darling, you're a genius. Yes, if we could trace him, then perhaps he might remember something useful."
He sat himself up and kissed her. Kitty was right. Perhaps Dr. Kelly might be able to tell him something more about Redvers' sudden demise all those years ago. There had to be a rational explanation behind what he and Mrs. Hayden had seen.
Chapter 5.
Kitty left Matt to take a short nap before they changed for dinner. She was pleased that she had been able to relieve his mind from worrying about the mystery of Redvers Palmerston. She found her way below stairs into the kitchens to check on Bertie. The last thing she wanted was for her dog to be fretful or distressed in a strange place. She also knew Bertie's propensity for getting into mischief. She would never forgive herself if her dog was creating chaos in Lady Cordelia's household. She discovered Bertie happily sitting on an old blanket in a corner of the scullery. A large earthenware bowl of water was nearby, alongside an enamel plate that had obviously held some tasty treats. A dark-haired young boy was crouched down petting him as she slipped into the kitchen through the green baize door. She guessed the lad must have been given the task of caring for her dog. "Thank you for looking after Bertie," Kitty said, as the boy straightened up. "'Tis my pleasure, ma'am. I'm very fond of dogs," the boy said, removing his cap. His cheeks turned rosy at her attention. Kitty guessed he was around 13 or 14, and was either the kitchen porter or the gardener's boy. "I'm Kitty Bryant." Kitty held out her hand for the lad to shake. "Archie Makepeace," the boy shook her hand. "I'm happy to walk him for you and things." "That's very kind of you. Bertie tends to get in trouble when he's bored. I am happy to pay you for looking after him while we are here," Kitty said. The boy's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Mrs. Bryant." Kitty grinned at him. "Have you worked here for long?" she asked. The boy scratched his tousled head. "I started last April time, when I finished school." "Almost a year, then," Kitty said. "I presume you like it here?" The boy nodded shyly. "'Tis all right. I work on the gardens and do all the errands and odd jobs," he said. "It must have upset everyone last August, when Sir Victor was killed and poor Lady Cordelia was injured," Kitty said. She knew that the staff in a house often saw and heard a great many things that the owners of the house hadn't realized. "It was hard. Sir Victor was a nice man, very generous and kind. Miss Cordelia is the same way, sweet-natured she is, Archie said. We don't get much bother like that round here, so it was proper troubling. I wish the police could find out who was responsible. Kitty looked at the boy. Did no one really have any idea who may have done it? She asked. Archie shrugged. Everybody liked Sir Victor. He did argue with that Mr. White, though, the morning of Miss Rachel's party, something about him taking advantage. I heard them in the garden as I was cutting some roses for the dinner table. I suppose lots of people have disagreements from time to time, Kitty suggested. I reckon so. Sir Victor had words with Dr. Moore that morning as well. I think 'cause Sir Victor was worried about Lady Iolanthe. She's not very well. The boy looked sad. Yes, I understand she has bad headaches, Kitty said. I don't know about that, but Sir Victor was worried about her medicines. Archibald Makepeace, what are you up to? Are you playing with that dog again? A woman's voice sounded from around the corner in the main part of the kitchen, and Archie immediately froze. A plump older woman, dressed in black, with a large white pinafore covering her ample frame, bustled around the corner, a wooden spoon in her hand. Oh, begging your pardon, miss, I wasn't aware any of the guests was in here, she said, as she saw Kitty standing with the boy. I was just checking on my dog. Archie is doing a splendid job caring for him. It's put my mind quite at ease. I do hope I haven't caused any trouble for him. Kitty blinked innocently at the woman, hoping to spare her new friend a telling off. Oh, no, of course not, madam. I'm happy as he was being helpful. The woman didn't look particularly happy. Well, thank you, Archie. I had better not hold you up any longer. Kitty winked at him when the woman wasn't looking, and made her way out of the kitchens and back upstairs to her room. Matt was just preparing to wash and dress for dinner when she reached the bedroom. You've been gone for quite a while. Was Bertie all right? He asked. A lovely young boy called Archie is taking very good care of him, Kitty assured him. Matt grinned at her. I know that look. You've been digging around in the kitchen talking to the staff. What did you learn? Kitty laughed. You know me too well. She told him what Archie had said about Sir Victor arguing with both Dr. Moore and Digby White on the morning of Rachel's birthday party. Interesting stuff, Matt called over his shoulder as he entered the bathroom attached to their bedroom. Let's see what else we can find out during dinner. Kitty busied herself finding her evening shoes and bag to match her dark red satin evening gown. She also pulled out her silver knit evening shawl. Although Highcliffe Hall appeared to be quite warm and extremely well appointed, she knew that March in a large country house could be quite draughty. Once they had both dressed for dinner, with Kitty having assisted Matt with his cufflinks, they made their way downstairs. A quick peek in a few doors on the way to the drawing-room enabled them to discover the whereabouts of the dining-room, the study, and a small library-cum-billiard-room. Rachel Templeton was at the cocktail bar in the corner of the room as they entered. She had changed into a dark blue velveteen gown and was wearing a fringed diamante headband, which had the unfortunate effect of reminding Kitty of a seaside donkey. I was just making cocktails. Would you care for one? She asked as they entered the room. Thank you, that's most kind, Kitty said. Sidecar all right? Rachel asked as she added ice to the silver cocktail shaker. Lovely, Kitty agreed. Rachel made drinks for the three of them, and they took a seat on the sofa, with Rachel choosing to perch on a nearby straight-backed chair. Do you know my cousin Lucy at all? Kitty asked after taking a sip of her drink. She blinked as she swallowed, since it was on the strong side. No, I don't think so. Cordelia's friends are a different set to mine. It's probably why we've not met before, Rachel said, giving Kitty a sideways glance. She looked admiringly at Matt. I'm certain I'd remember if we had. It must have been awful having memories of your birthday party being spoiled by what happened in August, Kitty said sympathetically. Not that she felt terribly sympathetic, given the looks that Rachel was giving Matt. It was. Poor Sir Victor. He was always so good to me. At my party, he surprised me with the most beautiful diamond jewellery set. Earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. Then with what happened to Cordelia, too. Mother was beside herself. She's not well anyway, so the stress of it all made her very ill. We didn't know if Cordelia would pull through at one point. Nathan virtually never left her bedside until she was conscious again. So romantic. Rachel sighed gustily and took a large sip of her drink.
And dreadful that no one has ever been caught and charged with the attacks,
Matt said.
Kitty noticed that, like herself, he was only taking small sips of the potent brew that Rachel had served them.
I know, Mother consulted with Digby and immediately put up a very generous reward, but no one has ever come forward with information, Rachel said.
I think Lady Cordelia said that Mr. White looked after your stepfather's financial interests,
Matt said. Yes, that's right. My stepfather owned a lot of shares in all kinds of businesses. He was quite an entrepreneur. My mother relies on Digby's expertise a good deal, Rachel agreed. It must have been horrid for all of you. Lady Cordelia said this is the first visit she has made back here since the attack.
Kitty glanced around the beautiful room.
Rachel sighed. That's right, none of us have been here since then. Oh, except for Mother and Digby. They came for a couple of days for the inquest into Sir Victor's murder. After that, though, with Cordelia being so ill and the funeral, and then it was Christmas before we knew it,
she shrugged her bony shoulders. Yes, time has a way of flying by, Matt said politely. Nathan Cross sauntered into the room, looking very debonair in his evening attire. Rachel immediately jumped to her feet to hurry to the cocktail shaker.
Drink, Nathan? She asked.
A martini, please, Rachel.
Nathan barely glanced at the girl before walking over to join Kitty and Matt. He took out his silver cigarette case and offered it around.
Matt declined, and Kitty shook her head to refuse. Nathan selected a cigarette and applied his lighter to the tip. He drew a Lalique crystal ashtray towards him on top of the stone mantelpiece as Rachel scurried back over with his drink.
I remembered the olive, she said, as she gave it to him.
She reminded Kitty of Bertie whenever he presented her with something he thought she might like. It seemed clear to her that Rachel was a girl who liked the company and admiration of gentlemen. Thanks. Nathan accepted his glass and leaned one elbow on top of the mantelpiece. He took no further notice of Rachel, and she subsided back down into the seat she had been occupying when he had arrived. Nathan struck up a conversation with Matt about motorcycle racing. Rachel drained her cocktail and went to make herself another one. Lady Cordelia entered the room with her stepmother. Lady Iolanthe looked pale and ethereal in pastel pink and silver. Lady Cordelia looked pretty in a silver lame gown. Nathan immediately greeted them both, kissing his fiancée warmly on the cheek. Kitty stole a peek at Rachel and thought she saw a scowl cross the other girl's face. Digby White and Dr. Moore were not far behind, and Rachel was soon pressed into service making more cocktails, although Lady Cordelia declined and poured herself a glass of water instead. They were almost ready for the dinner gong to sound when Mildred Cross bustled into the room, her dark purple satin gown crackling slightly as she walked.
Am I late? I do apologize, she said to Lady Iolanthe. I simply couldn't find my jet earrings. The perils of not travelling with staff.
She gave an affected little laugh.
Oh dear, Mildred. Never mind, you have them now, Lady Iolanthe said mildly.
Kitty wondered if she had missed, or chosen not to hear, Mildred Cross's hint that she should have been offered the services of one of the household staff. She thought Nathan looked slightly embarrassed by his mother's hint. The brass dinner gong sounded melodiously from the hall, and everyone rose to walk to the dining room. Digby White rushed to offer his arm to Lady Iolanthe. This left Dr. Moore to escort Mildred Cross. Rachel trailed behind Nathan and Lady Cordelia. The dining room was simply furnished with oak-panelled walls and a couple of oil paintings of fruit in gilt frames. The table, however, had been laid with care. Silver candelabra held tall white candles, and the crystal glassware sparkled in the light from the candles and the tall Chinese-style lantern lights in the corners of the room. Kitty took her place beside Matt, with Nathan on her other side. Rachel and Mildred were seated opposite. Everyone appeared to be in a good humour as the wine was poured,
and the first course of winter vegetable soup was served.
"What are everyone's plans for tomorrow?" Nathan asked, looking around the table. "I understand the weather is to be milder."
His mother gave an exaggerated shiver as she ate her soup. "I know your idea of milder. I expect that means the wind will be slightly less than gale force, and it won't be raining." "If it's to be dry, then perhaps a good walk might be pleasant," Lady Cordelia suggested. "Kitty, Matt, I don't think you've been to St. Maur's before, have you?" Kitty shook her head. "No, we haven't. It would be nice to look around. It seemed to be a very pretty place when we drove in." "Then perhaps we should go for a stroll around the harbour in the morning. Nathan can look at boats, and we could have morning coffee at the Ship and Castle Hotel," Lady Cordelia said, smiling at her fiancé as she spoke.
"Is that wise, my dear?"
Dr. Moore gave her a troubled look. "My therapist said it might help to revisit some of the places associated with what happened that night. If Nathan and my friends are with me, then I am sure I shall be perfectly fine," Lady Cordelia reassured him.
"What about you, Lady Iolanthe? Do you fancy taking a short turn by the sea tomorrow?"
Digby White asked in a solicitous tone. "If the weather is clement, then I think it might do me good." Lady Iolanthe looked at Cordelia. "You have no objection, my dear?" "Not at all. Anyone can join our party. The more the merrier. Will you come too, Rachel?" she asked, looking at her stepsister. "It sounds pleasant after being in London for so long, and I'm sure Nathan will show me the yachts," Rachel said brightly. "Dr. Moore?" Lady Cordelia asked.
"I shall be delighted to accompany you all. It may be helpful to have me there, should the experience prove more distressing than you anticipate," the older man said.
Kitty thought he still seemed vaguely troubled by the idea of them all potentially revisiting the site where Sir Victor was killed and Cordelia attacked. Was his concern purely for medical reasons, or was there something else going on? Something more sinister. Chapter 6. Dinner continued, with more chatter over the roast lamb about a possible visit to the castle on the following day. Then a lively debate over the lemon syllabub dessert about whether they should all return in a few weeks' time to charter a yacht, something Nathan was especially keen to do. They all drifted back into the drawing-room together to take coffee after dinner. Kitty was pleased that Lady Iolanthe and her family had seemed to have dispensed with the custom of the gentlemen remaining to take port separately. The mood in the house appeared to have lightened somewhat, and Rachel put some music on the gramophone. "Were you and Sir Victor friends for a long time, Mr. White?" Kitty asked, as the man took a seat near her. "This must be distressing for you, returning here." She kept her tone sympathetic. No one else appeared to be listening to their conversation, except for Matt. Lady Iolanthe was talking to Rachel and Dr. Moore, and Lady Cordelia and Nathan were seated together away from the others. Mildred Cross had produced a basket of knitting.
"It is rather. Victor and I knew each other for years. A marvellous man with interesting and forward-thinking ideas. I looked after his investments and financial interests. Still do, as a matter of fact. Lady Iolanthe asked me to continue in that role after his death."
Digby looked across at Lady Iolanthe. "I'm sure she is most grateful for your help. These things can be so complicated. I expect it has taken a lot of time to sort out Sir Victor's affairs. It can't have been easy, especially with Lady Cordelia in hospital," Kitty said.
"It certainly wasn't, my dear, although, fortunately, Sir Victor had left his affairs in good order. His will was straightforward in that Cordelia inherited everything property-wise, this house, the London house, and a small country estate in Yorkshire. Lady Iolanthe has the right to reside in all the properties until she dies, or she remarries. There was also a large sum of money, some of which was willed to Rachel, as well as to her mother and Cordelia, of course. Cordelia is set to inherit her own trust fund when she marries, or when she turns 25, whichever comes first. Sir Victor's first wife, Lady Camilla, had set all of that up before her tragic death."
Digby White shook his head sadly at that memory.
Lady Iolanthe lost her first husband in tragic circumstances too, didn't she? And now Sir Victor,
Matt said, before taking a sip of coffee from the delicate gold-rimmed porcelain cup.
Yes, indeed. Her first husband died suddenly after eating a cake Lady Iolanthe had baked for him. A most unpleasant business for her at the time, if I recall. Her former mother-in-law made some wicked accusations, saying she had poisoned him. Of course, it was later proved that he had a weak heart, and he could have keeled over at any time. Rachel was just a child then.
Digby White's gaze flickered onto Rachel, who was chatting animatedly with her mother. She is fortunate to have you as her friend, Kitty said. Digby White seemed pleased by her remark, beaming pleasantly at her.
I do what I can, he said.
I suppose, too, that having had such a good relationship with Sir Victor for all those years, it must have made his loss so much more difficult, especially after having quarrelled with him so recently before his death, Kitty said. The smile disappeared from Digby White's face, and his gaze sharpened.
Quarrelled with Victor? Where on earth have you heard that from, my dear girl?
Oh dear, do forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn. It seemed to be widely known. Kitty raised her blue-grey eyes to meet his gaze and tried to look innocent.
Well, we would have differences of opinion, of course, from time to time, as any friendship does. It was a trifling matter, a simple misunderstanding over some investments, all sorted out and forgotten in a matter of minutes, Digby said with a huff. Now, perhaps you'll excuse me. I must refill my cup.
Matt gave a soft chuckle as Digby removed himself from their company on the pretext of topping up his coffee cup.
I rather think you hit a nerve there, darling.
Matt smiled wryly. I did, didn't I? Still, at least we know a little more now about Sir Victor's financial affairs, Kitty murmured. Rachel went to change the record on the gramophone, and Dr. Moore appeared to be consulting urgently with Lady Iolanthe. Digby White had seated himself near Mildred Cross and seemed to be conversing with her.
Who shall we tackle next?
Matt asked, his lips still curved upwards in a smile. Who shall we offend, you mean? Kitty smiled back.
Very well, maybe that too, Matt said.
A minute or two later, Lady Iolanthe excused herself for the evening. I rather think the journey here yesterday has left me still feeling tired out. I find the least little thing exhausting these days. Do have a nice evening, and I'll see you all at breakfast. She made her way out of the room. No one appeared surprised by her leaving early. Kitty assumed it was because they all knew she was not a very strong woman, unlike Mrs. Cross, who, having seemingly secured Digby White as her audience, was talking as rapidly as she was knitting. Dr. Moore rested his empty coffee cup down on the table in front of him. He appeared lost in thought. A penny for your thoughts, Doctor, Kitty said brightly, moving seats to sit a little closer to him.
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Bryant. I've a lot on my mind at the moment.
He smiled vaguely at her. Please do call me Kitty. We were just saying to Mr. White it must be difficult returning here after what happened last August, Kitty said.
Yes, indeed. It was a dreadful event. I was not certain of the advisability of coming back here just yet. I am rather concerned about the effect it may have upon Lady Cordelia.
The doctor looked across the room to where Cordelia was laughing with her fiancé.
This business about her memory, you mean? Matt asked.
Yes, this psychotherapist she's been seeing, all this hypnosis and trigger object malarkey. Sometimes the past is best left alone. Mother Nature is a very good healer without all this piffle. It's all a pack of nonsense that this Dr. Sempleton Smith is peddling, if you ask me, Dr. Moore said.
But surely if Lady Cordelia can recall something that may help the police piece together what happened that night, then that would be all to the good. Someone out there has got away with murder, Kitty said. The doctor sighed gently and bowed his head.
You are right, my dear. But Lady Cordelia is not as strong mentally as she appears, and I am worried about these memories returning and causing her distress."
"Do you recall much about the events that day and night?" Matt asked.
"It was a beautiful summer day. Everyone was in good spirits. Rachel was excited for her birthday, and several guests were arriving by boat to have a celebratory dinner aboard the Morning Star that night."
Dr. Moore leaned back in his seat. "I'm surprised they didn't hold the party here," Kitty said. "This is such a beautiful house."
Dr. Moore frowned.
"I think they thought it would be fun to hold it on deck, under the stars. Something memorable for Rachel, since it was her 21st birthday."
"That was nice. I suppose Lady Cordelia's fiancé would have approved of the arrangements as a yachtsman."
Matt glanced over at Nathan. Dr. Moore's bushy eyebrows lifted slightly.
"Sir Victor wouldn't have cared much what Nathan thought. If you ask me, I don't think he really approved of the engagement. He doted on Lady Cordelia, though, so no one would probably have been good enough for his princess."
He looked towards Mildred Cross and lowered his voice.
"And of course, he hated Mildred."
"Oh dear," Kitty said politely.
"She is quite a dreadful woman. I'm surprised Digby is sitting with her. They really don't get along usually. I think Nathan must favour his late father," Dr. Moore confided. "The evening of the party, we had all walked down to the harbour together for more pre-dinner drinks at 7. We had already drunk champagne and had canapes here first before leaving, and Rachel opened more of her gifts. The hotel on the quayside had catered for the dinner on board. Sir Victor had thought it easier than having the staff here do it. It avoided a lot of toing and froing. The dinner seemed to go well. Sir Victor and Lady Iolanthe presented Rachel with a splendid set of diamond jewels. There was dancing, and towards midnight people began to drift away. The other guests returned to their boats or to the hotels, depending on where they were staying."
Dr. Moore paused and sighed again.
"It was a lovely night. Clear skies, no breeze, so it was still warm."
"How did Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia end up walking back down to the yacht alone?" Kitty asked. She had been wondering about this. None of the newspaper reports had given an explanation.
"I rather think it was by accident. I had walked Lady Iolanthe back to the hall. She was unwell. She suffers from debilitating migraines, and it had been a long day. Mrs. Cross and Digby White followed behind us. Rachel, I think, was with some of the guests on their yacht, and came up later with Nathan."
The creases on his forehead deepened as he tried to recall what had happened.
"Yes, I believe that was it. Rachel, Nathan, Lady Cordelia and her father were returning to the house together. They got almost to the hall when Lady Cordelia realized she had left her bag on the yacht. She said she would go back and get it, and her father said he would go with her. The others continued on to the hall."
"You saw them arrive back?" Kitty said.
"I heard them. Rachel was quite loud, and I heard her downstairs in the drawing-room. I was just leaving Lady Iolanthe's room. I had administered an injection, as her headaches make her violently sick. If only we had known what would happen."
He shook his head.
"When was the alarm raised?"
Matt asked.
"Nathan waited up alone for Lady Cordelia. The others, including myself, had all retired for the night. When she didn't return, he came and roused Digby White and I to go and search for them."
Dr. Moore sighed once again. "Who discovered them?" Kitty asked.
"Nathan found Lady Cordelia in a side alley near the harbour by the foot of the steps that lead to the rear gardens of the house. Digby and I looked all around for any sign of Sir Victor. We were on the other side of the quay. I went onto the yacht and saw Lady Cordelia's bag was still where she had left it on a side bench. I was crossing back over the gangplank, looked down in the water, and saw Sir Victor there, floating face down in the sea. Everything was chaos. Nathan had woken up a fisherman who had run to the hotel to call for an ambulance for Lady Cordelia. I went to her aid. Digby and Nathan then tried to recover Sir Victor from the sea with the aid of the hotel night porter and the fisherman. It was a bad business. Dr. Moore met Kitty's gaze. You can see why I am concerned. Take good care of Cordelia tomorrow, I implore you.
We shall do our best, sir, Matt assured him. It must have been even worse finding Sir Victor after having so recently argued with him.
Dr. Moore looked surprised.
Bless my soul, however, did you hear about that? Yes, we had a few words that morning. Lady Iolanthe's condition had been getting worse, and Sir Victor wanted her to try this new treatment he'd heard about. I told him it was all a pack of nonsense. It had been discredited by a jury of my peers, but naturally he felt anything that might help her should be tried.
It seems to have been a very happy marriage, Kitty said.
Oh, yes, without doubt. Sir Victor adored Iolanthe. He was very protective of her.
He smiled warmly.
He must have felt the same way about Rachel, since he was so generous towards her, Matt said, looking over to where Rachel appeared to be still happily sifting through the large collection of records.
Dr. Moore stroked his chin and seemed to be choosing his words carefully.
He always did his best for Rachel, but she's a difficult girl, very jealous of Lady Cordelia, and that grandmother of hers did a lot of damage when her father died.
I hope the police do manage to get to the bottom of who attacked Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia, Kitty said. It makes matters worse when these things aren't brought to a conclusion. It's worrying that a murderer is still at large, she said with a shiver.
I often wonder who might have done such a thing. I can only assume that it must have been a vagrant who perhaps saw Sir Victor or Lady Cordelia, and it was a robbery gone wrong, Dr. Moore said.
Rachel sauntered over to join them and overheard the end of the conversation. I think it was fortunate that Mother had taken the diamonds that Sir Victor gave me for my birthday back to the hall. Do you think they may have mistaken Cordelia for me and thought she had the diamonds on her? Rachel asked, as she seated herself beside Dr. Moore. That could have been why she was attacked.
It's a possibility, I suppose, Matt said. What did the police say?
They didn't seem interested when I suggested it, Rachel said.
Kitty could understand why they had dismissed it. Lady Cordelia was tall and fair, while Rachel was shorter, with dark hair. It seemed unlikely that anyone would mistake the two girls for one another, even on a dark night. Lady Cordelia and Nathan wandered over to the sofa. Lady Cordelia perched on the arm, while Nathan leaned on the back.
You all seem very busy,
Lady Cordelia teased.
We were just talking about what happened last year, Rachel said.
Lady Cordelia shivered and folded her arms protectively across her chest.
I wish I could remember what happened, but the more I try, the less I recall. Perhaps tomorrow, seeing the sights might bring something back to me.
Nathan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't try to force it, darling. A good night's sleep, that's what you need.
Yes, you're right. I should turn in before Dr. Moore there tells me off. She smiled at the doctor. Good night, all.
Lady Cordelia and Nathan headed out of the room.
I do hope Cordelia will be all right tomorrow,
Digby White said, rejoining the conversation from his seat near Mildred Cross. Yes, it's a very brave thing that she is attempting.
Kitty realized she had been holding her empty cup and saucer for an age, so set it down on the table.
Brave?
Mrs. Cross queried, peering up from her knitting.
Well, yes. She could be placing herself in danger should she recall something the murderer hopes would never be known about, Kitty said.
She wasn't sure how much the others knew about the attempts on Cordelia's life. Obviously, they would have heard her say she had been pushed down the stairs. However, she may not have told them about the attempt to kill her with the ground-up glass.
How reliable would those memories be, though? Rachel asked. I mean, she was badly injured, so could well be confused. Like when she said someone had pushed her on the stairs?
Mrs. Cross expertly cast off a few stitches from her knitting.
Exactly, we all know she must have slipped, Rachel said.
Did she, though? Digby White rose from his seat. I'm not so certain. She seemed very clear about what had happened, and it was fortunate she was not seriously hurt. Still, I hope you will all excuse me. I'm rather tired myself.
He said his good nights and left the room. Rachel frowned and returned to the gramophone. Mildred Cross began to pack up her knitting. If you ask me, it was as the police said, some vagrant attacked Sir Victor and Cordelia that night. At least if my son is with her tomorrow, she should be safe enough. Now I think I shall retire too. My eyes are not what they were, and I don't wish to overstrain them by knitting for too long in this light. She picked up her carpet bag and left. The last record that Rachel had put on the gramophone came to an end. I think we should turn in too. I'm looking forward to exploring the town tomorrow, Kitty said. They certainly seemed to have uncovered a lot of information during the course of the evening. Good night, Rachel. She and Matt left the girl to switch off the gramophone.
I'm going to go to the kitchen to get Bertie,
Matt said, when they stepped out into the hall.
I know he will have been missing us.
Kitty smiled. Of course. I'll carry on up. She made her way to their bedroom and switched on the lamps, shivering a little as she did so. The heating had been turned off in the house, and the air in the room was cool now the ornate radiator had gone cold. Matt returned, accompanied by Bertie just as she had put on her nightgown. The spaniel bounced in, clearly delighted to see her, his plumed tail waving like a flag. Silly boy, I know that you have been well looked after downstairs. Kitty admonished him playfully while giving him lots of pets. Matt chuckled.
He certainly appeared very comfortable.
Bertie settled himself on the rug at the foot of the bed and was gently snoring before Matt had even put on his pyjamas and turned off the lamps. It's been an interesting evening. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. Kitty snuggled up to her husband.
So long as no harm befalls Lady Cordelia,
Matt said. Kitty felt as if she had only just fallen asleep when she was woken by piercing screams ringing out through the silent house. She and Matt hopped out of bed and grabbed their dressing gowns. Bertie added to the noise with indignant woofs at his humans appearing to be behaving so rashly. Which room is it? Kitty asked as she dashed onto the landing. Nathan was also out of his room and tying the belt on his dressing gown.
Cordelia,
Nathan said as he hurried along the landing with Kitty, Matt and Bertie accompanying him. Digby White and Dr. Moore's doors opened as Nathan pounded on Lady Cordelia's door.
Darling, are you all right?
Nathan called and opened the door. Lady Cordelia was sitting bolt upright in her bed, a terrified expression on her face.
What happened?
Nathan rushed to her side. Lady Cordelia was pale and shaking like a leaf. There was someone in my room, standing over me, a hooded figure. They had a knife. I saw a glint of light on the blade. I screamed and closed my eyes. Then they were gone. Rachel joined the crowd at the doorway, along with Mildred Cross, who looked most affronted at having her sleep disturbed.
You didn't see who this person was?
Matt asked. No, it was too dark, and I closed my eyes and curled up in a ball to try and protect myself. Tears started to course down Lady Cordelia's cheeks. Dr. Moore pushed his way to the fore and took hold of Lady Cordelia's wrist, checking her pulse and looking at her vital signs. A bad dream. All this talk of what happened last year is responsible, no doubt, Mrs. Cross huffed, pulling her dark blue flannel dressing gown closer around her ample figure.
Whatever happened, it has obviously upset you.
Dr. Moore appeared satisfied that the girl was unharmed, if distressed.
Nightmares can seem very real.
Nathan attempted to soothe his fiancée as Mildred and Digby White began to turn away to return to their rooms. I know what I saw, Lady Cordelia insisted. Bertie was sniffing around the room when Kitty saw him dart behind the long, deep pink floor-length velvet curtains. Bertie! She went to collect her dog. The spaniel re-emerged into the lamplight, wagging his tail, a large knife in his mouth. Drop it, Kitty commanded, frightened he might injure himself on the blade.
It seems there was someone in here after all,
Matt said. as the dog set the knife down in front of Kitty's slipper-clad feet. Chapter 7. Matt quietly took the knife and ensured that no one else handled it. The police could try and test it for fingerprints, although he suspected they would find nothing. Lady Cordelia appeared to be correct, that someone in the house was trying to harm her. Matt hoped that Inspector Lewis had already arrived in St. Mawes, so they could pass the knife on to him. Discreet inquiries in the kitchen before breakfast revealed the knife had come from there. That meant anyone in the house could have taken it. By the time he and Kitty had gone out of their room and met with Nathan on the landing, the culprit had escaped. There had been just enough time for whoever had been in Lady Cordelia's room to return to their own room and reappear later looking completely innocent. The knife could have been left behind deliberately, since no one would have wished for it to be discovered in their room. Matt puzzled over the purpose of the knife man or woman's visit. Had it been to kill her or scare her? If it had been to kill Lady Cordelia, then they could have struck and then fled. Her screams alerting the house could have changed the plans, though, he supposed. Lady Iolanthe was at breakfast with Digby White and Dr. Moore when they entered the dining room. The mood at breakfast was rather more sombre, belying the bright sunshine outside. "Dr. Moore and Digby have told me about someone being armed with a knife in Cordelia's room last night." Worry showed in Lady Iolanthe's dark blue eyes as she looked at Matt. "It would certainly seem so. Our dog found the weapon behind the curtains," Matt agreed. He had taken Bertie back to the kitchen for his breakfast and asked about the knife at the same time. Lady Iolanthe had not appeared on the landing or in Cordelia's room during the disturbance. "This really is most troubling. You know Cordelia claimed someone pushed her on the stairs at home the other week," Lady Iolanthe said. "Yes, she told me about it," Kitty confirmed. "She was lucky not to have been hurt." "I had thought perhaps she had imagined it. She has sometimes seemed quite erratic in her thoughts lately, but now, well, this is very different," Lady Iolanthe said. "Perhaps it might be worth speaking to the police," Kitty suggested. A look of distaste crossed both Lady Iolanthe and Digby White's faces at the same time. "What would one say? My stepdaughter may have been pushed on a staircase in her own home. She may have seen someone standing over her with a knife. With her medical history, they could think she has imagined it," Lady Iolanthe said. "The knife that Bertie found was not imaginary," Kitty pointed out, as she helped herself to a crisp slice of toast. Rachel and Mildred Cross entered the dining room and took their places at the table. "I must say I hardly slept a wink after what happened last night," Mildred said. "I made certain my door was locked, and I placed a chair beneath the handle." Matt felt fairly sure that whoever had been in Lady Cordelia's room had very little interest in Mildred Cross, but decided not to say so out loud. "It was jolly strange," Rachel agreed, before going to the covered side dishes and helping herself to a mound of creamy yellow scrambled eggs and delicious-smelling bacon. "Did any of you hear or see anything odd before you heard Lady Cordelia scream?" Kitty asked, as she spread butter on her toast. "Nothing. I was dead to the world until I heard Cordelia," Rachel said as she resumed her seat. "The same goes for me, too," Mrs. Cross said, as the doctor and Digby nodded in agreement. "I slept through it all," Lady Iolanthe smiled apologetically. "I take a sleeping draught, and once I'm asleep, it would take a miracle to wake me." Her words confirmed Matt's private theory on why she hadn't been amongst the group to rush to Lady Cordelia's room. As she finished speaking, Lady Cordelia and Nathan arrived. Lady Cordelia took her place at the table, while Nathan went straight to the sideboard to fill his plate. Lady Cordelia looked pale, and there were dark shadows beneath her eyes. "Darling, how are you this morning? Everyone has told me what happened." Lady Iolanthe turned to her stepdaughter, concern sounding in her voice. "I'm all right now. Obviously what happened was pretty scary and horrible. If anything, though, It has made me even more determined to find out what happened to Papa and me in August, Lady Cordelia said. Her voice was calm, but Matt noticed a tremor in her hand as she raised the china teapot to fill her cup. "Are you sure that's wise, my dear?" Mrs. Cross asked. "I need to recover my memories. Dr. Sempleton-Smith agrees. I've already telephoned her this morning for advice. It's hard to move forward with my life, with our marriage or anything, when I know that someone is out there, walking freely to strike again." Lady Cordelia looked at her fiancé as he rejoined her at the table.
"Nathan, you surely can't agree with this," Mildred protested, looking at her son. "I'm worried for Cordelia's safety, but she's right. Someone got away with killing her father, and they seem to want her dead too. She needs to at least try to recover her memories from that night," Nathan said, as he gave Lady Cordelia's hand a squeeze of reassurance.
"If I do recall anything, then it will be out there. Any reason for wishing to harm me will be gone," Lady Cordelia reasoned. "The police may be able to arrest the culprit, and we can all sleep safely in our beds."
Everyone at the table glanced at one another in an uneasy fashion at this somewhat barbed statement.
"I still feel this is all rather unwise," Mildred continued. "It may even endanger the rest of us because we are with you. I presume someone has checked the house to see how this miscreant could have got in last night?"
"You really think it was someone from outside who broke in?" Nathan asked. "Honestly, Mother, that's absurd."
"Why? Why is it absurd? Surely you don't think that whoever threatened Cordelia last night was someone in the house, unless, of course, you think one of the servants was responsible?" she huffed. "I believe that a member of this party knows something about whoever killed my father and attacked me. I think someone here was in my room last night. There are no signs of a break-in or forced entry. Patterson always ensures the house is secure."
Lady Cordelia's voice was calm, and she fixed her future mother-in-law with a steely gaze. Mildred Cross's face paled, and she gave Nathan an appalled look.
"That is simply ridiculous. I refuse to believe it. The police think a vagrant killed Sir Victor. Who is to say they have not heard of your return and secreted themselves nearby waiting for an opportunity?" "I take it you all still intend to accompany me this morning on my walk down to the harbour?" Lady Cordelia looked around the table. "Unless any of you are afraid, of course."
"Mother, will you be coming? You said last night that you would stay here, but you would be alone in the house, except for the servants."
Nathan looked at Mildred. "Well, I suppose so. It would be safer to accompany you all," Mildred muttered. "We shall come with you, Cordelia, my dear. There is safety in numbers, and I would feel better knowing you had company," Lady Iolanthe said.
"Quite so," Digby murmured his agreement.
"Good. Then it is settled," Lady Cordelia said.
The weather outside certainly seemed much more clement than the previous day. Kitty took Matt's arm as the group set off along the path that led down from the hall and through the narrow streets of the village to the harbour. Bertie trotted happily alongside them, clearly relishing the prospect of a walk. In the distance, they could see the sea reflecting the bright blue of the sky. Spring sunshine glinted on the gentle waves, and a couple of gulls wheeled overhead. Lady Cordelia was arm in arm with Nathan. Rachel walked with them. Digby, as usual, was with Lady Iolanthe, and Dr. Moore escorted an annoyed-looking Mildred Cross. The route took them past a couple of whitewashed fishermen's cottages which had nets and pots outside. It then led them through a narrow alleyway between the sides of some more cottages before following the main road down to the quayside. They emerged on the harbour side near the Ship and Castle Hotel. A handful of expensive yachts bobbed gently up and down on the sea. Kitty assumed the fishing boats would return later. She knew from experience that they would have sailed before the dawn to make their day's catch.
"Kitty, Matt, would you accompany me and Nathan?" Lady Cordelia asked. They had stopped short of the quay, and Kitty could see the girl wasn't yet prepared to step closer to where she assumed Sir Victor had been found. "Shall I come too?" Rachel asked. "I'd feel better if you stayed with your mother. I don't know how this will be, and you know she worries. Lady Cordelia smiled at her stepsister as she placed a reassuring hand on the girl's arm. Lady Iolanthe, Digby, Dr. Moore, and Mildred were grouped together a few steps away. Rachel went somewhat reluctantly to join them. "We'll all meet back at 11 at the hotel for coffee," Lady Cordelia said. "Where did you wish to go first?" Kitty asked. She could see that Lady Cordelia had a tight hold on Nathan's arm, and her expression was pale but determined. "I think I should like to go to where you found me the night I was attacked." Lady Cordelia looked at Nathan. "Very well," he said. He led them past the front of the hotel and back towards a group of cottages. Everywhere appeared deserted, despite the sunshine. A few spring flowers had poked their yellow heads out to greet the sun, but the cottage windows were blank, and the sun-faded doors closed tight shut. Bertie sniffed happily at an interesting post. The houses were further down from the main harbour, and Kitty could see that this area was not so well served by street lights. She could imagine that it would be darker and more in shadow than the area in front of the hotel. "Is there another way up to the house from here?" she asked, as they walked closer to the cottages. "Yes, you have to go through an alley and up a couple of flights of stairs. It's quite steep, and it brings you out at the gate at the bottom of the garden. They are quite a climb," Lady Cordelia replied in a distracted tone.
"Are you sure you wish to continue, Cordelia?" Nathan asked.
The girl gave a brief nod of her head. "I have to know where you found me," she said. Kitty noticed the rest of the group were all walking around the harbour in the opposite direction, seemingly looking at the boats lying at anchor in the bay. Nathan escorted Lady Cordelia slowly further from the main quay and back towards the hillside and the scattering of cottages. After a short distance, when Kitty turned, she couldn't see the boats or the harbour itself. Instead, her view was of a pile of creels stacked up near a stone wall. "The steps are just up through there." Lady Cordelia waved a tan, leather-gloved hand in the direction of a narrow alley between two cottages. Even with a bright August moon, it would have been very dark on the night Cordelia had been attacked. Why would Lady Cordelia and her father have been using this route instead of the better-lit way that the others had taken on their return to the hall? "Lady Cordelia, were you on your way to the yacht or on your way back to the hall again when you were attacked? Can you remember that at all?" Kitty asked in a gentle tone. Lady Cordelia shrugged helplessly. "I can't be certain, but I think I was going to the yacht."
"That would make sense. As Dr. Moore said, your bag was still on board. You must not have made it to the boat to collect it," Matt said. "You didn't have your bag with you when I found you," Nathan added.
Kitty saw Lady Cordelia bow her head and take a deep breath before tilting her chin upwards and exhaling slowly. She guessed the girl was gathering her strength, ready to face the spot where she had been found. "Very well," Lady Cordelia said. "Where was I discovered?" She looked at her fiancé and leaned heavily on his arm.
"Over here."
Nathan walked forward to an area which was out of view of any of the cottage windows. It was shaded by a scrubby group of wind-blown shrubs and smelled of rotting fish due to the garbage pails which stood nearby. Bertie tugged at his leash, his nose in the air, sniffing. Kitty kept a tight hold of him, as she knew, given half a chance, he would find something stinky to roll in.
"You were lying in a heap on the cobbles, with your arms above your head. It was really dark, and I had to use my flashlight to see you."
Nathan swallowed, an anguished look on his handsome features. Lady Cordelia continued to cling to his arm as she surveyed the scene in front of her. "I can remember the darkness and being afraid." Nathan looked at Kitty and Matt, as if unsure if he should say anything. Lady Cordelia was clearly trying to recall something of what had happened to her that night. I remember running. I was running." Lady Cordelia's eyes widened. "Yes, that was it. I was running away. Someone was chasing me." "Do you remember anything else?" Kitty asked. Lady Cordelia released Nathan's arm and turned to look back in the direction of the harbour. "I think Papa told me to run." Her voice shook, and she swallowed again. He was grappling with someone. My head hurt, and there was a splash. It was dark. One of the street lamps wasn't working.
Her forehead creased into a frown. Who was it? Did you see their face? Nathan asked.
No, I don't think so. They had a hood, a cloak thing. It's all really hazy.
Lady Cordelia's knees sagged, and Matt and Nathan both stepped forward to support her. She sat down on the stone wall, disregarding any dirt or moss. Matt and Nathan stepped away to give her some air for a moment while she recovered herself. Kitty looked around at the surrounding area, but it seemed there were no more clues to what happened to be gained. Lady Cordelia steadied herself, then stood up again, brushing some dirt from her skirt with her handkerchief.
I'm all right now, really.
Her voice sounded stronger and more determined. She dropped her handkerchief back in her bag. You've done very well, Lady Cordelia. Don't try to push your memory any more for now, Kitty said. Let's all walk back towards the quayside. She gave Bertie's lead a gentle tug. Cordelia gave a brief nod of agreement, and they started back towards where they had left the others. As they rounded the corner, and the quay came more into their line of sight once more, Lady Cordelia halted.
I remember. We reached the gangplank for the yacht. The servants had gone and everything was quiet. We were moored at the very end of the jetty in the deeper water.
The frown was back on Lady Cordelia's forehead, and her voice was low, as if she was almost talking to herself.
Yes. Papa had been talking to me on the way back about Iolanthe. He was worried she was ill. He asked me about...
She stopped and turned to look up at her fiancé.
He asked about our engagement. There was something... Oh, why can't I remember properly?
A tear of frustration spilled down Lady Cordelia's pale cheek. Kitty placed her hand on the girl's coat sleeve. You're doing splendidly. Take your time. I'm sure this is just the beginning of being able to recall what happened. Kitty is right. The more you try to recollect things, the more your mind may try to push back and prevent it. It's how the body protects itself. Matt gave her a wry, slightly sad smile. It's something I've learned from my own experiences after the Great War. Lady Cordelia gave him a grateful look.
Thank you, that is most reassuring. Dr. Sempleton-Smith has said the same thing. Everything comes in snatches and is so disjointed.
I can understand your frustration, Kitty assured her. She knew how difficult Matt found it, thinking of what he had experienced in the war. His violent nightmares and claustrophobia were an ever-present legacy of that time. Perhaps we should adjourn to the hotel and have coffee. It's almost 11, and the others will be along shortly, Nathan suggested. Kitty wondered if it had been her imagination that Nathan had stiffened slightly when Lady Cordelia had mentioned her father talking about their engagement. He appeared solicitous of Lady Cordelia as she leaned on him to walk the short distance to the hotel. But could he have been Lady Cordelia's assailant? Chapter 8. On inquiring about taking morning coffee at the hotel reception desk, they were shown through to a delightful lounge. The panoramic windows overlooked the harbour, providing extensive views of the sea. Once they had removed their coats and were all comfortably seated, Kitty looked around her with interest. The room was large and light, with several cane tables and comfortable armchairs. Matt explained that they expected more people to join them, and the staff immediately arranged extra tables and chairs in readiness. Bertie settled himself with a sigh at Kitty's feet once everything was in place. This is a lovely spot, Kitty said, as she admired the view from the window. She was pleased to see that Lady Cordelia seemed to have recovered some of her colour now they were inside. Yes, it's always been fun to come here for morning coffee or afternoon tea, Lady Cordelia agreed. In summer you can sit outside. Do tell me more about your engagement. When did you two meet? Kitty asked, as the waiting staff placed a tray down on the table in front of them. Lady Cordelia blushed and glanced at her fiancé. We met about 18 months ago at a ball in London. Nathan asked me to dance, and, well, we went on from there. I looked across the room and thought she was the prettiest girl I had ever seen in my life.
Nathan smiled fondly at Lady Cordelia. "And do you have a wedding date now?" Kitty asked, as she busied herself setting out the coffee cups and saucers.
We had been talking of a date when Cordelia was attacked last August.
Nathan frowned.
It's only recently that we have begun to think of planning our wedding.
Since Papa's death, I haven't been well enough to cope with organising a wedding. We had originally thought of having it on my 21st birthday in a few months' time. Perhaps after this weekend I might be able to start thinking about it again, Lady Cordelia said. Although it just won't be quite the same, without Papa to give me away. Her eyes filled with unshed tears. I'm sure he would want you to be happy, Kitty said kindly, as she poured the coffee into the modern angular cups. Lady Cordelia sniffed and dabbed at her eyes with a wisp of lace-trimmed cotton. Yes, I'm sure you're right. Kitty added steamed milk to the drinks from the chrome jug and passed around the plate of shortbread biscuits. Bertie sat to attention at the clink of the plate and looked hopefully at Kitty. Lady Iolanthe, accompanied by Digby and Rachel, were first to arrive. It's so pleasant to be back in the warm. The sun is nice, but there is still a chill in the air, Lady Iolanthe said, as the waiting staff brought out more coffee. We walked over by the jetty and further round to the beach, although, of course, the tide is in at the moment, Rachel said. Kitty slipped Bertie a biscuit under the table, and he subsided to happily crunch up his prize. How did you get on, Cordelia? Did the walk bring anything back? Lady Iolanthe asked, as Rachel served her with her coffee. A few more fragments, that's all, Lady Cordelia said, as Dr. Moore and Mildred Cross came to join them. What a splendid day for a walk, Dr. Moore said as he took a seat. Very bracing, Mildred agreed. We walked on for quite a way. There are some fine-looking yachts moored in the deeper water, Nathan. She looked at her son. I must take a look later, he said. Conversation continued in a desultory fashion as everyone drank their coffee. Kitty thought she detected some relief amongst the group that Lady Cordelia had not been assailed by a full recollection of August's events. Lady Iolanthe announced her intention of returning to the hall, and both Digby and Dr. Moore said they would accompany her. Mildred said she too would like to go back, having walked quite far enough for one day. With the older members of the party having departed, Rachel stretched out her legs. What are you all planning to do now? Nathan, did you want to take a look at the yachts? She asked. How are you feeling, darling? Nathan turned to Lady Cordelia. Did you want to carry on to the jetty before we go back up to the house for lunch? Why not? I may as well face all of my demons in one go. She smiled at Rachel. We'll come and look at the boats with you. Matt, Kitty, do you have any objection? Not at all, Kitty assured her. Bertie loves to walk, and this is all new to us. Bertie raised his ears at the mention of walk and his name. Kitty thought Rachel looked a little put out at the notion that all of them were going to the jetty. Had the girl wished to get Nathan by himself for some reason? After settling the bill, they stepped out once more into the spring sunshine. The wind had grown a little stronger, and there was still a nip in the air as they headed in the direction of the jetty. Bertie trotted along happily at Kitty's side, and she noticed that Matt seemed to be paying keen attention to their surroundings as they walked. Rachel chatted away to Nathan about the yachts and talked about which races he intended entering in the next few months. Cordelia remained silent, her gaze fixed on the small stone jetty which jutted out into the sea. A worn flight of steps was just visible above the wavelets lapping below the third step down. Are you all right, Lady Cordelia? Kitty asked, noticing the girl's pallor. Is this where they found my father? Lady Cordelia halted and looked at Nathan. I believe so. I don't know if you recall. Morning Star was moored further out at the far end, and a small boat was here. Dr. Moore said Sir Victor was found in the deeper water, Nathan said in a gentle tone. I take it no crew had remained on board the yacht after the party ended? Matt asked. No, there were no plans to sail for a few days. They were all dismissed and left when we did, Nathan confirmed. They had reached the start of the jetty, and Bertie nosed around the cast-iron rings set into the stones at the edge of the quay. Rachel had wandered away, as if uninterested in Lady Cordelia's recollections.
I think this is where it happened, but I can't recall the details.
Lady Cordelia's face crumpled, and she turned away from the jetty to bury her face in Nathan's shoulder.
I so badly wanted to remember something useful.
Her voice was muffled.
You may recall more later. You've done amazingly well so far. Perhaps we should go back to the hall now, Kitty suggested.
Yes, you must be exhausted,
Nathan agreed. He placed his arm around his fiancée's shoulders. Kitty stood beside Matt and watched as Nathan led Lady Cordelia away. Rachel had continued on down the path towards the access to the beach, which was just starting to become visible as the tide turned.
Poor Lady Cordelia,
Kitty murmured, as Bertie continued to sniff interestedly about her feet.
She's been through so much. I just hope that this morning's expedition has not placed her in more danger,
Matt said. Rachel came hurrying back towards them, having seemingly just realized that her stepsister had gone.
Where are Nathan and Cordelia? I thought we were going to carry on along a little further to look at the yachts,
Rachel asked. It's been a hard morning for your stepsister. They decided to return to the house so she could take a short rest before lunch, Kitty said. Rachel appeared crestfallen at this news.
Oh well, I suppose I can get Nathan to explain the boats to me another time. I'm sure one of them is one he raced last spring.
Kitty raised an eyebrow at Rachel's apparent lack of concern for Lady Cordelia's well-being.
Unless, of course, you know about yachts, Matt,
Rachel said, smiling at him.
I'm afraid I don't. I think we should head back to the hall ourselves. It's not long until lunchtime.
Matt placed Kitty's arm through his own, ready to leave. Bertie tugged impatiently at his lead, keen to get moving again.
I'm sure Cordelia will be fine after a bit of fuss,
Rachel said sulkily as she fell into step beside them. Matt exchanged a look with Kitty. Do you remember much about what happened in August after you returned to the house? Kitty asked as they walked slowly up the hill.
It was a wonderful birthday party. The weather was so warm and fine, and I drank lots of champagne. I was exhausted when I returned, so I soon fell fast asleep when I got back. Then Nathan came and roused everyone, saying that Cordelia and Sir Victor hadn't returned. I thought that perhaps they had fallen asleep on the yacht or something.
Rachel shrugged. Did you go out with the searchers to look for them? Kitty asked.
No, the men went out looking. Mother was asleep, so we didn't disturb her. Dr. Moore said she'd had an injection for her headaches, and that usually pretty much knocks her out. Mildred was talking my ears off about how this was typical of Cordelia and Sir Victor to be so thoughtless about other people's comfort. I was so tired, I just wanted them all to come back so I could return to bed, Rachel said. They paused on the path for a moment to catch their breath. It was steeper going back than Kitty had realized. Bertie seemed untroubled by the climb, however, and tugged at his lead, impatient to continue.
Mildred's comments were most unfortunate, given what happened, Matt remarked.
Yes, obviously, but we didn't know that at the time,
Rachel agreed, as they set off once more. The path levelled out, and the stone pillars supporting the gates of the hall came into sight. The police seemed convinced a vagrant was responsible for the attacks. What did you think of their theory? Matt asked as they approached the house. Rachel gave another shrug.
It seemed the obvious thing to think then.
And now? Kitty asked, as they wiped their feet on the mat in the entrance before continuing into the house.
Now I don't know. That business with the knife last night was odd, and Cordelia saying someone pushed her on the stairs. Complete nonsense, of course. I suppose I did wonder if she was doing it herself, Rachel said.
Really? Kitty asked in a mild tone.
Yes, you know, subconsciously to get the police or someone to step up the investigation. She did have the most frightful bang on her head in the attack. She's been seeing this therapist, who seems to have been filling her mind with all kinds of theories. I thought perhaps she had put the idea in her head. Cordelia can be very selfish and self-absorbed.
Rachel took off her coat as Kitty released Bertie from his lead. Matt took Kitty's coat and hung it next to his in the cloakroom.
I'd better get Bertie some water.
Kitty called to her dog and went to the kitchen to find Archie. This description of Lady Cordelia was unlike any other that she'd heard from anyone else. If anything, it sounded more like something Rachel herself might do. When she returned, she headed for the drawing room to look for Matt. She hoped they might be able to find a quiet spot to discuss everything they had learned so far about the case. Instead, she found him sitting on the sofa, deep in conversation with Nathan Cross.
Hello, darling. Cordelia has gone upstairs to rest for a few minutes before lunch. Nathan here was just telling me about what happened when she was attacked in August, Matt said.
Kitty took a seat on a chair nearby. Poor Lady Cordelia, it was such a dreadful thing to have happened.
Everything from that night feels so chaotic. We'd all drunk a fair amount of champagne, of course, to celebrate Rachel's birthday. I still can't quite believe what happened.
Nathan was clearly attempting to recollect the events of that night.
Rachel said that you raised the alarm when you realized she and her father hadn't returned, Matt said. Yes, everyone else had gone to bed, but I felt too buzzed to go to sleep, so I thought I'd wait for Cordelia to come back. I got myself a drink and sat here and waited. Time ticked by, and there was no sign of them. And that was when you thought something was wrong? Matt asked.
Nathan nodded.
It should only have taken 20 minutes, 40 minutes at most, to walk down, get Cordelia's bag, and return to the hall. I realized it had been over an hour, so I went and hammered on Dr. Moore's door. I had this bad feeling that I couldn't shake off. Digby heard me and came out to help. Mother started fussing and trying to say that I was causing a disturbance unnecessarily. I persuaded her to stay with Rachel in case Sir Victor and Cordelia appeared.
Then more time would have passed before you all got to the harbour, Kitty said. What made you look over by the cottages?
Dr. Moore and Digby went to check the jetty to see if they were on board the yacht. I thought that if they had tried to come back up the steps near the cottages, it would be dark, and perhaps there had been an accident of some kind. So we split up to search, Nathan said.
Lady Cordelia said one of the lights was out on the quayside, Kitty said.
It had been brighter earlier because the cottages had their lamps showing through the windows, but when I went back, the hotel's lights were out, and the cottages were in darkness. It's funny, I didn't think about the street lamp, but yes, I think she was right about it being broken, Nathan said.
It must have given you a terrible shock to see Lady Cordelia lying there injured, Kitty said.
I thought she was dead at first. She was so pale, and blood was coming from her head. My first thought was that she had fallen on the steps, and perhaps Sir Victor had gone for help. Then I realized that no one had roused the cottagers, and surely he would have tried them first. I went to the nearest one and hammered on the door until someone answered.
Nathan gave a slight shudder.
It was like a nightmare. I could hear shouts from the far end of the quay, so guessed something had happened there. I couldn't leave Cordelia until Dr. Moore came to assist. One of the fishermen went to the hotel and got the night porter to telephone for an ambulance. Then I went to help Digby to try and get Sir Victor from the sea, and, well, you know the rest. What did you make of what happened last night? Matt asked. The knife in Cordelia's room, you mean? I don't mind telling you, Captain Bryant, I'm worried. I think someone is frightened that Cordelia will remember who attacked her and killed her father.
Nathan's face was grave. You don't think Lady Cordelia herself may somehow have been responsible for the recent events? Kitty was keen to discover if Nathan thought his fiancée was capable of drawing attention to herself in such a way. It was clear she hadn't told him she was employing their services. Nathan gave a scornful laugh.
That sounds like something Rachel would say. It's absurd. You saw she was terrified last night. Kitty, my sister-in-law-to-be, is very jealous of Cordelia. She tends to attribute things to her that Rachel herself would be capable of. Please don't believe her.
Kitty could see that Nathan's thoughts mirrored her own.
Lady Cordelia said her father had wanted to talk to her about your engagement, Matt said. You noticed that, did you? I'll be honest. Sir Victor was not my biggest fan. He objected to my profession. He was worried that it was expensive and dangerous and could leave Cordelia a young widow. He also disliked my mother. Nathan gave a wry smile. Many people find my mother difficult, so I can't blame him there, but she is my only living relative.
The luncheon gong sounded from the hall, drawing the conversation to a close. Kitty accompanied Matt to the dining room, wondering if that was really Sir Victor's main objection to Lady Cordelia and Nathan's engagement. Chapter 9. Lady Cordelia sent a message down with the servants as everyone assembled at the dining table to say that she would not be joining them for lunch.
I think a rest will do her good. This morning took a lot out of her,
Nathan said, as the staff served the beef consommé.
Yes, a most sensible course of action,
Dr. Moore agreed.
I shall look in on her later and make sure she is not suffering adverse effects from trying to recall what happened to her.
I'm not sure all the effort was worth it, was it? I mean, did she recall anything new that we didn't know already?
Digby asked, looking around the table.
A few minor details. Nothing specific, Nathan said.
Still, it took enormous mental effort and it was very stressful. I hope that at least now she will feel that she has confronted her fears by returning here, Lady Iolanthe said. Digby said nothing else and concentrated on his lunch. Kitty had the feeling that he had been about to add something to the conversation, but had thought better of it. She noticed his gaze resting thoughtfully on Nathan and Mildred from time to time. The general conversation at the table shifted to everyone's plans for the afternoon.
Kitty and I may drive over to St. Just for an hour. There is an old acquaintance from my army days who settled there. We thought we might go and look him up,
Matt said. Kitty guessed her husband must feel that Lady Cordelia was safe enough for the next few hours, now that nothing spectacular had been discovered from their walk by the sea. That will be nice. Lady Iolanthe set down her cutlery after having only picked at the main course of lamb cutlets with dauphinoise potatoes and spring cabbage. I must confess, I shall be following Cordelia's example and resting this afternoon. I have my knitting to do, Mildred said.
Perhaps we could have a few games of billiards.
Digby looked at Nathan and Dr. Moore.
Pass an hour or two away.
Splendid idea,
Nathan agreed. I have a jigsaw that I started, Rachel added. Everyone seemed to have their plans sorted for the day, so after lunch had finished, Kitty collected Bertie once more from Archie's care. I must confess, I shall be glad to get out of that house for a couple of hours, Kitty said, as Matt secured Bertie in the back seat of her small red car. It all feels rather oppressive.
I know what you mean. It'll be good to have time to think away from the hall. We can drop that knife off on our way out of the village and ask the constable to see that Inspector Lewis gets it. I've put a note with it.
Matt looked at her as he opened the front passenger door of the car. Good idea. I believe the police house is just down the hill, Kitty said.
I'm sorry I sprang the idea of looking up Dr. Kelly on you rather suddenly just now,
Matt added. Oh no, it's quite all right. We can hopefully have some space to think about this case and what may have happened to Redvers Palmerston. Kitty climbed into the car and put her key in the ignition. She drove the short distance to the police house. Matt hopped out to leave the knife in the care of the constable, who appeared somewhat bemused by the request. He was soon back and took his place in the car.
All done. Now I've looked up the route and it's fairly straightforward. St. Just is not too far away. Hopefully there may be someone when we get there who may know Dr. Kelly and can assist us. Assuming, of course, that he settled there,
Matt said, as Kitty found a spot to turn her car around before getting back onto the road leading away from St. Maur's. Well, you said you thought his wife was local, so there is a good chance they may still be there if that's the case. Kitty slowed down for a crossroads.
What did you make of this morning? Matt asked. We haven't had much chance to discuss last night's events either.
It seems to me that someone in that house was definitely responsible for Sir Victor's death and the attack on Lady Cordelia. The atmosphere is so tense at times, and I feel as if everyone is holding something back from us. Kitty kept her gaze focused on the road ahead as she answered.
From what Lady Cordelia said this morning, and looking at the place where she was found, it seems they had come from the hall that night to return to the yacht. Lady Cordelia had realized she had left her bag before they got inside the house, so the others had continued up while they had turned around, Matt said.
Nathan said he went to the drawing room to wait for Lady Cordelia and her father to return. Digby, Dr. Moore, Mildred and Lady Iolanthe had returned home earlier and had gone to bed. He had escorted Rachel home, so presumably she had also gone upstairs at that point. Kitty changed gear to overtake a man on a bicycle.
Which means that any of them could have slipped out again and gone back down the hill to attack Sir Victor and Cordelia. Lady Cordelia thinks she remembers being chased, so it seems that whoever was responsible must have killed Sir Victor, pushing him into the sea before chasing down Lady Cordelia.
Matt frowned as he attempted to work out the sequence of events. Why did Lady Cordelia not scream or call for help? She would have run past the hotel. Kitty spotted the white finger post for St. Just and took the turn.
There were reports in the papers that said noises had been heard, but people put it down to party revelry or foxes.
Matt glanced at Kitty. That would make sense, and if the girl was running for her life, she would have bolted towards the steps by the cottages, thinking she could be up them and back at the hall. I expect there would only be a nightlight showing at the hotel, and she may not have realized they had a night porter. Kitty could see some cottages up ahead, and slowed as it seemed they were entering the outskirts of the village.
I can't see Mildred Cross or Lady Iolanthe giving chase to Lady Cordelia. It would have to be someone fit.
Matt looked about with interest as they drew closer to the cottages. That is assuming it was someone working alone. There is a possibility the ladies may have been working in collusion with someone else, Kitty said. Then there is motive. Who would want to kill Sir Victor? I assume he was the intended target and Lady Cordelia was an inconvenient witness, or were they both the targets that night?
Lady Cordelia inherited most financially from her father's death, but Lady Iolanthe and Rachel, it seems, also benefited. Nathan would only benefit monetarily on marriage to Lady Cordelia. With Lady Cordelia dead as well, though, would he be named in her will, or would everything revert to Lady Iolanthe, and perhaps by default to Rachel? Matt suggested.
Digby White controls the finances from what we've heard so far, so perhaps he is also a beneficiary. Kitty saw they were now at a large square in the village centre, and she pulled to a stop in a space outside the handsome stone-built church. A fountain was in the middle of the space, which was bordered by some fine Georgian-style properties.
Mildred would presumably be better off if Nathan were to have more money, but what about Dr. Moore? Matt asked.
Sir Victor had argued with both Digby and Dr. Moore that morning. We only have their word about what was at the root of the quarrels. It could be malpractice of some kind that Sir Victor was about to expose, or perhaps financial mismanagement on Digby's part, Kitty suggested. It was all unsatisfactorily vague and full of unsubstantiated guesswork.
Or Rachel has a point, and Lady Cordelia is simply trying to stir up interest in solving her father's murder by staging attacks upon herself, Matt said.
Surely she would have told us her plans, unless she thought we would try to discourage her. That business with the knife was very odd, and she was very scared. Kitty turned off the car engine. She wondered who could have been in Lady Cordelia's room last night. She liked Lady Cordelia, and she was a friend of Lucy's, so she didn't want to see her hurt. In any case, why would Lady Cordelia have engaged them if she intended flushing the killer out herself? Were they there simply as a safeguard?
It's improbable, I suppose, but yes, we have to consider that things may not be as they seem. Who knows what is going on, especially given Lady Cordelia's memory issues. That really does complicate matters.
Matt opened the car door and went to untie Bertie. Kitty followed Matt and walked round to the pavement as he lifted the small dog out of the car. I just hope no one succeeds in harming Lady Cordelia, and that she starts to remember more about the attack.
I agree. We shall just have to keep watching and waiting,
Matt said, as he offered his arm to Kitty.
Now, shall we take a stroll and see if there is anyone around that we can ask about Dr. Kelly?
They had not taken many steps along the street when they were assailed by a sprightly elderly man with a booming voice.
I say, Matthew Bryant! Captain Matthew Bryant! Good heavens, is it really you?
The man hurried to greet them, his face wreathed in smiles.
Dr. Kelly, the very man.
Matt shook the man's hand enthusiastically.
Dr. Kelly, may I present my wife Kitty?
Kitty found her own hand being seized and shaken with equal vigour.
A pleasure to meet you, my dear. What brings you both to this neck of the woods?
Dr. Kelly asked, breaking off his handshake to greet Bertie with a rub of the dog's silky top knot.
We're staying with a friend at St. Maur's, and I recalled that you moved here after the war. I thought I might look you up. This is the most wonderful coincidence. We were just about to ask after you, Matt explained. How marvellous! Come along with me. My house is just around the corner here. You'll remember my wife, Charlotte? She was a friend of Edith's, Dr. Kelly said. Come and have tea. She'll be thrilled to see you both.
If you are certain it's no trouble, Kitty asked.
None at all, my dear, none at all. We lead a quiet life, and a change of company is always very welcome, Dr. Kelly assured her. Now, how is that shoulder holding up, Matthew? Not giving you too much trouble, I hope? No, sir, Matt said. I was sorry to hear about what happened to Edith and Betty after you left us. Terrible, terrible.
The doctor's face sobered. Kitty knew the doctor and his wife had been colleagues of Matt's first wife. Her tragic death and the death of her daughter Betty in an air raid had devastated Matt for a long time. Apart from Matt's parents, Dr. Kelly was the first person she had met who had really known Edith. She had to admit it was a little unsettling. Dr. Kelly's house was a handsome property similar to the other Georgian-style houses. The doctor bustled them in through the front door while calling out to his wife that they had guests. A rosy-cheeked young maid scurried out to take their coats and went off to prepare tea, while Dr. Kelly showed them into the square drawing-room. Mrs. Kelly was seated by the fireside reading a book, which she immediately set to one side to greet her guests. Kitty was relieved to see Bertie minding his manners and lying quietly at her feet once they had all sat down. Mrs. Kelly appeared to be as genuinely pleased to see them as her husband had been. She, too, offered Matt her condolences on Edith and Betty's deaths, and welcomed Kitty. After a few minutes catching up and chatter about where Kitty and Matt had met and when they had married, the maid wheeled in the tea trolley. "I'm so pleased to see you so well," Mrs. Kelly said to Matt as she set out the old-fashioned floral cups on their saucers. "And I'm delighted to see you both, too," Matt responded politely. "I saw someone else recently, too, who is doing well. You may remember Captain Redvers Palmerston, who was in hospital at the same time as me. He left his wife, a young widow, with a small boy, Peter. She's Mrs. Hayden now, and the boy has grown up and married well." "Redvers Palmerston! Ah, yes, he was making a good recovery, and then he caught that fever." Dr. Kelly accepted his tea from his wife. "A very sad business. He was due to be discharged." "He was moved to a side room and died shortly after," Matt said. "That's right. At least, I believe that's what happened. It was a long time ago now, but I recall his death as being most unexpected. I was shocked when I was told he had gone," Dr. Kelly said. "You attended his funeral, I think. Edith took you there in a wheelchair." A wave of sadness filled Kitty as she quietly sipped her tea and listened to the details of Matt's life before they had met. "That's right. You didn't certify his death yourself then, sir?" Matt asked. Dr. Kelly gave him a sharp glance. "No, he had gone to the morgue by the time I was back on duty. It was a very chaotic time. I presume young Dr. Fisher would have done it." "I remember that day. There was a large influx of badly wounded men during the night. When Edith and I came on duty the next morning, Redvers had gone, and there were a lot of fresh faces to attend to." Mrs. Kelly frowned. "Do you know, now that you mention it, I think we were all surprised he had succumbed to the fever so quickly." "Matthew, is there something that is bothering you about Redvers's death? Has seeing his wife again, after so long, stirred up something?" Dr. Kelly asked. Kitty admired the man's perspicacity. He was clearly no fool, and he obviously had come to know Matt well during his stay at the hospital. "I feel somewhat strange saying this, but both Mrs. Hayden and myself have recently had very queer experiences. In January, Kitty and I were disembarking at Plymouth when I saw a man in the crowd on the dock. He looked familiar, so I went after him." Matt paused, the crease on his forehead deepening before he continued. "I called his name and he turned around. I would swear on my life that man was Redvers Palmerston. He even had that distinctive nick on his ear. Then he ran off and I lost him." Dr. Kelly nodded. His expression was puzzled but sympathetic.
Go on. You said you had seen his wife, now Mrs. Hayden. Yes, sir, I couldn't shake it off. I tried to convince myself I had been mistaken, that it was some symptom of my experiences that had resurfaced. I decided to find his wife, just to reassure myself.
Matt looked Dr. Kelly in the eye.
She too said she thought she had seen him. More than that, the watch and ring that Redvers gave me before he died to pass to young Peter. They had been stolen very recently in a burglary. Nothing else was missing, just those two things.
Kitty watched as Matt leaned back in his seat, as if relieved to have unburdened himself to his old friend. Dr. Kelly's eyebrows rose and lowered as he considered what Matt had told him.
Well, clearly you and Mrs. Hayden could not have seen a ghost. That leaves only two possibilities. Either Redvers is not dead, or someone is masquerading as him for some nefarious purpose unknown.
Kitty saw relief appear on her husband's face that his friend was taking his concern seriously.
I believe that somehow Redvers is alive, and whoever was buried that day must have been some other unfortunate soul, Matt said. He would not have been the first man to have faked his own demise in order not to be sent back to the front,
Dr. Kelly said. Mrs. Hayden must be most upset if her husband is still alive, Mrs. Kelly said, her pleasant, homely face looking troubled. That would mean she had unintentionally committed bigamy, I suppose.
It's a possibility she is very concerned about. Her present husband is highly respected. He is a solicitor, and her son has married well into a good family. The whole thing has alarmed her greatly, Matt said.
I can see how. With so many men arriving that night, he could have escaped and had one of the new arrivals take his place. A badly wounded man, and Dr. Fisher being new at the time, I think. Mrs. Kelly's voice trailed away.
Yes, you're right, my dear. Dr. Fisher had only been with us a couple of weeks then.
Dr. Kelly sounded thoughtful.
At least I feel better that I had not been hallucinating. It gave me quite a turn when I saw him at the dock.
Matt glanced at Kitty, and she smiled reassuringly at him.
I can imagine so, Dr. Kelly said. It's not every day that one comes face to face with a dead man.
Chapter 10. They stayed a little longer at the Kellys' home and promised to stay in touch with them. Kitty waved a gloved hand in farewell to the couple as they stood on the steps of their house to see them off. What lovely people, she said to Matt as they walked away towards the town square where Kitty had left her car. Bertie trotted happily at her side, having snaffled his share of tea-time treats.
Yes, they are. Dr. Kelly was a very good doctor, and his wife, Charlotte, was a close friend of Edith's when they were nurses together. It was good to see them both again.
Matt smiled at her and patted her hand where it was resting lightly on the crook of his arm.
Thank you for coming with me.
Kitty smiled back. It was nice to meet people from your past. Are you all right, though? I know revisiting that time in your life is difficult. You went through so much. She bit her lip, afraid to say more. She felt quite emotional as they halted beside her car.
It's not easy, you're right, but I have you by my side now. And that makes all the difference in the world to me.
He kissed her tenderly on the lips. Kitty's face heated. Come on, we had better get back to Highcliffe Hall and see if we can chase down ghosts of a different nature. She climbed into her car. Matt grinned and stowed Bertie safely in the back of the car before getting into the passenger seat.
Yes, that is quite the puzzle. I hope Lady Cordelia is feeling better after having a rest.
The drive back to St. Mawes was quiet. Kitty concentrated on the road, while Matt seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. She wasn't sure where his investigation into the mysterious reappearance of Redvers Palmerston would go next. For now, though, they needed to focus on what had happened last August to Sir Victor Hedges and his daughter. As they took the turn towards Highcliffe Hall, Kitty let out a gasp. Matt, what has happened? Look, there are lots of cars parked outside the house. She drove in through the gates and pulled up alongside two black vehicles that looked suspiciously like police cars. Matt extracted Bertie from the back seat, and they hurried inside the house. There was a hubbub emanating from the drawing room, so they walked quickly down the hall, with Bertie trotting at their heels to find out what had happened in their absence. Once at the door to the drawing room, Kitty's heart sank into her tea-strap court shoes when she was confronted by a familiar figure. "Inspector Lewis, has something happened?" she asked, at the sight of the policeman's foxy features. He always reminded Kitty of a Jack Russell Terrier.
"Mrs. Bryant, Captain Bryant, good afternoon."
He greeted them both in his usual slightly sardonic way.
"You might say something has happened. Mr. Digby White is dead, poisoned, it seems, by a box of chocolates intended for Lady Cordelia Hedges."
Inspector Lewis rose slightly on his toes and settled back down again at this pronouncement. "Good heavens!" Kitty looked at Matt in alarm. She could see through the half-open door that Mildred Cross was sniffling into her handkerchief beside the fireside. What on earth had gone on in the couple of hours they had been out?
"Yes, while you were out enjoying yourselves, it seems your client was in grave danger."
Kitty disliked the slight smirk trembling on the edge of Inspector Lewis's lips.
"We do have more than one case on at the moment, Inspector,"
Matt replied, as Bertie sniffed at the inspector's brogues.
"That's as may be, but Mr. White is unfortunately deceased. Dr. Moore telephoned the police station straight away. It seems he recognized the signs of poisoning,"
Inspector Lewis said. "I see. When did these chocolates arrive at the house?" Kitty asked.
"This afternoon. Lady Cordelia opened the post and didn't feel like eating one, so she sent them downstairs for her guests to share. Mr. White helped himself to one and, well, Bob's your uncle, and Digby White ended up dead,"
Inspector Lewis explained. "Kitty, Matt, I'm so glad you're here." Lady Cordelia advanced towards them down the hall. "Has the inspector told you what has happened? Poor Digby, I feel so awful." The girl looked close to tears. "Yes, Inspector Lewis said the chocolates came this afternoon in the post," Kitty said. Lady Cordelia nodded. "Just after lunch. I didn't think anything of it. I have a friend who often sends me little gifts, and she knew I was anxious about returning here. I assumed they were from her."
"Did you keep the packaging?" Matt asked. "My men have retrieved it from the waste paper basket in Lady Cordelia's room. It was posted locally, but there was no note or anything on the chocolate box to indicate where they were purchased,"
Inspector Lewis informed him. "Had all the chocolates been tampered with?" Kitty asked. Lady Cordelia shook her head. "No, the inspector said it was just the strawberry creams, which are my favourites." She folded her arms across her chest and shivered. "It's just so ghastly." "Let's go into the drawing room." Kitty placed her arm around Lady Cordelia's narrow shoulders. "This has been the most awful shock." Inspector Lewis moved somewhat reluctantly aside to allow them entry into the room. Lady Iolanthe was seated on the chair opposite Mildred. She was pale and composed, but her eyes were red-rimmed. Dr. Moore looked grave as he stood by the French doors. Nathan stood by the mantelpiece. Rachel was fidgeting nervously on the sofa. "Kitty, Matt, have you heard what has happened?" Rachel leapt to her feet as soon as they entered the room. "Yes, the inspector has just told us," Kitty said, as she and Matt took a seat. Bertie sank down with a sigh at her feet. Nathan rushed over to Lady Cordelia as soon as he saw her.
"My poor darling, come and sit down. Let me get you some brandy."
He seated Lady Cordelia on one end of the sofa and went to the small cocktail cabinet to pour her a drink. "No one thinks to offer me a drink. I could have been a victim. I ate one of those chocolates," Mildred wailed. "Any of us could have been killed," Lady Iolanthe pointed out. "Cordelia sent the box down for everyone to share." "I'm just lucky that I chose a Brazil nut, while poor Digby had a strawberry cream. I don't like cream-filled chocolates." Mildred sniffed as Nathan handed his mother a brandy as well. "You were jolly lucky," Rachel agreed, looking at Mildred. "At least now I hope you'll all believe me about being pushed on the stairs," Lady Cordelia said, "and that knife being in my room." The rest of the house party exchanged uneasy glances with one another.
"There is that, the knife incident, and then I believe there is the other attempt at killing you, Lady Cordelia."
Inspector Lewis had come further into the room behind Kitty and Matt.
Thank you for delivering the knife, by the way, Captain Bryant.
What other attempt? Rachel looked at her stepsister. The rest of the group seemed bewildered that Matt had obviously been to the police with the knife.
Lady Cordelia had a drink tampered with. Her cat died, I understand.
Inspector Lewis looked at Rachel. Pushkin? But surely not. Pushkin was old. She died of old age, Lady Iolanthe said. I'm afraid not. It's true. I kept a sample of my drink because it looked funny. Mrs. Bryant had it tested by a chemist, and it contained ground-up glass. Lady Cordelia looked at Kitty.
I don't follow you, my dear.
Why would Mrs. Bryant have had it tested? Dr. Moore asked. Kitty was very conscious that everyone in the room was now looking at her. Because Captain and Mrs. Bryant are private investigators, and they are here to find out who killed my father, and now who is trying to kill me, Lady Cordelia announced. Kitty's heart dropped into her shoes. Their cover was well and truly blown now. Good heavens! Mildred swallowed the rest of her brandy in one gulp and waved the glass at her son to signal for a refill.
Private investigators?
Nathan stared at Kitty as if unable to believe his ears.
Lady Cordelia approached us and asked us to look into matters for her. She was concerned about her safety. It seems with good reason, Matt said. Inspector Lewis here is a member of the Devon Constabulary. He has experience in murder investigations and has been seconded to ensure Lady Cordelia's safety while he works with his Cornish colleagues. Hence why I took the knife we found in Lady Cordelia's room to him this afternoon and made him aware of the incident.
The group's attention immediately switched to Inspector Lewis, who stood looking very self-important near the cocktail trolley.
I can't believe you didn't tell me about any of this.
Nathan turned his attention back to Lady Cordelia, a stunned expression on his handsome face. I didn't want anything to happen to you, Lady Cordelia explained.
We advised her to say nothing to anyone. It could have put Lady Cordelia in more danger, Matt added.
I am completely shocked, Mildred declared. The deception and risk you placed us all in, Cordelia. She waved her empty brandy glass even more urgently at Nathan. He finally took the hint and collected it to go reluctantly to the cocktail cabinet in order to refill it. I must say it's very worrying. If I had known about the tampering with your drink, Cordelia, I should have advised you not to come here. It's obvious that someone must be worried that you might remember what happened that night when Victor was killed. The knife business was frightening too, but all of this— Lady Iolanthe's lips quivered, and she seemed to be fighting for composure. Inspector Lewis cleared his throat.
Who knew which chocolates were your favourites, Lady Cordelia?
Lady Cordelia frowned. Well, I think everybody knows that I have a sweet tooth and which ones I like best. I can't believe poor Digby is dead. Lady Iolanthe took out a delicate, lace-trimmed wisp of cotton and dabbed at her eyes.
I must ask that all of you remain at Highcliffe Hall for the next few days while we make our inquiries. My sergeant will take a statement from all of you in due course, and we shall require samples of your fingerprints, Inspector Lewis said. Fingerprints? Mildred asked. Whatever for? We are not common criminals, Inspector. No, madam, but someone closely connected to this household is a murderer. The fingerprints may help establish innocence as well as guilt. Inspector Lewis gave them all a hard stare and went back out into the hall, presumably to speak to his men. Well, really, Mildred huffed as soon as the door closed behind him. The nerve of the man! Fingerprints! It may eliminate you as a suspect, Mother, Nathan said. I should hope that no one would consider me a suspect in the first place. Mildred glowered at her son. I'm afraid, Mildred, that everyone is a suspect, Dr. Moore said. Well, I really don't wish to stay here a moment longer if I am both considered a possible criminal and my life may be in danger, Mildred said. Mother, the police have just told you that we can't leave, and it's Cordelia who this person seems to be trying to kill, not you. Nathan had returned to his fiancée's side. He took her hand in his. The large pear-shaped diamond in Lady Cordelia's engagement ring glittered in the fading light coming from the window. That's right. We owe it to Victor and Digby to find out who is responsible for all this,
Lady Iolanthe said. It might be one of the servants, Rachel said in a hopeful voice. Kitty couldn't imagine Patterson slipping cyanide into Lady Cordelia's chocolates.
Well, I suppose it also means that the police's theory that a vagrant killed Sir Victor is out of the question once and for all,
Dr. Moore said.
It's terrifying.
Lady Cordelia looked at Nathan. Knowing that someone is trying to kill me, and I can't recall anything about what happened in August. I tried this afternoon before Digby was killed. I was just lying there on my bed, going over and over everything in my head. Kitty could see the girl was distressed, and she couldn't blame her. 4 failed attempts on her life would certainly be enough to frighten anyone.
Don't worry, darling. I'll protect you,
Nathan said. Lady Cordelia looked at him adoringly. Kitty glanced at Matt, and she could see his thoughts appeared to mirror her own. How could Nathan protect his fiancée? He had been around during all 4 attempts on her life already. He might even be the person trying to harm her. "What do you think about it, Captain Bryant?" Lady Iolanthe asked. "Do you and Kitty have any thoughts on who may be behind all of this?"
Our investigations are at an early stage. I'm sure when we compare notes with Inspector Lewis, we may be able to move forward,
Matt said cautiously. Kitty thought her husband was being a trifle optimistic if he thought Inspector Lewis would want to cooperate with them. He had never wished to work with them on any investigation they had been involved with before. "Well, I'm sure you can eliminate me from your list of suspects. I had no reason at all to harm Sir Victor or Cordelia," Mildred said.
perhaps,
Matt said. Mildred glared at him, as if ready to argue.
"The same thing could be true for any of us,"
Dr. Moore said. "Exactly," Rachel agreed. "That's what makes this all the more ridiculous. No one here has any motive for harming Sir Victor or Cordelia. We're her family." Unfortunately, most murders are committed by people known to the victim. Very often, their nearest and dearest, Kitty said. Rachel looked shocked by her words.
Kitty is right. Any of you could have murdered Sir Victor and attacked Lady Cordelia in August. You were all present at each attempt on her life.
Matt looked around the room. "We know that several of you had disagreements with Sir Victor over various matters in the hours before he was killed. There are often lots of reasons why someone wishes to murder someone else. If any of you recalls anything at all about the night Sir Victor died, or on any of the days when someone tried to harm Lady Cordelia, then you need to speak to us or to Inspector Lewis as soon as possible," Kitty said. A murmured outbreak of conversation took place as she stood, and she, Matt, and Bertie left the room. "I'll take Bertie back to the kitchens," Kitty said. Perhaps if she was in luck, she might get to speak to young Archie again and find out the view from below stairs on Digby White's death. Chapter 11. Matt went to talk to one of the constables as Kitty went through the baize door leading to the servants' area with Bertie. The kitchen was a hive of activity, with preparations for the evening meal. There was also a buzz of conversation, which fell away when the staff noticed her presence. Kitty slipped through to the scullery where she found Archie scrubbing away at some large pots. His thin face lit up when he saw Kitty approaching with Bertie. "Have you brought him back down, Mrs. Bryant?" he asked, rubbing a wet, soapy hand across his forehead. Bertie gazed up at the boy with admiring eyes, while his plumed tail beat a happy tattoo on the red quarry-tiled floor. "Yes. Is it all right if I leave him here with you? I can see you're all busy." She glanced back towards the main kitchen. "Course, Mrs. Bryant, Bertie will be fine with me." He beamed at the spaniel. "I know everyone is at 6s and 7s with what's happened to Mr. White this afternoon." Kitty unclipped Bertie from his leash. The dog headed straight for his water bowl and started to slurp loudly at the dish. Archie peeked towards the kitchen and lowered his voice. "I heard that the chocolates that come in the post this afternoon was poisoned. Mr. Patterson is terrible upset about it all. He says it looks bad when you work in a respectable house and the police are here. Cook is proper upset." "Oh dear, I can see his point. And Cook's, though. It's most distressing, especially after what happened last August to Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia," Kitty said.
Cook says as how this house is cursed. She says she's going to look for a new situation afore anyone thinks as someone got poisoned from her cooking, Archie confided. Kitty blinked at this, but she could see how, once the word poison was mentioned, people might think it was from something produced in the kitchens. St. Mawes was not a large place, and bad news always travelled swiftly. I'm so sorry. It must be very upsetting for all of you. Poor Mr. White was most unfortunate, Kitty said. Archie shrugged his bony shoulders and prepared to attack the dirty pans with steel wool once again. I dunno. It's Lady Cordelia we all feel sorry for. She's a nice lady and kind, not like that fiancé of hers. Nathan Cross? Is he not very pleasant to the staff? Kitty's ears pricked up. So far she was finding Nathan hard to decipher. Rachel certainly appeared enamoured with him. He's proper short-tempered and can be nasty when things don't go his way. He always keeps that in check around Lady Cordelia, though. We reckon he's more like his ma than he likes to let on. Sir Victor didn't want Lady Cordelia to marry him, Archie declared with a sniff. Kitty stored this little nugget of information away at the back of her mind. Perhaps this was one of the reasons that Cordelia's father had not approved of the match. Oh, do you know why Sir Victor disapproved of the match? Kitty asked. Archie shrugged. He discussed it with that Mr. White. There was a lot going on, but I don't know what it was. Mr. White had said something about money. I see. Well, I had best let you get on. Thank you so much for looking after Bertie, Kitty said, and bent to give her dog a farewell pat before returning to find Matt. Archie had certainly just provided food for thought. It's no trouble, Mrs. Bryant, honest. Archie gave her a cheerful grin, and Kitty left the scullery, happy her pet was in good hands. While Kitty was busy below stairs, Matt was doing some investigating of his own. Inspector Lewis had gone outside to talk to the coroner's men. Matt noticed a cardboard box near the front door and took a quick peek inside the open lid. Inside, he saw what must be the box of chocolates. Its lid was lying to one side, with the scarlet ribbon fastening undone and several chocolates missing. A few chocolates were on their sides, exposing the undersides where he could see that someone had clearly tampered with them. The make was a kind that could be found in any good confectioner's shop, so he doubted there would be any clue there. He wondered where the inspector had put the wrapping paper the sweets had been delivered in. He would have liked to have looked at the postage mark for himself. No doubt the inspector would have that safely stowed, like the chocolates, to be tested for fingerprints. Inspector Lewis was a great believer in modern policing methods, fingerprints, and physical evidence. It was clear the inspector believed that someone inside the house had arranged to send the chocolates. If the postmark was local, they must have left the house and put them in the postbox after they arrived at St. Mawes. He and Kitty had arrived at tea-time that day, but the others had arrived late the day before. They would need to find out who had been out and about in the village before tea. Or could they have posted it that morning while they had all been down by the quayside? If so, it was an audacious plan. The constable was eyeing him with suspicion, probably because he was loitering near the chocolates. Sorry, Constable, I hope I'm not in your way. Matt reached into his jacket pocket and extracted one of his cards from his silver card case and handed it to the policeman. Captain Matthew Bryant. I am employed by Lady Cordelia Hedges to investigate the murder of her father last August. The constable took the card and put it in the pocket of his tunic. Thank you, sir. I believe you are acquainted with Inspector Lewis. He mentioned you and your wife. Kitty, is it? I'm afraid we are, Matt said with a slightly apologetic smile. You've, worked with him before? The constable glanced through the open front door to where the inspector was still talking. Yes, on several cases. We first met him in Yorkshire when there was a murder at my wife's cousin's wedding. He later transferred to the Devon force. Chief Inspector Greville felt his expertise might assist your force should something untoward occur, Matt explained. The constable nodded. Our inspector is tied up on a nasty case in Truro, so I reckon as they thought extra help locally like would be better than trying to get someone from Scotland Yard in. I expect so. It was intended to be precautionary. We had hoped nothing serious would occur. However, it seems we were mistaken. Matt frowned.
He could see clearly that all of the house party may have had opportunities to harm Lady Cordelia, but he was still struggling to find motives.
Yes, sir. I heard from my colleague as you delivered a knife and a note for the inspector just before Mr. White was killed.
The constable looked at him.
Yes, that's right. I don't suppose there will be any fingerprints on the knife, but I wanted to make him aware of the incident,
Matt said. The constable took another look outside to where the inspector seemed to be concluding his conversation.
Forgive me for asking, sir, but is the inspector, well, always so—
He scratched his head, seemingly struggling for the right word.
Yes, I'm afraid he is. He is a great believer in modern policing methods,
Matt explained. He knew what the man was trying to say. Inspector Lewis was striding towards them.
Right then, Constable. Get this box and the wrapping paper off to the laboratory, and then you can commence taking fingerprints from everyone in the house.
Yes, sir,
the constable replied to the inspector, before giving the faintest hint of a nod to Matt, and went about his work.
Now then, Captain Bryant, I do hope that you and your wife are not going to impede my investigation in any way,
Inspector Lewis said, as soon as the constable was out of earshot.
Of course not, Inspector. As you should know by now, Kitty and I always bring everything we discover to you.
Matt kept his tone cool. It was true, he and Kitty did share everything they learned. Unfortunately, this sharing was often not reciprocated. Inspector Lewis narrowed his eyes.
Between you and me, this case could be a big step forward for me. If I solve this, then that promotion I've been after could come my way, and I won't let anything mess that up.
Oh, I quite understand, Inspector Lewis, Matt agreed. He knew the inspector had been angling for a promotion and a move to Exeter police station for some time. Kitty came towards them through the servants' door leading to the kitchens.
Is Bertie settled all right, darling? Matt asked.
Perfectly. Kitty smiled at Matt and the inspector as she spoke.
Now then, is there anything else that you've found so far that could be helpful?
Inspector Lewis asked. We only arrived yesterday, and Lady Cordelia's memory of what happened to her in August is still very patchy. She thinks she remembers someone chasing her, presumably after she and her father were attacked, but doesn't recollect anything else so far that could give us a clue as to who that may have been, Kitty said.
And these other attempts on her life that the Chief Inspector told me about? Anything new there? I read the note you sent with that knife,
the inspector asked.
I'm afraid not. You have the knife we found in her room last night. The big problem with all of this seems to be motive.
Matt looked at the policeman.
Have you discovered anything on that front?
He decided to hit the ball back into the inspector's court. Inspector Lewis tapped the side of his nose with his forefinger.
Ah, well, let's just say I have a few ideas.
He smirked at them and bustled away towards the kitchen. I rather fear that dinner will not be terribly good tonight, Kitty said in a mournful tone as she watched him go. Matt grinned at his wife.
I suspect you may be right.
Dinner was, as Kitty had predicted, not very good. The soup was salty, the pastry hard, and the soufflés sunk. She had always found that cooks were temperamental beings, and a big upset in a house invariably had disastrous effects on the standards of the food. As a mark of respect to Digby, the ladies were all in black or dark blue gowns. Lady Iolanthe picked at her food as usual and spoke very little at the table. Dr. Moore did his best to gently encourage her to eat a little more. Mildred Cross did most of the talking, or rather complaining. She seemed to feel that Digby White had been poisoned despite her. Rachel continued to chat away as usual, talking about a radio play she had listened to and a novel she was reading. Nathan would respond with the odd word, and Lady Cordelia seemed to patiently hear her stepsister out. Kitty couldn't help feeling relieved when they finally left the dining table and adjourned to the drawing room. The air was colder, and Kitty was glad a cheery fire blazed in the hearth. One of the servants had switched on the lamps and drawn the drapes at the window against the cold night air outside. Kitty thought it was easy to forget it was early in the year, during the day when the sun shone, but once that heat was gone, spring felt further away. The oak trolley was wheeled in with the coffee pot and gold-edged china cups. Rachel immediately jumped up to serve everyone. Kitty went to assist her.
Has everyone had their fingerprints done now? Rachel asked, as she handed Dr. Moore his drink. Gosh, it took me an age to get the ink off my thumbs. It really was quite unnecessary, in my opinion. Mildred accepted her drink from Kitty with bad grace. Why ask us? Surely the servants must be the obvious suspects, she declared with a sniff. Why the servants? Rachel asked. My dear, it obviously wouldn't be any of us who wished to harm Cordelia. It has to be a servant, probably one Sir Victor wished to dismiss. Mildred nodded her head sagely. I don't think so. Our staff have been in our service for years, Lady Iolanthe protested mildly. They certainly wouldn't wish to have harmed Victor or Cordelia. After all, if one is unhappy in a situation, there are other domestic service jobs. That's quite true. Besides, Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia have always had an excellent relationship with their staff. And why would they post poisoned chocolates to the house? Dr. Moore asked incredulously. Nonsense. Well, have it your way, but I shall be keeping a very sharp eye on all of them, Mildred declared. It's just a horrid thought, not knowing who is behind all of this, and poor Digby dying like that is so awful. Lady Cordelia shuddered. It's frightening. You must be very careful, Cordelia, until the police make an arrest. Matthew, Kitty, you are investigating all of this. Have you any ideas? Nathan looked at them. We are liaising with Inspector Lewis and have passed some information on to him. Kitty phrased her response carefully. If the murderer thought she and Matt might be close to uncovering them, then they could find themselves on the list to be killed alongside Lady Cordelia. I think the police should be doing more to protect Cordelia, a guard on her door or something. Lady Iolanthe looked at her stepdaughter with concern. It would be so difficult, I think, Lady Cordelia said. The business with the knife, the ground-up glass, a push on the stairs, and now the chocolates. Whoever wishes to harm me could strike anywhere at any time. I don't see how the police could protect me from that. There was a note of resigned hopelessness in her voice. Even so, my dear, you must take basic precautions. Lock your bedroom door at night. Don't go anywhere alone. Do you agree, Mrs. Bryant? Lady Iolanthe looked at Kitty. I think that what you are suggesting is very wise. Let us hope that Inspector Lewis discovers who is behind this very soon, before anyone else gets hurt, Kitty agreed. I intend to make sure my bedroom door is locked tonight, Mildred Cross declared, as she set her coffee cup aside and prepared to take up her knitting. Perhaps a sensible enough precaution for all of us. Dr. Moore returned his empty cup to the trolley. It is frightening. I hope the police will let us return to London soon. Coming back here seems to have made everything worse, Rachel said. Kitty couldn't help but agree with the girl. It seemed that Lady Cordelia, wishing to try to recover her memories of last August, had certainly provoked the killer into striking again. Chapter 12. Kitty's mind was uneasy as they retired to bed for the night. Matt was unusually silent, and she was concerned that the events of the day were troubling him. Since his time in the Great War, he had been left with more than the physical scarring to his shoulder and chest. There were other much deeper, invisible scars too. He couldn't bear confined spaces, a legacy from the deep, muddy trenches that would sometimes collapse without warning, suffocating and crushing men and horses alike. Sudden, unexpected loud noises were distressing. He also had nightmares and would sleepwalk or destroy things without being aware of what he had done. At home, they had separate, linking bedrooms. Sometimes he knew when he was likely to have a bad night, at other times it happened without warning. Since their marriage, the incidents had become less severe and less frequent, but Kitty knew the signs and the likely triggers for such an event. After the visit to Dr. Kelly and his wife, she was concerned that tonight would not be an easy one for Matt. Talking about the past could well stir up her husband's subconscious memories. She had only been asleep for a short while when Matt began to toss and turn, groaning and muttering in his sleep. Kitty was used to the signs and rose quietly from the bed,
pulling on her thick flannel dressing gown and sheepskin-lined slippers. She checked the room to ensure there was nothing breakable and slipped out onto the silent landing, locking the bedroom door behind her. She knew that if she waited for an hour or so, then Matt would probably settle and she could safely return to their room. The air on the landing was cold, and she decided to head downstairs in the hope that one of the rooms would be a little warmer. Patterson would have put out the fires before he had retired to bed, a common practice to reduce the risk of a hot coal escaping the hearth and starting a conflagration during the night. If she were fortunate, there might be enough life in the embers to warm herself for an hour. She crept silently down the stairs towards the hall, not bothering to put on a light. There was enough moonlight from the stained glass landing windows and the glass around the front door to show her the way. To her surprise, when she reached the foot of the stairs, she heard the faint sound of what seemed to be a quarrel emanating from the billiard room. She crept quietly along the corridor, curious to discover who else might be around at that time of night and what they were discussing. Her heart was thumping as she sidled along the corridor towards the partly open door. It sounded like a man and a woman. Kitty got as near to the opening as she dared and flattened her back against the wainscoting as she unashamedly eavesdropped.
Rachel, this is madness. It has to stop for all our sakes. Cordelia is your sister.
Kitty recognized Nathan's deep voice.
Then why don't you tell her the truth? Rachel asked.
Because there is no truth. This is all in your head. Cordelia and I are engaged to be married. We are going to set a date for the wedding soon, Nathan said.
It's because she's rich, isn't it? You and your mother only care about the money and maintaining your lifestyle. I heard Digby talking to your mother.
Rachel's voice held a bitter note.
I have money too, you know.
Digby was discussing something else, nothing to do with me or with Cordelia. You are just being ridiculous, Nathan retorted.
Kitty heard the floorboards creak, and she was ready to run should either Nathan or Rachel emerge from the room into the hall.
I don't think so. What if I go to her and tell her? I could go and confess everything, throw myself at her mercy. Do you think she would forgive you?
Rachel asked.
What is there to tell? You have nothing to show her, no proof of anything. Who is she more likely to believe?
Nathan's voice took on a harsher tone.
I'm serious, Nate. You need to make a choice, and if you won't do it willingly, then I'm prepared to force your hand.
Rachel's voice sounded a little closer, and Kitty began to edge away from the door.
Do what you want, Rachel. You will anyway, but I am marrying Cordelia, Nathan said.
Kitty scurried quickly and quietly along the hall into the drawing room, her pulse thudding in her veins. A moment later, she heard footsteps pass the drawing room door and the stair treads creak as someone ran lightly up the stairs. She pressed her hand to her heart and waited in the darkness of the drawing room for whoever had remained in the billiard room to emerge and go to bed. To her horror, she heard more footsteps, but this time they continued into the drawing room, a mere couple of feet from where she was standing behind the open door, her back to the wall. In the faint light from the hall, Kitty watched as Nathan walked over to the fireplace. She quickly crouched down to conceal herself behind the sofa. Hopefully, she would be hidden from sight should he turn around. The fire in the hearth was almost out. Only a couple of coals glowed amongst the ashes. Nathan leaned against the mantelpiece, staring down at the coals, as if making a decision. Kitty peeked out from her hiding place, scarcely daring to breathe. Her heart was beating so loudly now she thought he must be able to hear it in the silent room. After a moment, she saw him reach into the pocket of his evening jacket and take out a folded sheet of paper. He tore it in two and bent down to the glowing coals. The paper flared into flame, and he dropped the pieces in the hearth before turning and walking swiftly away, without a glance at Kitty's hiding place. As soon as Kitty heard his footsteps on the stairs, she darted forwards from her position. She peered at the fireplace and hoped she was not too late, and that some fragment of whatever Nathan had been burning was still there. A couple of charred pieces of thick notepaper smouldered on the ash. Using the tongs, she plucked them out swiftly before they could be completely destroyed. She picked them from the tongs and blew on them to extinguish the flames. She stifled an oath as she singed her fingertips. Kitty dropped the fragments into a nearby empty glass ashtray while she cooled down her hot fingertips. She placed the tongs back with the other fire irons. All was now silent upstairs, and she hoped Nathan and Rachel had returned to their respective rooms. The light in the room was too poor to see if there was anything on the scraps of paper she had salvaged. Kitty decided to risk turning on one of the nearest silk-shaded lamps. Thanks to Nathan folding the paper before tearing it and consigning it to the flames, she found she could open the fragments up. The first fragment said, in spidery black ink, "Know what you did." Kitty frowned and opened the other piece, hoping it would provide more of a clue about what the note had said and who may have sent it. £500 or Digby. Kitty sank down on the edge of the chair and stared at the pieces of paper. She glanced at the fire grate, just in case there were any more pieces that she might have missed. The flames had died back again now, and nothing else remained visible except ash and the embers that had been visible previously. She picked up the pieces of paper from the ashtray and carefully brushed away any traces of dirt from the fire before stowing them in her dressing-gown pocket. It seemed plain to her that the note Nathan had been attempting to destroy was some kind of blackmail letter. More importantly, it had been seemingly sent to Nathan by the man who had died that afternoon. Rachel had implied that Digby had said something to Sir Victor about Nathan and his mother. Did that mean that Digby's death wasn't a random, accidental killing after all? The clock on the marble mantelpiece emitted 3 soft, silvery chimes, reminding her that she really should think about returning to bed. She shivered and turned off the lamp before making her way quietly back up the stairs. Kitty unlocked her bedroom door and peeped inside, thankful to see that Matt was still in bed and appeared to be sleeping peacefully. She slipped off her robe and slippers to snuggle carefully in beside him. There would be a lot to tell him in the morning. Kitty was sleeping peacefully when Matt woke the next day. His head ached, and he knew he had been dreaming during the night. He immediately looked around the room, aware there was a possibility that he could have been sleepwalking. To his relief, everything appeared much as he had left it, except Kitty must have cleared everything from the top of the dressing table at some point. The silver-backed brushes and the papier-mâché tray with her beads in had gone. He relaxed back and tugged his pillows more firmly under his head, before scrubbing at his face with his hands to try and wake himself up properly. A glance at the leather-cased travelling clock on the bedside cabinet revealed it was 7:30. Out in the corridor, he could already hear the faint sounds of the rest of the household stirring. He moved his position slightly, and Kitty opened one blue-grey eye to peer at him sleepily.
"Morning, sleepyhead."
He smiled at her, admiring the halo of fluffy blonde curls framing her face. "What time is it?" she asked. He told her, and she wrinkled her nose. "Oh, I'm so tired. I was up most of the night, sleuthing."
"What did you do?"
he asked. Knowing Kitty, it could be anything. She turned over onto her back and propped herself up. "Well, you'll never believe what I found out." She explained what had happened and what she'd heard before retrieving her dressing-gown to show him the pieces of the note.
"I think you're right. This does look as if Digby was asking Nathan for money. But is this about Sir Victor and Lady Cordelia, or about his affair with Rachel?"
Matt asked. "I don't know, but it made me question if Digby's death was the random mishap that we all think it is," Kitty said.
Interesting question. Although Mildred said she ate one of the Brazil nuts from the box.
Matt glanced at her. "I could understand someone wishing to poison Mildred," Kitty said. "But if Nathan were responsible, he'd know that his mother would be unlikely to choose a fondant-filled chocolate."
Sir Victor disapproved of the engagement. Did he know about the affair with Rachel? But why would Nathan attack Lady Cordelia? Matt asked.
"Rachel said last night that she had money, but I assume less than her stepsister. I wonder who gets Lady Cordelia's money if she dies. Perhaps Lady Iolanthe? Or Rachel? Or even Nathan, if she has a will and has named him." Kitty frowned.
"We need to talk to Nathan and to Lady Cordelia,"
Matt said. "Before we hand this over to Inspector Lewis?" Kitty asked with a sigh.
"Definitely before we give those pieces of paper to the inspector," Matt said. "Come on, let's go down to breakfast and see who is around."
When they entered the dining room, only Dr. Moore was present. He was seated on one side of the long table, tucking into a plate of bacon and eggs. "Good morning," Kitty said, as she took a seat opposite him.
"Good morning, my dear."
He nodded cheerfully at her and murmured a cheery greeting to Matt before continuing to eat. Matt helped himself to food from the covered silver dishes on top of the small spirit burners on the sideboard. As usual, there was a splendid selection of bacon, sausages, devilled kidneys, mushrooms, and even kippers. His plate full, he came to sit beside Kitty.
"I trust you both slept well?"
Dr. Moore asked.
"Very well, thank you, sir."
Matt exchanged a quick glance with Kitty.
"Such a dreadful day yesterday."
Dr. Moore sighed as he added more pepper to the top of his fried egg. "Were you there when Digby was taken ill?" Kitty asked.
"Yes, I had just been to my room to collect my book. Mildred was knitting, as usual, beside the fireplace, and Nathan had come down from seeing Lady Cordelia. The chocolates were open on the coffee table, and Digby was helping himself. I said, 'Oh, those look nice.' Nathan said Lady Cordelia had sent them downstairs. They were a gift from a friend, and we were to help ourselves."
He paused to eat a piece of bacon and egg.
"The next thing was I thought Digby was choking. He collapsed as if he were fighting for air. Then he was gone. I rushed to try and help him, but I saw the blue tinge all around his lips, and I knew something was dreadfully wrong."
"Oh, my goodness. How absolutely awful," Kitty said, as she poured tea for herself and Matt from the china teapot on the table.
"Nathan rushed to assist me, but I waved him back. I said I thought something was amiss and the police should be called," Dr. Moore said.
"I presume that was when it was noticed that the chocolates had been tampered with?" Matt asked.
"Indeed. It was clear to me that Digby had ingested poison. The chocolates were an obvious source. I took the liberty of examining a couple and saw they had been tampered with."
Dr. Moore shook his head.
"Poor Digby. Those chocolates had obviously been intended for Lady Cordelia."
"I see," Kitty said, as she stood to get herself some eggs from the sideboard.
"I presume we arrived shortly after the police got here?" Matt asked. "Yes, I think so. That Inspector Lewis came very promptly. The police moved Digby to another room to await the coroner, and then you and Mrs. Bryant returned. Lady Iolanthe came downstairs when she heard the kerfuffle, as did Lady Cordelia. I think Rachel was somewhere in the garden when everything happened. Mildred, of course, was hysterical."
Dr. Moore placed his cutlery down carefully on his empty plate. "Did you know Digby White well, Dr. Moore?" Kitty asked as she sat back down and helped herself to toast from the silver toast rack.
"Quite well, my dear. He was an old friend of Sir Victor's, as well as being his financial adviser. He spent a great deal of time at the house since he was a bachelor, and although Sir Victor was his friend, he could be quite demanding,"
Dr. Moore said, picking up his teacup. "Sir Victor seems to have taken up a lot of your time too," Kitty said, as she applied butter to her toast. "Lady Iolanthe's health, for instance, and then poor Lady Cordelia as she recovered from her injuries. Did you attend Sir Victor in a medical capacity too?" Dr. Moore smiled gently over the brim of his cup.
"Sir Victor was in fairly fine fettle for a man of his age. No, I didn't attend him. Lady Iolanthe, however, is not a well lady, and her illness is quite debilitating. Both she and Sir Victor felt it wise to keep me close at hand. Lady Cordelia has her own therapist, who is working with her to try and recover her memory. I merely ensure she does not overtire herself."
"Digby was still assisting Lady Iolanthe with Sir Victor's financial affairs, wasn't he?" Matt asked.
"Yes, Lady Iolanthe doesn't have a business mindset, and Sir Victor's affairs were quite complex. I don't know how she will manage now. Digby had a lot of business experience."
Dr. Moore frowned. "I suppose Digby was quite well off in his own right. I presume he was well paid for his work. It was very time-consuming," Kitty said. Dr. Moore gave her a slightly disapproving glance.
"I imagine so, my dear. He certainly always appeared well set up. He had a nice flat in London, although he rarely stayed there. He was a very social man, and knew a good many people."
Matt thought Kitty's question was a good one. If Digby White was financially well set up, why would he have asked Nathan for money? Chapter 13. Rachel arrived as Dr. Moore was leaving the table, having finished his breakfast. Kitty thought the girl looked tired this morning. The clear, bright sunshine pouring into the dining room highlighted the shadows beneath her eyes. The servants brought in a fresh rack of toast and more tea. After wishing Kitty and Matt good morning in a dull voice, Rachel seated herself, selected a triangle of toast, and applied a smear of butter. "Did you sleep well last night?" Kitty asked her. Rachel gave a faint shake of her head. "Not really, I'm afraid. There were too many things playing on my mind." The girl nibbled listlessly at the corner of her toast.
"Yes, I can understand that. Yesterday was pretty dreadful. Poor Mr. White's death was the most horrid shock,"
Matt said. "It was frightful. I came in from the garden and he was just lying there on the carpet with Dr. Moore and Nathan crouching over him." The girl shivered dramatically. Mildred, of course, was having a fit of the vapours, clutching her heart and creating such a fuss. Mother heard her from upstairs, and she and Cordelia came rushing down. Kitty could picture the scene all too well. Then Dr. Moore suggested that the police should be called. Rachel nodded. "I couldn't understand why at first. I thought Digby had suffered a heart attack. He never looked the healthiest of men." The situation must have been made worse when Dr. Moore said he thought Digby had been poisoned, Kitty said. "Yes, but I didn't know what he meant until he looked at the chocolates. Nathan said they had been sent to Cordelia." Rachel shivered. "It was just awful." She placed her half-eaten slice of toast back down on her plate.
"Digby was very helpful to your mother, I think,"
Matt suggested as he poured himself a second cup of tea. "Oh, yes, he was. He gave her lots of good advice. Sir Victor's business affairs were quite complicated, and she would have been lost without Digby. She paid him well for his work, though. It's a good thing Mother was well provided for in Sir Victor's will." Rachel toyed with her discarded toast. "I presume Lady Cordelia was also left a substantial inheritance?" Kitty glanced at Rachel. "Yes, she was. Most of her money is in trust until she marries or her 25th birthday. Her late mother left her a large sum of money too, which forms a large part of it." Rachel seemed thoughtful. "Did you inherit anything from your stepfather?" Kitty asked, in a gentle tone. Rachel looked at her, the question jolting her from her reverie. "What? Oh, yes, he did leave a provision for me too. He was a generous man. He always treated me like his own daughter. He tried to make sure I was equal to Cordelia." She gave a wan smile. "I'm so sorry. You must miss him terribly," Kitty said. "I do. He was good to my mother. It was very hard after my father died. Mother's health has never been good, and my grandmother made some dreadful accusations. Mud sticks, doesn't it, even when it had no foundation in the truth. I was very young and caught in the middle of it all. Granny wanted me to live with her, so she tried everything she could to get me away from Mother. Sir Victor was like a white knight, coming to Mother's rescue. He never doubted her, not once." Rachel's eyes grew dreamy. "And you gained a father and a sister. That must have been nice to have a sister of a similar age. I'm an only child, and I lost my mother when I was young. I would have loved a sister. That's why I enjoy spending time with my cousin Lucy. She was an only child too and felt the same way." Kitty smiled encouragingly at Rachel. "Cordelia has always been kind to me. She shared things and has never made me feel as if I'm not part of her family." Rachel's dark head drooped, and Kitty caught the shimmer of unshed tears in the girl's eyes. "That's what makes it all worse." She abandoned her breakfast and hurried away from the dining table. "Oh dear." Kitty looked at Matt. He raised his eyebrows and took a sip of tea. Kitty wondered if Rachel was feeling guilty about her illicit affair with her stepsister's fiancé. The girl's reaction certainly seemed to indicate that was the way the wind was blowing. She finished eating her breakfast and poured some more tea into her cup to wash down her toast. Nathan Cross came into the dining room just as they were finishing.
"Good morning,"
He greeted them both in an easy manner. Kitty and Matt murmured a response. Kitty couldn't help feeling uncomfortable after what she had witnessed and after talking to Rachel. He helped himself to a hearty breakfast and carried his laden plate to the table before taking his seat.
Splendid day for the time of year. Might pop down to the yachts afterwards. I think there is one there I raced last year,
Nathan observed, taking up his cutlery. It seems to be a nice day. It certainly looks very sunny out, Kitty agreed. Unlike Rachel, Nathan seemed unaffected by the conversation Kitty had overheard just a few hours earlier. Do you know if Lady Cordelia is joining us for breakfast this morning? Kitty asked. Nathan swallowed a mouthful of bacon.
I haven't seen her yet this morning. I think yesterday really upset her. It's a frightening business thinking someone is trying to kill you.
Yes, I'm sure it is, Kitty said. Do you have any ideas about who it might be, or any reason why someone would wish to harm her? She asked. She was interested to hear his response to her question. Nathan chewed slowly as he considered her question.
I must admit, I've racked my brains over it. I don't know of anyone who would wish to harm Cordelia. She's a really nice, kind person. Everyone who meets her likes her, he said. Sometimes, though, the motive isn't personal. It may be someone who may benefit financially from her death, perhaps, Matt suggested.
Nathan chuckled.
That's not very likely, I don't think. Cordelia's trust money, if she died before we married, would go to her stepmother. I know she has put my name as beneficiary for her personal money and property.
Kitty looked at Matt.
What about her stepsister, Rachel? Does she benefit at all?
Matt asked in a casual tone. Nathan frowned and ate more of his sausage.
I think perhaps Cordelia has earmarked some of her jewellery for her. Rachel is very jealous of Cordelia, you know.
Oh? Kitty said. She wondered if this was Nathan about to try and pave the way to discredit any claim that Rachel might make about him or a relationship. Nathan ate more of his breakfast and continued.
I think it's because Rachel's father was quite a nasty piece of work by all accounts. Sir Victor and Cordelia were very close, and even though Sir Victor was very good to Rachel, I think she still resented Cordelia's bond with him.
Kitty could understand that. The night of her party, when Sir Victor was killed, he'd given Rachel a very generous birthday gift.
Yes, a super set of diamond jewellery. There was no expense spared at the party either. We'd all had a marvellous evening,
Nathan agreed. Until afterwards, when you returned here, and Sir Victor and Cordelia failed to come home, Kitty said. Nathan scraped up the last bit of egg from his plate.
Yes, that's right.
Kitty wanted to ask more questions, but she felt they really should speak to Lady Cordelia first. The whole conversation with Nathan had left her feeling tense and uneasy. Matt seemed to sense her feelings and plucked his linen napkin from his lap, dropping it onto the table.
I think we'll head for the drawing room and wait for Lady Cordelia to come downstairs, he said, rising from his seat.
Kitty gladly followed him, and they left Nathan to finish his breakfast in peace. The drawing room was deserted, and a small fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth. "Oh, Matt, what should we do?" Kitty asked, as she curled up in the chair nearest to the fire.
I think we need to speak to Lady Cordelia, and then I think we should talk to Inspector Lewis.
Matt's expression was grim. "It doesn't look good, does it? Do you think he could be behind it all?" Kitty asked. Matt took the chair opposite hers.
I don't understand, though, why he would have attacked Lady Cordelia the night Sir Victor died, or why try and kill her now. It would be in his interest to marry her as quickly as possible. Financially, it would give him more money. He may have never intended to harm Lady Cordelia in August. He may not have realized she was there until after the fatal blow was struck. He may then have thought he was safe until she started remembering things. If she dies now, then he would still be much better off financially, Matt said.
"Do you think Rachel is in on it?" Kitty asked. Matt stared into the fire, watching the flames dancing over the glowing coals.
I don't think so. There's no evidence to support that idea, and you didn't overhear anything last night which gave you that impression, did you?
Kitty shook her head. No. What do you think about Digby White's death?
You mean, did he intend to murder Digby? Matt asked. I don't know. He knew his mother was unlikely to select a cream-filled chocolate, but he couldn't have known for certain that Lady Cordelia would send the box down for everyone to share, Matt said.
Unless she had done so before, but Dr. Moore or Rachel could have eaten a chocolate and been killed just as easily, or Lady Iolanthe. It feels like that was too risky. But then there are those pieces of that note I rescued from the fire last night, Kitty said.
It seemed clear that Digby was asking for money to stay quiet about something, but, as we said earlier, was that the affair with Rachel, or was it about something else?
Kitty knew what Matt meant. Digby was a wealthy man. Why was he asking Nathan for money at all? Why would he not just have told Lady Cordelia or the police what he knew? Kitty said.
The drawing-room door opened as she finished speaking, and Kitty said nothing else.
Kitty, Matt, I wondered if I would find you here.
Lady Cordelia entered the room and came to stand by the fire, holding her hands towards the flames to warm them.
Are you cold? Come and sit here.
Kitty immediately jumped up from her chair and perched herself on a tapestry-covered stool beside Matt's seat. Lady Cordelia sank down on the freshly vacated seat. She was dressed in a dark blue corded pinafore dress, and her skin looked paler than ever against the dark-coloured cloth.
This must be such an ordeal for you, Kitty said. Is there anything we can do to help you?
It's like living in a nightmare. I jump at my own shadow. I thought coming back here we would go down to the harbour and I'd remember things. That I would know who killed my father and who was trying to kill me. Then it would all be over. And I'd be safe again. I could marry Nathan and carry on.
Lady Cordelia bit her lip. And now Digby White is dead, and everything has become much more serious, Matt said.
Lady Cordelia nodded. We could ask Inspector Lewis if you could leave here. Stay perhaps in one of the hotels nearby, while everyone else remains here at the house. I could go with you. You might be safer until whoever is doing this is caught, Kitty suggested.
Thank you, but I think whoever is behind this is truly determined. I don't think I shall be safe anywhere until they are behind bars,
Lady Cordelia said.
Do you have any idea at all who may be doing this? Anyone who may have a grudge or who benefits financially? Matt asked.
Lady Cordelia gave a helpless shrug.
I really have no idea at all. I don't have any enemies. I haven't quarrelled with anyone.
And financially, who would benefit from your death? Matt asked.
Lady Cordelia frowned. Well, my trust fund would revert to my stepmother, except for my own personal money and the money my mother left for me. I put Nathan as my beneficiary for that, obviously. Rachel would inherit my jewellery and a few personal things, and I have small bequests to a couple of friends. Surely, though, you can't think my stepmother killed my father. She is too weak to have chased me across the quayside and battered me around the head with a wooden post. She stopped suddenly, a stricken look on her face. Lady Cordelia, what is it?
Kitty took one of the girl's cold hands in hers.
I said a wooden post. The police didn't know what had been used to hit my father or me. I just remembered and said it. It was a big piece of timber. There had been some on a pile by the quay where the yacht was moored.
She gave Kitty a distressed look.
I remember gloved hands and holding up my arms to protect myself.
Matt rose and went to the cocktail cabinet. He returned quickly and pressed a small tumbler of brandy into Lady Cordelia's shaking hands. Just take a sip to collect yourself. This has been a nasty shock for you.
Lady Cordelia complied with his instructions, her white, even teeth chattering against the rim of the glass. Should we fetch Dr. Moore? Kitty asked her.
No, really. I'll be all right in just a moment,
Lady Cordelia said. She took another tiny sip of the brandy, the spirit seeming to assist her in recovering herself. Once Lady Cordelia seemed more composed, Matt resumed his questions.
What about your fiancé, Nathan? You said he was your beneficiary should something happen to you.
Lady Cordelia looked at him blankly for a moment. Yes, he is. And I am his beneficiary should, heaven forbid, something happen to him. His work is very dangerous. The sea is unpredictable. If you are implying Nathan would hurt me, that's impossible. He'd never harm me. He loves me.
Matt's gaze met Kitty's.
Lady Cordelia, Have you ever had any reason, however small, to doubt Nathan? I know that seems a strange question, but we have to ask it. Kitty hoped she had phrased the question delicately enough. Lady Cordelia stared at her in astonishment. No, never. Nathan truly loves me. He would never do anything to hurt me. She took another sip from her brandy, her face showing her bewilderment at Kitty's question.
What about Nathan and Rachel? Do they get on well together? Matt asked.
Nathan and Rachel? Well, they get along all right, I suppose. Rachel has something of a crush on Nathan, so she can be rather clingy sometimes, so he gets irritated and they bicker. Why? You've never thought that there might be anything else going on in their relationship?
Kitty couldn't think how else to ask the question. She didn't want to distress Lady Cordelia any further, but she wanted to know the girl's thoughts. Lady Cordelia set the half-empty brandy glass down on the table.
I don't follow you. Are you implying that there is something else going on between them? An affair, is that what you mean?
She looked directly at Kitty. Kitty's expression must have betrayed her, because the last traces of colour leached from Lady Cordelia's face.
You are, aren't you? You think that Nathan and Rachel... No, that's wrong. It can't be true. Nathan loves me. We are going to be married.
Lady Cordelia's gaze dropped to the pear-shaped diamond of her engagement ring sparkling in the morning sunshine.
I don't know what to say. Excuse me, I think I need to go to my room to think. I have to telephone Dr. Sempleton Smith.
She fled from the drawing-room, as if someone were chasing after her.
Oh dear, Kitty said. That didn't go well.
Chapter 14. I think we need to appraise Inspector Lewis of everything we have discovered so far. If Nathan is guilty, and he is trying to remove evidence, the police will need to act fast. If Lady Cordelia confronts him, then she could be placing herself in mortal peril, Matt said.
Kitty nodded. I don't see any other option. It does look quite black.
Matt rose and went to the telephone and dialed the number for the local police station. After a minute's conversation, he replaced the black Bakelite receiver on the rest. The inspector will be here very shortly.
I wonder where Nathan has gone now. He mentioned going down to the harbour to see the yachts. We need to make sure Lady Cordelia doesn't speak to him until the police arrive, Kitty said.
I'll wait here for Inspector Lewis. You go on upstairs and keep an eye on Cordelia's room from the landing, Matt suggested. Kitty left Matt to wait for the police and hurried up the stairs. Their bedroom was not far from Lady Cordelia's, so she stationed herself in a small alcove nearby. Lady Iolanthe came out of her room and stopped when she saw Kitty.
Oh, good morning, Kitty. You startled me, my dear.
She pressed a hand over her heart.
I'm sorry. I was just waiting for Matt.
Kitty made up an excuse without thinking it through. Lady Iolanthe glanced towards Kitty's closed bedroom door with a slightly puzzled expression.
I see.
It was clear that the older woman didn't really understand why Kitty would be loitering on the landing instead of being in her bedroom.
Are you recovered from yesterday?
Kitty asked, hoping to change the subject of conversation. Lady Iolanthe wrung her hands together.
Not really. Poor Digby. He was such a support to me, especially after Victor was killed. I hate all of this. I hate being here, this house, everything. I only agreed to come for Cordelia's sake. The poor girl has been through so much. Now I wish we had just locked the place up and never set foot here again.
It must be very hard for you, Kitty said. You must have come to know Digby very well. Did he ever mention any financial issues of his own to you, or confide any concerns? Lady Iolanthe looked blankly at her.
No, not at all.
Digby was a wealthy man in his own right. He received a generous salary from Victor, of course, and from me. He owned a very nice apartment in a good part of London, and a little pied-à-terre in Worthing, where he would go for weekends.
No, he never appeared to have any worries of any kind in that way.
I see.
Did Digby have a sweet tooth, do you know? Was he fond of chocolate?
Kitty asked.
Oh, goodness, yes. He loved cake, pudding, and anything like that. Victor used to tease him about it.
The older woman smiled at the memory, before looking hard at Kitty.
These are rather strange questions, Mrs. Bryant. Are you concerned that Digby's death may have more behind it than an accidental poisoning? Lady Iolanthe was clearly an intelligent woman. We don't know, but it is a possibility that we have to consider, Kitty said. I expect you do. No doubt the police will be doing the same thing. She sighed gently after she spoke. This whole affair is very frightening. I am afraid for Cordelia. She glanced at the girl's closed bedroom door. Please, whatever happens, do protect her. I am very fond of her. She is like a daughter to me, and all I have left of Victor. Matt and I will do our best, Kitty promised. The older woman seemed satisfied with her response and glided away downstairs, leaving Kitty to her vigil. It was not long after Lady Iolanthe had gone downstairs that a uniformed constable appeared on the landing, his round, rosy face flushed with importance. "Excuse me, miss, but do you know which room belongs to Mr. Nathan Cross?" "That door down there, on the end." Kitty indicated the relevant door, and he bustled away. He had scarcely entered Nathan's room when Mildred Cross emerged from her bedroom. "Mrs. Bryant, was that a policeman I just saw going into Nathan's room? Is something wrong? Has someone attacked my son?" She hurried along the landing, her tapestry knitting bag on her arm. "Not that I'm aware, Mrs. Cross. Perhaps we should go downstairs. The inspector is probably there and you can speak to him yourself," Kitty suggested. Mrs. Cross headed for the stairs with Kitty following behind her. As they descended, Kitty could see Matt deep in conversation with the inspector in the hallway. "Inspector! Inspector!" Mrs. Cross advanced on Inspector Lewis, waving an imperious hand at him. "Yes, madam. May I help you?" the inspector asked. Kitty sidled down the hallway to stand beside Matt. "I certainly hope so. There is a policeman upstairs in my son's room. I demand to know what's going on." Mildred tapped the toe of her patent leather slipper on the hall floor and glared at Inspector Lewis. "It's a police matter, madam. I'm afraid I can't be more specific than that at present," the inspector said as he went to move away. "Does my son know about this gross invasion of his privacy? Has something happened to him?" Mildred pursued the inspector along the hall. "As I said, madam, I am not at liberty to say more at present." Inspector Lewis had almost made it to the front door. The constable, who had been upstairs, chose that moment to hurtle back down again. "Inspector Lewis, sir!" The inspector brushed past Mildred to meet the man at the foot of the stairs. Kitty and Matt also took a few steps closer in order to see and hear what was going on. As she peered around Matt's shoulder, Kitty saw the constable was holding a small object wrapped in a large white handkerchief in his hand. Lady Iolanthe emerged into the hall from the drawing-room, presumably alerted by the commotion. "May I ask what's going on?" She looked at the inspector. "Begging your pardon, sir, my lady." The constable nodded deferentially at Lady Iolanthe. "Following your instructions, sir, I found this in Mr. Cross's room, concealed under his clean underwear." The constable folded back the white handkerchief to show the inspector a gold pocket watch on a broken chain. Lady Iolanthe paled and swayed on her feet. "That's Victor's watch. It's the one that was stolen the night he was killed. I recognize the little nick near the winder. It's engraved on the back." Matt reached out his arm to steady her, taking her weight as she sagged against him. The watch looked a little battered, and there was dirt in the engraving, as if it had been buried or hidden somewhere. "Nonsense, that can't be right. How would it get amongst Nathan's things?" Mildred demanded, as Matt half-carried Lady Iolanthe back into the drawing-room. "That is a very good question, madam. Where is your son now?" Inspector Lewis asked. "I haven't seen him yet this morning." Mildred looked confused and frightened. "I believe Nathan said he intended to go to the harbour this morning," Kitty said. "Good work, Constable." Inspector Lewis took the pocket watch in its wrapping and placed it securely in the inside breast pocket of his jacket. "Come with me. We need to apprehend Mr. Cross. It seems he has some questions to answer." "Wait, come back this instant!" Mildred chased after the two men, but they were much swifter and were gone before she reached the front door. "Well, really!" Mildred stamped her foot indignantly and marched back along the hall to Kitty. "I suppose this is all yours and your husband's doing, poking around, casting suspicion on innocent people." Mildred sniffed and headed back upstairs. "My poor boy," she muttered. Matt poured another tumbler of brandy and gave it to Lady Iolanthe. She was seated on the sofa, her handkerchief in her hand.
Here, drink this. That must have been a terrible shock,
Matt said, as he offered her the crystal glass.
The woman accepted the drink, but merely held the glass, cradling her hand around it.
I don't understand, Captain Bryant. What on earth was Victor's pocket watch doing amongst Nathan's things?
She shook her head in bewilderment. Matt looked up as Kitty came to join him.
The police have gone down to the harbour to look for Nathan. Mildred has gone back upstairs, she said. I presume you talked to Inspector Lewis, and he sent the constable to Nathan's room to look for evidence?
Matt nodded.
This nightmare seems to be getting worse and worse.
Lady Iolanthe pressed the fingers of her free hand against her temple.
I'm so sorry, Kitty said.
Matt could see his wife was concerned for the older woman.
Should we send for Dr. Moore? Is your head bad?
Kitty asked. Lady Iolanthe gave a small, sad smile.
Thank you, my dear, but I have taken all the medication I am allowed already today. It was just the shock of seeing Victor's watch again after all these months. The circumstances in which it has been found are also deeply worrying.
I can understand, Kitty said sympathetically.
Cordelia! Where is Cordelia? Is she upstairs? Does she know about any of this?
Lady Iolanthe rose suddenly from her seat, her hands shaking as she pushed the tumbler of brandy back towards Matt.
Oh, someone needs to be with her.
Please sit down, my lady. Let Kitty go. You may be needed here,
Matt suggested, looking at his wife.
Yes, Matt's right. Do sit down. I'll run upstairs.
Kitty suited her actions to her words and darted away, leaving Matt with Lady Iolanthe. Lady Iolanthe subsided into the chair once more, wringing her hands together as she did so.
Captain Bryant, this business with Victor's watch, do the police believe Nathan is the one behind all of this?
She raised an anguished gaze to meet his.
There is some evidence that could mean that he may be implicated, but it is circumstantial, except for this new discovery of your late husband's watch,
Matt said.
I can't believe he would be capable of such a thing. I know Victor had his reservations about their engagement, but not this. Never this.
She shook her head in disbelief.
What were your husband's reservations? Did he talk to you about his concerns?
Matt asked.
Nathan's occupation is a dangerous one, and expensive. He was uncertain about the depth of Nathan's feelings for Cordelia. She is a wealthy young woman, and will be even richer when she receives the moneys her late mother left for her. He implied to me that he thought Nathan might be unfaithful. Then, of course, there is Mildred. Digby, too, had some worries about it all.
Lady Iolanthe waved her hands in an expressive gesture.
Ah, yes, Mrs. Cross is quite a strong character,
Matt said diplomatically. Lady Iolanthe gave a wry smile.
That is one way of putting it. She is a dreadful social climber, and inclined to intrude in every part of Nathan's life. By extension, this would also affect Cordelia. My stepdaughter is a gentle and generous soul. I think Victor feared they would take advantage of her. He and Digby were looking into ways to ensure she would be protected financially should the marriage go ahead.
I see. Was Nathan aware of this, do you know?
Matt asked.
I believe he had an idea of it.
There was an argument about 2 weeks before we came here, back in London.
Victor had discovered that Cordelia had made Nathan a beneficiary in her will, and he was upset about it. He tried to talk to her, but she was adamant, saying that it was reciprocal. They made up, of course. Victor could never stay cross at Cordelia for long. She sighed gently.
What about Nathan's relationships with the others? Rachel, for instance,
Matt asked. He was keen to find out if her mother knew anything at all about her daughter's affair. Lady Iolanthe frowned.
Rachel is a very passionate girl. It's her nature. She is very fond of Nathan, fonder of him than he is for her, I think. She is either all for someone or very against them.
Your husband was very good to your daughter,
Matt said. Lady Iolanthe picked up her brandy and took a small sip.
Yes, Victor was kind to her. He was very generous. He made a big fuss of her birthday and treated her exactly as he did Cordelia. He always tried to make things equal between them, to foster a sisterly feeling. I think that came from losing Camilla and their baby.
Her eyes sparkled now with unshed tears. My own first marriage was most unhappy. Rachel suffered a good deal from my mother-in-law's false machinations and accusations.
So Victor tried to compensate for that?
Lady Iolanthe nodded. He did. He was very like Cordelia in that he was generous and compassionate. He tried to show Rachel that she was as much his child as Cordelia was.
He was the best stepfather to her. I miss him terribly, even more so now when I know.
Her voice tailed away.
What is it?
Matt asked. His voice was gentle.
I promise that whatever you tell me you can say in confidence.
He sensed she wanted to impart something but was hesitating.
You must promise me that this will not go any further than you and presumably Kitty. Only Dr. Moore knows the truth. Victor and I learned it just before he died. I'm dying, Captain Bryant. These headaches are from a tumor pressing on my brain. I don't know how much time I have left. There is no treatment possible. The doctors have told me they can only treat my symptoms. I don't want Rachel or Cordelia to know, not yet. Especially Rachel. She has had so much sorrow in her life. I'd like her to at least have these final months unclouded.
Lady Iolanthe took hold of Matt with her free hand, squeezing his fingers hard.
Promise me you will say nothing.
Of course I promise,
Matt agreed. She released her hold on his hand.
Thank you. I must confess it is a relief to have told someone else.
I understand. Secrets, even when well-intended, can weigh heavily on one's conscience,
Matt said. Without warning, the door to the drawing room burst open, and Rachel appeared, her dark hair in disarray and her eyes wild.
Mother, have you heard? The police are arresting Nathan.
Chapter 15. Kitty rapped lightly on Lady Cordelia's bedroom door, uncertain of the reaction she would receive.
Come in.
She entered on hearing the girl's invitation and found Lady Cordelia seated at her dressing table, brushing her hair.
Kitty, has something happened? Is something wrong?
Lady Cordelia swivelled on the plush, velvet-topped stool to face her as she entered the room. Her hand stilled on her hairbrush when she saw Kitty's expression.
There has been a significant development a few minutes ago, Kitty said.
She wasn't certain how Lady Cordelia would take the news she was about to impart.
I thought I heard Mildred shouting. What is it? Have they discovered who attacked me?
Lady Cordelia appeared both excited and fearful of what Kitty was about to say. She set her silver gilt brush back down on the dressing table.
The police have discovered your father's pocket watch, Kitty said.
The one stolen when he was attacked. Where was it? Was it somewhere by the quay, or in a pawnbroker's or jeweller's? Lady Cordelia asked. Kitty shook her head. I'm afraid they found it in Nathan's room, hidden in a drawer amongst his clothing. Lady Cordelia looked bewildered.
I don't understand. Why would Nathan have father's watch? That's ridiculous.
The police have gone down to the harbour now to find him and ask him about it, Kitty said. Lady Cordelia's brow furrowed. Why were the police looking in Nathan's room? How did he have the watch? I don't know how your father's watch came to be there, but I assume the police must have had a reason to suspect Nathan is somehow involved in all of this. Kitty phrased her words carefully. She thought it best not to say that Matt had told Inspector Lewis of their concerns about Nathan, which had triggered the constable's search of his room. Lady Cordelia jumped up. No, that's not possible. Nathan would never harm me, and he wouldn't have hurt my father. There has to be some mistake. Perhaps he found the watch somewhere and was going to take it to the police, or someone else put it there. That must be it. She caught hold of Kitty's hand. You must agree, Kitty. Lady Cordelia, I think you should sit down. There are some other things I need to talk to you about. Kitty's gaze met Lady Cordelia's, and she saw the flicker of hope that had been in her eyes die away.
What kind of things?
Lady Cordelia sat down heavily on the end of her carved oak-framed bed. You will recall that I asked you earlier this morning about Nathan and Rachel's relationship? Kitty hated having to revisit the conversation that had caused her such distress the previous evening.
Yes, and I told you that there was nothing to it.
Lady Cordelia lifted her head, her eyes glinting.
I accidentally heard a conversation last night that would suggest otherwise, I'm afraid,
Kitty said. Lady Cordelia looked squarely at her, her chin tilted defiantly upwards.
I see. What exactly did you hear?
Kitty repeated what she had heard.
It was in the early hours of this morning. They were meeting secretly in the billiard room.
I see, Lady Cordelia said. There was a slight wobble in her voice.
There is something more.
Lady Cordelia gave a slight shrug.
What else?
Kitty took a breath and explained.
After Rachel left the billiard room, Nathan took out a piece of paper, tore it up and tried to burn it. I managed to retrieve a couple of fragments before they could be entirely destroyed. The note was from Digby White.
Digby?
Lady Cordelia blinked. Why would Nathan be burning a note from Digby? I'm afraid it looked very much like a blackmail letter. It looked as if Digby was asking Nathan for money.
Lady Cordelia's face paled.
Blackmail? Digby? You think Digby believed Nathan killed my father and was trying to kill me, and then he...
She faltered to a halt as the implications from Kitty's words began to sink in.
We don't know what the letter was referring to.
Kitty felt she had to be fair.
You mean it could have been about Nathan and Rachel, or it could have been about my father's death?
Lady Cordelia seemed stunned by the implications of what Kitty had just told her.
It may be that Digby's death was not an accident,
Kitty said gently.
No, you're wrong. You have to be wrong.
Lady Cordelia shook her head vigorously.
We have to trust the police to get to the truth of the matter.
Kitty hoped that Inspector Lewis was up to the mark.
You say they have gone to the harbour?
Lady Cordelia asked.
Nathan said at breakfast that he was going down to look at the yachts. I presume they will find him so they can ask him some questions. Finding your father's watch in his possession is a very worrying thing,
Kitty said. Lady Cordelia was on her feet once more and pacing back and forth on her bedroom carpet, as if trying to think.
This is such a lot to take in. I can't believe it. There has to be another explanation.
I don't know. Perhaps once the police have spoken to him, we may know more.
I'm so sorry, my dear, Kitty said. Would you like me to stay with you?
She wasn't sure how these events would affect their client, if they might trigger another rush of memories about the night of the attack, or even sheer emotional distress at her fiancé's betrayal.
Thank you, Kitty. I know that must have been hard for you telling me all of this. I think I need a little time just to process it all before I come downstairs.
Lady Cordelia sat back down, this time in one of the winged armchairs beside her bedroom fireplace. Her hands were shaking.
I'll go back down to Matt. If I find out anything more, I'll come back up to you,
Kitty said, and received a nod of assent from Lady Cordelia. As she closed Lady Cordelia's bedroom door behind her and began her descent of the stairs, Kitty became aware of a commotion coming from the drawing-room. She quickened her pace and hurried along the hall to find out what was happening. She entered the drawing-room to discover Lady Iolanthe standing near the fireplace looking anguished, while Matt was tending to Rachel. The younger woman appeared to be hysterical, sobbing and wailing in one of the chairs near the fireplace. Matt looked up, an expression of relief on his handsome face at the sight of Kitty.
"Whatever is going on?"
Kitty asked. "It seems Mildred has informed Rachel that the police are going to arrest Nathan," Matt said in a dry tone.
"It can't be true,"
Rachel wailed. "Rachel, please compose yourself. Your behaviour is absolutely disgraceful." Lady Iolanthe stepped forward and took hold of her daughter's hands. Her tone was unusually stern for someone who was normally quite quietly spoken. She gave the girl a shake. "Stop this nonsense. The police have a job to do. We shall find out more in due course, I expect. In the meantime, do try and have a little decorum." Rachel spluttered and hiccuped to a stop. Her mother's tone and actions seemed to have a sobering effect upon her. "That's better. Now dry your eyes and compose yourself," Lady Iolanthe commanded. Rachel fumbled for her handkerchief in her pocket and scrubbed at her nose and eyes.
It's awful, just awful. Why would the police want to arrest Nathan? She asked between sobs.
They found Victor's pocket watch amongst his possessions, for one thing, her mother said.
Rachel looked at her. Victor's watch? The one that was stolen?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Lady Iolanthe sat down once more.
How would Nathan get the watch?
Rachel asked. Her breath was starting to come more evenly and her words more intelligible. There is little point in conjecturing how he obtained it. It's a matter for the police. He may have an explanation, although I am not certain what that could be, her mother said.
Where is Cordelia? Does she know? Has anyone told her?
Rachel asked, looking as if she were prepared to fly off her seat in search of her stepsister. She is aware of everything that has gone on. She wishes to be left alone for a while. Kitty replied firmly, with a faint emphasis on everything. Rachel's gaze slid away from Kitty's, and Kitty was satisfied that the girl had understood her meaning. Rachel subsided back in her seat. Dr. Moore entered the room, appearing unsurprised to see them all gathered there. He had his brown leather medical bag in his hand.
Lady Iolanthe, are you all right? I have just come from treating Mrs. Cross. She was quite hysterical and saying the police have arrested her son.
They found Victor's watch in Nathan's things, Lady Iolanthe explained. Matt filled the doctor in on what had happened.
I see. And the police are at the harbour?
Dr. Moore asked, looking at Rachel's tear-blotched face.
I think they have gone to look for Nathan there,
Kitty said.
We should go down there and find out what's happening,
Rachel suggested, tucking her handkerchief back inside her pocket. She looked as if she was ready to bound up again from her seat. I hardly think that would be appropriate, Rachel, her mother chided. If the police have found him, they will have no doubt taken him to the local police station to ask him some questions, Kitty said. You won't discover anything by going to the quayside.
But surely we should be doing something, Rachel protested. We can't just all sit here.
What do you suggest we should do? Dr. Moore asked. The police are investigating. We don't know how Sir Victor's watch came to be amongst Nathan's things. Someone could have planted it there for all we know. We have to wait for now, and if there is some news, then I dare say we shall be informed.
Rachel clearly didn't like the doctor's advice, but before she could say anything more on the subject, Lady Cordelia walked into the room. She looked pale but composed, the opposite of her stepsister.
My dearest girl, are you all right?
Lady Iolanthe asked, as Lady Cordelia came to join them.
I suppose I am in shock, like everyone else,
Lady Cordelia said.
This is such an unexpected development that I'm struggling to take it all in.
Kitty noticed that the girl had removed her engagement ring.
I was just saying that we should be trying to find out what's going on,
Rachel said. Lady Cordelia fixed her stepsister with a glacial stare.
There is no we in this, Rachel. If you wish to go poking around in the police's business, that is entirely up to you. I shall see Nathan when the police say I may see him.
Colour flamed into Rachel's cheeks at her stepsister's coldness. There was an awkward silence for a moment before Rachel sprang to her feet and hurried from the room.
I think I should go and lie down.
Lady Iolanthe stood and walked somewhat unsteadily from the room.
Dear me.
Dr. Moore looked concerned.
I think perhaps I should follow her and ensure she is all right.
He gathered up his bag from where he had rested it on the occasional table and followed after Lady Iolanthe. Lady Cordelia rubbed her temples with her fingers as if trying to clear her thoughts.
Kitty, Matt, what do you think I should do? Are the police right, do you think? Has Nathan really been behind everything?
There are a lot of questions. We can only hope the police will get to the bottom of things. We need to take Bertie out for a stroll. Would you care to join us? Get out of the house and have some fresh air? Kitty suggested. Lady Cordelia nodded.
Thank you, yes. Perhaps some space away from the house would help.
Kitty went down to the kitchen to collect Bertie and met up with Matt and Lady Cordelia in the hall again a few minutes later. Matt took Bertie's leash while Kitty donned her hat and coat. By mutual accord, they walked together in silence, with Bertie happily sniffing at the walls and hedgerows along their route. Lady Cordelia still looked wan in her dark blue coat with the Persian lamb collar and matching hat. They walked slowly along the narrow streets between the cottages. The sun was surprisingly warm, and the sea glinted a soft blue between the stone walls of the houses. They were soon on the quayside, and turned to walk away from the hotel towards the stone jetty and the yacht moorings. Fishermen were working at the quayside, spreading nets to dry and stacking empty lobster pots. A black and white kitten was playing with a white feather which seemed to have fallen from a seagull's tail. The scene was pretty and peaceful. There was no sign of either Nathan or the police. The tide was out, revealing an expanse of soft golden sand below the stone wall of the quay. A couple of small children were filling gaily painted tin pails, watched over by their nannies. Matt dragged Bertie away from a clump of seaweed before he could roll in it, and they paused at a wooden bench to take a seat.
I wish I could remember something more,
Lady Cordelia said, as she gazed at the view in front of her. I feel so guilty that everything is going on around me, yet I am not able to say what happened that night. I remember being frightened, a gloved hand holding that piece of wood. She shook her head, running and trying to call out for help. She let out a sigh. You've done so well up to now. You've recalled more things, and I'm sure more will come to you in time, Kitty assured her as she looked at the girl's despondent face. I'm sure this will sound terribly foolish and naive, but surely if it was Nathan who attacked me, then I would have recognized that on some level, wouldn't I? I wouldn't have just woken up and started to recover and gone on as usual. He's been so good and kind to me. It doesn't seem possible that all of that was a charade. Lady Cordelia blinked back tears which threatened to tumble down her cheeks. We can all be deceived sometimes, and we are all a mixture of good and bad. Perhaps you should contact your therapist in London and ask for advice, Kitty suggested. Lady Cordelia bowed her head. You may be right, Kitty. I just feel so lost at the moment. Everything I thought I knew is wrong, and I still have this hole in my memory. It feels as if I'm losing my sanity trying to make sense of it all. Come, let's walk back to the house. There may be more news. Matt stood, and Bertie abandoned his attempt to outstare a seagull which had had the temerity to come too close to their bench. Kitty linked arms with Lady Cordelia, and they walked back to the hall. Kitty wondered what they would find when they arrived. Chapter 16. A car was outside the house when they walked up the gravel driveway. The front door of the hall was open, and Patterson was assisting the chauffeur to load copious amounts of luggage into the boot. Whatever is happening now? Lady Cordelia looked at Kitty. It seems that someone is moving out, Matt said. I wonder if the police have given their permission. They quickened their pace in order to discover quite what was going on. The mystery was soon solved when Mildred Cross appeared, dressed from head to toe in black. Mildred, what's happening? Lady Cordelia asked. I'll tell you what's happening. My son has been arrested, and I can no longer stay beneath your roof. I am moving to the Ship and Castle Hotel until Nathan is released and absolved of this gross miscarriage of justice. Mildred gave a disparaging sniff. You really don't need to leave, Mildred, Lady Cordelia said, but her protest sounded quite weak. I will not stay where I am not welcome. I shall be at the hotel for the near future, Mildred declared, as the driver held the rear door of the car open for her to enter. Kitty, Matt, Lady Cordelia, and Bertie stood back as the car door was closed and the driver took his place behind the wheel. The taxi rolled slowly away down the drive. Lady Cordelia sighed. It sounds as if the police have arrested Nathan, then, and are not just questioning him. I'll contact Inspector Lewis after lunch and see if I can find out exactly what is happening, Matt said as they entered the house. They paused in the hallway to take off their hats and coats. Thank you both for being here with me. I can't tell you how much I need support right now, Lady Cordelia said. Patterson reappeared in the hall. Luncheon will be ready in 10 minutes, Lady Cordelia, he said. Thank you, Patterson. Lady Cordelia smiled wanly at her butler. I must go and tidy my hair. I'll telephone my therapist, I think, and see you in the dining room, she added, as she turned to Matt and Kitty. She hurried away upstairs. Shall I take the dog to the scullery, sir? Patterson offered. Thank you. Matt handed Bertie's leash to the butler, and Bertie trotted off happily with the servant. Now what? Kitty asked, once they were alone again in the hall. "I expect if Inspector Lewis has arrested and charged Nathan, then our role here is done." She couldn't help feeling a slight niggle of dissatisfaction at the outcome.
"I presume the inspector will need more evidence if the charge is to stick. Much of what he has is circumstantial, unless Nathan confesses."
Matt rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "True. We shall have to see what Inspector Lewis has to say on the matter, I suppose. At least Lady Cordelia should be safe, though, now." Kitty hoped the girl would be all right. After all, she had been betrayed by both her fiancé and her stepsister. Matt placed his arm around her waist and hugged her.
"Let's have lunch, and then we'll see what else we can find out."
The dining table was depleted when they went through for lunch. Lady Iolanthe was still in her room, and Rachel didn't appear. Dr. Moore was quiet, and Kitty sensed he was concerned for Lady Cordelia's stepmother. "My therapist, Dr. Sempleton Smith, is coming down to stay for a few days," Lady Cordelia announced as the main course of lamb cutlets was served. Dr. Moore's eyebrows rose slightly, but he said nothing as he continued to dissect his lunch. "I think that should be helpful to you. When will she arrive?" Kitty said. "She should be here before dinner with luck. She was taking the train from London almost immediately. She was very concerned yesterday when I told her everything that had happened since we'd arrived. When I telephoned again today, her secretary said she was already on her way here." Lady Cordelia finished eating and set her cutlery down neatly on her empty plate. "Humph," was Dr. Moore's response to this statement, and Kitty guessed the doctor still didn't approve of Lady Cordelia's therapist.
"I see Mildred has gone," Dr. Moore said. "I saw her luggage being taken downstairs."
"Yes, I think she thought it best under the circumstances. She is staying just down the road at the Ship and Castle Hotel," Lady Cordelia said.
"Perhaps that is as well, until we discover what the police have found out," Dr. Moore said.
They finished their lunch, and Lady Cordelia retired to her room to rest. Dr. Moore announced his intention of reading in the billiard room. This left Matt and Kitty to their own devices. "Shall we go and telephone the inspector?" Kitty asked, as they walked along the hall. She was longing to find out what was going on at the police station.
"I think there is a more private telephone in the late Sir Victor's study," Matt said.
The study was a handsome square room with a fine Portland stone fireplace. The air was cool, however, as the fire had not been lit. The room was tidy and clean, but somehow devoid of all trace of its former occupant. Matt seated himself at the polished oak desk, while Kitty looked along the bookcase at the back of the room, studying the reading matter. As soon as she heard Matt speak into the receiver, she left what she was doing and came to sit on the dark green velvet-upholstered carver chair on the other side of the desk.
"Hello, Inspector Lewis. Captain Bryant here. We thought we'd telephone to see how things were progressing."
Kitty rested her elbows on the desk and leaned in to try to hear the inspector's response.
"I see. He denies any knowledge of the watch."
Matt looked at Kitty. Kitty strained to hear what was being said.
"He has no idea why he received the note from Digby White." "Yes, obviously, yes."
Matt frowned as he listened to the inspector's response.
"No, sir. Yes, we'll keep our eyes and ears open. By the way, Mrs. Cross has moved to stay at the Ship and Castle Hotel."
Matt moved the receiver away from his ear as Kitty heard an outraged splutter coming from the receiver.
"Yes, sir, thank you."
Matt ended the call and replaced the handset. "Well?" Kitty demanded. "What exactly did he say?"
"Nathan has denied any knowledge of the watch. He claims he has no idea why it was amongst his things, and that someone must have put it there."
Matt leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "I gathered that. Did he indicate who may have placed it there, if this was the case?" Kitty asked.
"He is blaming Rachel. He says she is desperately in love with him, and he has rebuffed her. She threatened to make him sorry, so he feels she may have done it."
Matt looked at Kitty. "Interesting. I suppose that is an interpretation of what I overheard last night in the billiard room. Then that would beg the question of where Rachel would have obtained the watch from," Kitty said.
"Inspector Lewis didn't say anything about that. He said he asked Nathan about the remnants of the note he tried to burn. Apparently, Nathan said he has no idea why Digby would have sent such a note, and the man died before he could talk to him."
Matt began to toy with the silver propelling pencil lying in a brass fretwork tray on the desktop.
Why did he not give the note to the police? Why try and destroy it? Kitty asked.
According to the inspector, Nathan said in the commotion following Digby's death, he forgot all about it. He had it stuffed in his pocket. After his argument with Rachel, he decided it would be better if he destroyed it. He thought it would look bad if he handed it in, or if he were found to have it in his possession.
Matt tapped the end of the pencil on the blotter.
I presume Inspector Lewis is keeping Nathan in custody? Kitty asked.
Yes, he feels he has enough to make a case against him. However, the evidence is slim and mostly circumstantial. He was going to question him again later about the attempts on Lady Cordelia's life and Digby's murder.
Kitty frowned. So I presume he wishes us to see if there is anything else we can find to help substantiate the case.
Matt grinned at her.
Of course. He wasn't terribly pleased at hearing that Mildred had decamped to the hotel without his permission.
Kitty chuckled. I did manage to catch that part of the conversation. What next, then? Should we speak to Rachel? Perhaps get her side of the story?
Matt's smile vanished.
Inspector Lewis has asked that we say nothing to her. He wishes to interview her himself once he has finished his questioning of Nathan this afternoon.
That's annoying, Kitty said. I wonder where she's gone. She didn't come into lunch, and she was very upset this morning about the police arresting Nathan. That didn't seem like she had set him up.
She could simply be avoiding Lady Cordelia. Whatever the truth of what's gone on between Rachel and Nathan, she hasn't behaved well. Lady Cordelia has every right to be furious with her,
Matt suggested. Kitty shuffled in her seat. The whole case made her feel uneasy and restless, yet she wasn't certain why. Nathan had motive, means, and opportunity to kill Sir Victor, assault and attempt to kill Lady Cordelia, and murder Digby. So why did she feel dissatisfied? I wonder where the poison came from to put in the chocolates, or if the chocolates were purchased here or in London. It seemed to Kitty that no one had really paid too much attention to Digby's murder. It had been put down simply as an accident, as the chocolates had been sent to Lady Cordelia.
I don't know. I would have thought Inspector Lewis might have made some inquiries at the village shop,
Matt said. I suppose there is no harm in us poking around. I mean, he did tell you that he needed more evidence to make the case stick, Kitty said.
Matt smiled and replaced the pencil in its tray.
Shall we take another little walk into the village?
This time they left Bertie behind. Kitty knew her dog would be happy snoozing in front of the range, dreaming of rabbits after the walk he had already taken before lunch. They had noticed a small shop-cum-post office on their way down to the harbour. It seemed quite a popular place, and there was a steady stream of people going in and coming out as they approached.
It's busy here today,
Matt observed, as they approached the shop. I suppose the weather having improved, and it being the weekend, there may be more people around. Kitty wondered how busy it would have been when the parcel was posted. The bright red pillar box was situated outside the shop near the small display of postcards and children's brightly coloured beach pails. They paused on the pavement to look around. A couple of small, whitewashed cottages stood opposite the shop, and Kitty thought she saw the curtain twitch in the front downstairs window of one of them.
Whoever posted the chocolates must have sent them from here if they had a local postmark, so they either placed them in the postbox or they would have gone inside to the counter,
Matt said. I doubt they would have risked going into the shop, Kitty said. I think it more likely they already had stamps and would have simply slipped down here and placed it in the box.
I think you may be right. I haven't seen another postbox anywhere in the village, and this is the closest one to the hall. It would be a matter of minutes to slip down here and get back without anyone even being aware that you had gone.
Matt looked back along the road towards the house, as if calculating the distance. The hairs on the nape of Kitty's neck prickled under her neat, dark red cloche hat, and she sensed they were being watched. She glanced back towards the cottage, where she thought she had detected the movement earlier, and saw the curtain move again. Wait here a moment, she said, and marched across the road. The front door of the cottages opened directly onto a narrow footpath. Kitty raised the small, highly polished brass knocker on the front door and rapped for attention. There was a shuffling sound from inside the house, and a moment later the tiny sun-faded blue door opened a crack. A pale, wizened face peered suspiciously out at her.
Afternoon. What can I do for you?
The owner of the voice looked even smaller than Kitty, her voice croaky with age.
Good afternoon. I couldn't help but notice your house has a very good view of the postbox, Kitty said.
She was aware of Matt waiting for her on the other side of the road, his eyes twinkling with amusement.
That's right,
the elderly woman admitted grudgingly, her dark brown eyes bright with suspicion.
2 days ago, a small parcel was posted in that box. It was a box of chocolates. The person posting it probably came down early evening, before dinner time. I wondered if you may have seen something like that, Kitty said.
She was fairly certain, by the way the old lady was hanging onto the door and the time it had taken her to open it, that she didn't go out much. Kitty suspected she spent much of her time watching the comings and goings at the post office to occupy her time.
I might have seen something. What of it?
The woman asked suspiciously.
The chocolates that were posted there contained poison, and a man died. The police are trying to trace who may have put them in the post, Kitty explained.
The man at the hole died, I heard. The round chubby one. 'Tis cursed, that place. Best the family sell it and move on.
The woman nodded her head sagely.
Yes, it was Mr. White who was killed. Did you notice a parcel like that being posted around the time I mentioned? Kitty asked.
Well, I don't know, my memory isn't what it was, only having a widow's pension to keep body and soul together.
The woman gave Kitty a cunning look.
I see.
Kitty opened her bag and fished out her purse.
Would a £1 note assist your recollections?
She asked, as she extracted a note from her purse. The woman stretched out a hand through the open door, and Kitty caught a glimpse of a thick grey woolen shawl.
Information first,
Kitty said, as she dropped her purse back into her bag, whilst retaining the banknote within sight.
I was sitting looking out, waiting for my daughter to bring up my supper. She lives near the quay. I don't cook these days, so she brings my food for me. It was dark. The lamps were lit down by the hotel, as I could see the glow from them on the cobbles.
The woman paused, her rheumy gaze fixed on the note in Kitty's hand.
Yes,
Kitty prompted.
I saw somebody in a black cloak with the hood pulled up like as if they didn't want to be seen. I thought that's a bit rum, so I tried to get a better look. They had a package, the size you said, wrapped in brown paper, and they put it in the box and turned round to go back up the hill.
Was it a man or a woman?
Kitty's pulse kicked up a notch.
I couldn't tell. Like I said, it was dark, and they was head to toe in black. It could have been either, as they was tall. That's the only person I seen post a package in the last couple of days. They usually goes into the shop.
The woman stretched out her hand once more for the money.
And there was nothing you can recall that could identify them? Kitty asked.
They was wearing gloves, and I didn't see their face.
Kitty sighed and passed the money across.
Well, thank you for your help. It's greatly appreciated.
The door had closed before she finished speaking, and Kitty made her way back over the road to Matt.
Well? He asked her.
A tallish figure, head to toe in a black hooded cloak, wearing gloves, posted a parcel fitting the description of the poisoned chocolates. She didn't see their face.
Matt smiled at her and placed her hand on the crook of his arm to resume their stroll.
It's so frustrating, Kitty said, as they continued down the hill. I was so hopeful.
And now you're a pound poorer. Matt grinned.
Chapter 17. Let's go down to the quayside again. I'd like to try and find the fisherman who assisted Nathan that evening when Lady Cordelia was attacked, Matt said.
The fleet seems to be back in now, so they may well be around, Kitty said, as she looked at the fishing boats bobbing gently on the water.
The harbour side was busy. An artist had an easel set up and was painting the boats. Holiday-makers armed with box brownie cameras were snapping the scenes and each other in various poses. Everyone was making the most of the early spring sunshine. The fishermen were at the less glamorous end of the quay. The catch had been unloaded, nets spread to dry, and mended across wooden frames, and lobster pots stacked, wet and dripping on the worn stone cobbles. Seagulls strutted around looking for scraps. Matt approached a gruff-looking older man who was seated on a wall, smoking a pipe while he sorted his nets.
"Excuse me, I wonder if you might be able to assist us."
Matt passed the man one of his and Kitty's business cards. The fisherman squinted at it suspiciously.
"All right. What's all this about, then?" he asked. "We are employed by Lady Cordelia Hedges. She is trying to find out information about the murder of her late father, Sir Victor, and the attack she sustained here last August,"
Matt said. The fisherman inclined his head toward a younger man with dark hair and a tattered dark green knitted jumper.
"You wants to talk to Peter. He was the one who went to help that night."
"Thank you," Kitty said, as she followed Matt over to where Peter was hauling wooden boxes. Matt produced the business card and explained why he was there once more. Peter paused in his activity.
"I don't know as there's much as I can tell you. I already said my piece to the police when it all happened." "Lady Cordelia is most anxious that we talk to everyone who was involved about anything they saw that day and night," Matt said. "There has been another death at Highcliffe Hall in the last few days, and Lady Cordelia's life may be in danger."
Peter sucked in a breath before releasing it between his teeth in a whistle.
"I heard someone was poisoned. 'Tis an unlucky house, that one."
"Were you around in the hours before the party took place?" Kitty asked. Peter scratched his tousled head with a grimy fingernail.
"We landed back here during the afternoon, same as now. 'Twas a fine day, and we had a good catch, so I was down here doing jobs like I'm doing now. There was lots of people, visitors and the like. Some newspaper people taking pictures for them papers." "I suppose there were a lot of wealthy people visiting the town with their yachts," Matt said. "That's right. Sir Victor had chartered the Morning Star. Big old boat she was, biggest in the harbour. Plenty of other fancy ones there, though. 'Tis always the way that time of year. We get film stars and royalty visiting. The children was running about trying to do little errands for a few coppers, and the hotel staff was scurrying back and forth. Sir Victor was having a posh birthday dinner for the other girl, Miss Templeton."
Peter's weather-beaten face was scrunched up in thought. "Did you see any of the people from Highcliffe Hall down here that afternoon before the party took place?" Kitty asked.
"Sir Victor come down with the man who died the other day. They were looking over everything," Peter said. "And did they seem all right together? Any signs of a disagreement or anything?" Matt asked.
The frown lines deepened on Peter's brow.
"Now you mention it, they did seem a bit cool. It was like the other man, Mr. White, was it? He were trying to placate Sir Victor in some way. Still, he was employed by him, wasn't he? So I expect that was it. Miss Templeton, she came down too with Mr. Cross. He was more interested in the yacht, kept admiring it. I suppose, him being in that way of life, 'tis only natural."
"Did Lady Cordelia or Lady Iolanthe come to the harbour?" Kitty asked.
"Not as I seen, but then I were busy finishing off my jobs for the day."
Peter heaved another wooden crate up and stacked it with the rest, releasing a strong scent of fish as he did so. Kitty skipped back a step to avoid the rivulet of fishy water that ran from the boxes down towards the edge of the quayside.
"Did you see any of the group from the hall before the party started, or as they were arriving that evening?" Matt asked.
A grin split Peter's face.
"Not much. I did see Lady Cordelia and Mr. Cross tripping down, dressed up all fancy-like, when I was on my way to the pub. Proper handsome they looked together. There was music and lights strung up on the Morning Star, so I suppose everyone was just arriving then." "And when you were on your way back to your cottage after leaving the pub?" Matt asked.
He was sure the police probably hadn't asked the man about the lead-up to the party. They would probably have focused all their attention on what happened when Cordelia and her father were found. At the time, it had been assumed that this was a robbery gone wrong. Now, though, it was clear this was something much more than that. Peter paused once more in his work.
"It wasn't late when I went home. You have to be up early in my job. The party was obviously going on as I could hear music and people laughing. There was people in evening dress outside the hotel, the lights were all on, and it looked a right picture." "Did you see anyone there that you recognized?" Matt asked. I saw Sir Victor talking to that doctor. Sir Victor was puffing away on one of his cigars. The doctor didn't look too happy, but then medical folk never do. Miss Templeton was dancing with a glass of champagne, it looked like. I thought 'tis all right for some. I went back home and shut the door. That was the last I heard, until Mr. Cross come hammering at my door just afore I was due to get up and start work, Peter said.
Nothing woke you or disturbed you until then? Kitty asked.
Peter shook his head. No, miss. When I'm in my bed, I sleep like the dead. One of my neighbours reckons as they heard a screech earlier like a fox or summat. I suppose that could have been Lady Cordelia, but who knows? The first I heard was my door being bashed hard, like he were going to come through the wood.
Kitty glanced at Matt. So far, it sounded to him as if Peter's story was tying up with the reports she'd read in the newspapers and Nathan's own description of what happened that night.
Lady Cordelia said she thought she remembered a street lamp being out that night, Matt said.
The furrows on Peter's brow deepened once more as he thought about Matt's question.
Yes, I think it had gone. The one near the hotel.
He straightened up.
That's right. Ben Tregowan from the hotel, he said it had been broke on purpose. The bulb shattered, with bits of glass everywhere. He found a stone nearby. He thought maybe one of the kids had shot at it with a catapult. It was proper dark when Lady Cordelia was lying at the bottom of the steps. I ran over to the hotel and got Ben to telephone for an ambulance and the police. Mr. Cross stayed with Lady Cordelia until that Dr. Moore arrived.
When did you find out about Sir Victor? Kitty asked.
A couple of minutes after. I came back out of the hotel to go back to Mr. Cross when I heard the commotion down near where the Morning Star were fastened up right at the far end of the jetty. They was hollering for rope and assistance. I saw the chubby bloke, Mr. White, and the doctor there. I called the doctor to go to Lady Cordelia and went in his place to help that Mr. White. That's when I saw Sir Victor. He was face down in the water, the back of his head stove in. Peter's expression was grim. I'll never forget it. Gave me a proper turn, it did.
I can imagine it did. Kitty's voice had a sympathetic tone.
Me and Mr. White got a rope down when Ben Tregowan came over. I climbed down the steps to fasten it under his arms, to haul him up like onto the jetty. It were plain there was no helping him. The bash on the back of his head would have probably finished him, but with him being in the sea like that would have done for him.
Peter was looking puzzled now, as if he were recollecting other things about the scene.
Is there something else? Something you've remembered? Matt asked. 'Tis funny, isn't it, what goes through your mind at a time like that? I remember thinking it was a shame about his suit. Expensive it was and all sopping wet. His gold watch were gone. He always had his pocket watch across his waistcoat. That thick gold chain used to shine, and he'd pull out his watch all the time. He allus kept it fastened pretty secure, so I didn't see how it would have fallen off. That was when I thought as maybe him and Lady Cordelia had been robbed. His hands was all bloodied, though, like he'd tried to protect himself, or maybe his daughter. The sea had washed some of it off, but his shirt cuffs was stained, and it were under his nails.
Peter gave a small shudder at his recollections.
That's been enormously helpful, thank you, Matt said.
The fisherman prepared to continue his work. Just one more thing, if I may, Kitty said. When Mr. Cross came to your door for help that night, was he still in his evening attire?
Yes, miss. He'd took off his tie and loosed his collar, but he was still in his suit and that, Peter said.
Do you recall if he had any blood on him at all, on his clothes? Kitty asked.
The man considered for a moment. No, miss, he didn't. I remember seeing his gold cufflinks in the moonlight, and his hands was clean. I didn't see anything on him at all.
Thank you, Kitty said.
Matt gave the man some money for his trouble, bringing a smile to the fisherman's face at the unexpected income.
That was very interesting,
Kitty remarked, as she linked her arm through Matt's once more, ready to walk back up the hill to the house. Matt glanced at her. Yes, I thought his answers were very telling.
I suggest that when we return to the house, that we look for a cloak with a hood. That's twice now it's been mentioned, both in the posting of the parcel and by Lady Cordelia, Kitty said.
True, it would be worth knowing if anyone at the house owns such a garment. Matt was deep in thought. I would also dearly love to know if Inspector Lewis has learned any more from Nathan Cross,
he added. That makes 2 of us. Kitty smiled back at him. A taxi was at the front door of the hall when they returned. At first, Kitty feared that Mildred Cross may have rethought her plans and returned. As they entered the house, however, a tall, angular lady with thick glasses and a mannish haircut was in the hall. They took off their outdoor things, and Kitty quickly looked along the coat hooks for anything that resembled a cloak. There was no sign of anything resembling a cloak in the cloakroom, so she would need to discreetly inquire from Patterson if any of the household possessed such a garment. The butler was busy directing one of the servants to take the visitors' bags upstairs.
Please let Lady Cordelia know that I have arrived, the visitor added at the end of the butler's instructions.
Yes, madam. The servant hefted the sizable case and set off up the staircase.
I shall arrange for tea to be served in the drawing-room, Patterson said with a slight bow, and began to glide away.
Thank you, the visitor said. We can show you the way, Kitty offered. I assume you must be Dr. Sempleton Smith? Lady Cordelia said you were coming. I'm Kitty Bryant, and this is my husband, Matt.
Please do call me Ernestine,
the doctor said, as she shook hands before following them along the hallway. The drawing-room was empty as they entered, and Kitty wondered where the rest of the household had gone. Perhaps Lady Iolanthe was still resting, and Rachel had seemed intent on making herself scarce. Ernestine seated herself on one end of the sofa and took out a silver cigarette case from her pocket. She offered them around to Kitty and Matt, and seemed unbothered by their polite refusals of her offer.
How is Lady Cordelia?
Ernestine asked once her cigarette had been lit.
I was most alarmed when she informed me of Mr. White's death.
It has been quite a traumatic few days for her, Kitty said, as she seated herself on the other end of the sofa. Matt took a seat near the fireplace.
I assume she has told you of why we are here.
Ernestine bowed her head.
She has. I must confess I was concerned when she said someone had pushed her on the stairs at her home in London. She told me she had consulted you about her medication being tampered with. Ground glass, I understand. Then there was this business of a knife in her room.
Matt quickly brought the doctor up to the mark with all of the incidents and what Lady Cordelia herself had since recalled. Kitty was uncertain of how much Lady Cordelia may have told the therapist. However, as Matt finished his recitation and a maid wheeled in a laden tea trolley, it seemed Ernestine was quite au fait with everything. The maid parked the trolley near Kitty and left the room.
Terrifying,
Ernestine said. It's too bad that her mind is still suppressing her memories. Lady Cordelia has also experienced some other, more personal, distressing incidents recently, Kitty said, and explained that Nathan was currently being questioned by the police and that her stepsister may have been conducting a relationship with him. The doctor raised her immaculately penciled, arched eyebrows.
Goodness me, I can see that my visit is indeed a timely one.
Kitty began to serve them all some tea as Lady Cordelia came in. She had a little more colour in her cheeks than she had done earlier. Ernestine, I am so pleased you are here. You have met Matt and Kitty, I see. Lady Cordelia greeted her doctor warmly as she took the other vacant chair beside the fireplace.
I have, and they have told me of the most recent events that have been happening here. I must say, I am shocked by it all. How are you, my dear?
Ernestine stubbed out her cigarette in the glass Lalique ashtray near her seat. I don't know what to think or feel. My thoughts are all over the place. I keep getting snatches of memories, but everything is so jumbled and confused. Lady Cordelia accepted a cup of tea from Kitty.
I am not surprised.
Ernestine, too, accepted a cup and saucer.
I am very sorry to hear that Mr. Cross is under suspicion for your father's death and the attack on you. Then, of course, poor Mr. White's murder. It's all most shocking.
She surveyed her patient with a keen eye as she took a sip of her tea. Lady Cordelia gave a small, helpless shrug of her shoulders. I still can't believe that Digby is dead and Nathan could be involved, and I would not have realised. Surely at some subconscious level I would have known something was wrong? She looked at her doctor.
The mind is a powerful thing, my dear, and does much to protect us when something unpleasant or terrible happens. It would seem that you have been most cruelly deceived, if the police's suspicions are correct.
Ernestine said, as she accepted one of the dainty, crustless sandwiches from the platter that Kitty passed around.
It seems I have not understood his character at all. I assume that Kitty and Matt have told you about his relationship with my stepsister.
Lady Cordelia's eyes were sad as she spoke, and her gaze dwelt momentarily on her now ringless finger. Yes, they have. I am so very sorry. A dreadful betrayal of your trust on both their parts. They also said that you had been getting more of these fragments of your memory returning. Is that so? The doctor asked. Lady Cordelia nodded.
Yes, but it has been quite random and disjointed. Almost as if those memories belonged to someone else. I thought I would have much better recall if I came back here with the same people around me.
She looked at the doctor. I'm afraid it is rarely that simple. It's good that you are already starting to remember, although I appreciate it is not as rapid a process as you would like. There is something we can try if you wish, Ernestine said in a thoughtful tone.
Oh yes, anything that might help.
Lady Cordelia looked at her therapist with a hopeful gaze. I should warn you that it may carry a risk, Ernestine cautioned.
I don't care. I'll try anything if it will help me to make sense of all of this, Lady Cordelia said. Anything at all.
Chapter 18. Kitty had wondered if Rachel would show her face at dinner. It seemed, however, that Lady Iolanthe had spoken to her daughter, and they entered the drawing-room together for drinks before the dinner gong sounded. Lady Cordelia was seated beside Ernestine and barely acknowledged her stepsister's presence. Rachel was unusually subdued and chose to lurk near the cocktail cabinet to mix herself a drink. Dr. Moore was the last to enter, his posture stiffening when he saw Ernestine sitting on the sofa beside Lady Cordelia. Dr. Sampleton-Smith? He bobbed his head in acknowledgement of her presence. Dr. Moore? Ernestine responded with a graceful bow of her head in his direction. Kitty sipped her own Negroni, which Matt had made for her earlier, and decided that dinner was going to be most awkward. Fortunately, before anyone was forced into pre-dinner small talk, Patterson sounded the gong. Kitty slipped her arm through Matt's as they loitered at the back of the group. Rachel accompanied her mother, followed by Lady Cordelia and Ernestine. Dr. Moore trailed after them, looking most unhappy. This is going to be difficult, Matt murmured in Kitty's ear as they took their places at the dining table. Kitty thought that was an understatement. There was silence around the table as the French onion soup was served. Dr. Sampleton-Smith, how was your journey? Dr. Moore asked stiffly once the servants had withdrawn and everyone had commenced dining. It was most pleasant, thank you. The train was quite busy, however, Ernestine said. Silence fell once again, as it seemed Dr. Moore had exhausted his conversational gambit.
Captain Bryant, has nothing been said yet by the police about Nathan's arrest?
The question burst from Rachel, earning her a reproving glance from her mother and a stony glare from Lady Cordelia. The police inquiries are continuing, so far as we are aware. I'm sure Inspector Lewis will inform everyone once they are complete. Matt was diplomatic in his reply, Kitty thought.
But he is still being held at the police station. They haven't let him go,
Rachel persisted. Lady Cordelia clattered her spoon down loudly into her empty white bone china soup dish. They will detain him there until they either charge him or decide that he may go, Matt said. Has anyone heard anything from Mildred since she left at lunchtime? Lady Iolanthe asked. It seemed that no one had. Oh dear, I suppose I really should telephone her tomorrow. It would be only polite. Whatever Mildred's faults may be, she is a devoted mother, and this must be quite dreadful for her. Lady Iolanthe looked distressed.
Her son did kill father and tried to kill me.
Lady Cordelia's voice was cold and hard.
We don't know that for certain.
Rachel's lower lip trembled as she spoke. Innocent until proven guilty, that's right, isn't it, Captain Bryant?
The inspector clearly thinks there is a case to answer, Lady Cordelia said. Iolanthe, surely you can't defend him. They found father's watch in his possession.
I am not defending or accusing anyone. I have great faith in the police to sort this all out. I merely feel for Mildred, as a mother myself, who once faced a similar ordeal of being accused of something erroneously. Lady Iolanthe fixed her stepdaughter with a stern gaze before turning to her daughter. Speculation is unbecoming, Rachel. We should wait until we hear from the inspector. Dr. Moore cleared his throat.
We shall all hear soon enough, I dare say.
Silence fell once more as the staff cleared the empty soup dishes and started to serve the roast pork. Kitty could feel the tension around the table and guessed that as soon as the staff had withdrawn once more, the conversation would be recommenced. Dr. Sambleton-Smith, would Cordelia recovering more of her memory help the police? Rachel ignored her mother's horrified gasp. That would naturally depend on what Lady Cordelia is able to recall. Even if she had full recollection of the events of that night, she may not be able to identify who assaulted her or why, Ernestine said. But she might remember something useful, Rachel persisted. Someone obviously believed I might, or else why would they keep trying to kill me? Lady Cordelia met her stepsister's gaze and held it.
Do you feel that Lady Cordelia is likely to regain her memory, Doctor? Dr. Moore asked. I think it is certainly possible, but by no means definite. Whatever took place that night not only left Lady Cordelia with physical reasons for memory loss, but I believe the psychological barriers are the real issue, Ernestine said, as she speared a piece of roast potato with her fork. Ah, yes, I think psychological barriers are your area of expertise, are they not? Dr. Moore seemed to challenge Ernestine with his tone, as if either doubting her diagnosis or expertise in her subject. They are indeed, as I outlined in my most recent paper, published by the New York Psychotherapy Journal. You may have read it? Ernestine appeared unconcerned. It was very well received. That one seems to have passed me by, I'm afraid. Dr. Moore took a sip of his wine. I can recommend it. It's an excellent read, although I am, of course, biased. Ernestine raised her own glass towards him. Kitty shuffled uncomfortably on her seat at the new battle of wills across the table. Ernestine is going to try some regressive therapy with me tomorrow, Lady Cordelia announced. We hope it may give us a breakthrough. Regressive therapy? That hypnotherapy hocus-pocus? Dr. Moore finished his query with a dismissive snort. Kitty gathered that he didn't think much of the suggestion. The use of hypnotherapy and regressing a patient back to previous events has been proven to be effective in some cases. We had begun this process in a small way before Lady Cordelia left London. It does, however, carry certain risks, which I have explained in some detail, Ernestine said. What kinds of risks? Lady Iolanthe looked alarmed. Ernestine set down her cutlery and patted the corners of her lips with her linen napkin. It may be that we do not get any result from the regression. Lady Cordelia may have such strong psychological barriers in place that the hypnotherapy does not work. Is that it? I thought she had tried this treatment before. Rachel looked at her stepsister. Indeed, as I said, we had begun the process. We had not yet attempted a full session. We have tried other forms of treatment also, and no, that is not the only risk involved, Ernestine said. Well, what else? Could Cordelia be harmed in any way? Lady Iolanthe's expression of alarm deepened. We may get full regression, where Lady Cordelia remembers everything. This can be psychologically damaging in itself. Her brain has protected her from those events up to now. It can be a lot to deal with if everything comes back in full spate in a short space of time. Ernestine looked at Lady Cordelia. There is also the possibility that at the time of the regression it seems as if we do not achieve much. However, it can be the start of breaking that protective barrier that I believe Lady Cordelia's mind has put in place. This may manifest itself in all kinds of ways, and she will need close monitoring and support. Cordelia, my dear, are you certain you wish to try this? Would it not simply be better to allow nature to take its course and let your memory return of its own volition? Lady Iolanthe's fears did not appear to have been appeased by Dr. Sambleton-Smith's explanation. I understand the risks involved, but I can't keep living with this hanging over me. It feels all the time that there is something just hovering on the edge of my memory. If I could just reach out and grasp it and know for sure what happened that night. Lady Cordelia placed her knife and fork down on her plate. It may help to exonerate Nathan.
Rachel looked hopefully at her stepsister, as if she had almost forgotten what had gone on.
That is not my reason for doing this, but yes, it may exonerate him. It may, on the other hand, prove his guilt.
Lady Cordelia looked stonily at Rachel. It all sounds most interesting as a form of treatment, not one that the medical profession as a whole is overly familiar with, of course. Dr. Moore had also finished his dinner. I believe that medicine is advancing swiftly these days, and we should, as professionals, be open to new treatment methods, Ernestine responded. The staff removed their dinner plates, and a lemon meringue pudding was served. Of course, yes, but ones which have been proven safe and effective, Dr. Moore continued, as his dessert was placed before him. I assure you, my methods are based on sound scientific research. Perhaps, if Lady Cordelia is agreeable, you should sit in on her treatment session tomorrow as an observer. It may be enlightening to your own practice, Ernestine suggested, looking at her patient.
Oh, I am quite willing for Dr. Moore to observe. In fact, I was going to ask if Kitty might be there too. It would make me feel safer, having someone there who is not directly involved in what has happened in St. Mawes.
Lady Cordelia looked at Kitty.
Would you be willing to do that?
She asked.
Yes, it would be my pleasure, if Dr. Sempleton-Smith has no objection, Kitty said.
Secretly, she was quite pleased to get the opportunity to see firsthand what Lady Cordelia's response to this hypnotherapy regression would be. Ernestine picked up her dessert spoon. Regression therapy is not a spectator sport, but, yes, if Lady Cordelia wishes, then both Kitty and Dr. Moore may observe the session.
Thank you.
Lady Cordelia thanked her therapist, and the subject was dropped. After dinner was finished, everyone drifted back to the drawing room. Kitty noticed that Rachel looked as if she did not wish to attend, but a firm look from Lady Iolanthe seemed to secure her compliance to at least stay for coffee. The sound of the telephone ringing in the hall broke the faint murmur of chatter as they were taking their after-dinner coffee. A moment later, Patterson entered the drawing room. "A telephone call for you, Captain Bryant. A Mrs. Charlotte Kelly." Matt placed his cup down and hurried from the room to take the call. Kitty wondered why Dr. Kelly's wife was calling. She hoped nothing had happened to the doctor. She had enjoyed the time she had spent with them, even though it had brought up sad memories for Matt. The rest of the room seemed to relax, and Kitty guessed they had all been thinking the telephone call might be from. Rachel had put some music on the gramophone, so at least the restful sounds of classical music prevented any more awkward silences.
"Is everything all right?"
Kitty asked, in a quiet voice, when Matt returned and took his seat back by her side. "Yes, it was just a few things Mrs. Kelly had thought of, and some more information about Redvers," Matt murmured back. "I'll tell you later when we go upstairs." Kitty was forced to be satisfied with that, even though she was dying to know what Mrs. Kelly had discovered. Lady Iolanthe was in conversation with Dr. Sempleton-Smith, having seemingly discovered a shared love of theatre. Dr. Moore had picked up a discarded newspaper and was reading. Lady Cordelia was at a small table, dealing herself cards in a game of patience. The curtains had been drawn, and with the lamps throwing golden pools of light around the room, and the cheerful glow of the fire, it all seemed peaceful. Yet Kitty could feel the tension in the air, almost like a palpable force. With Nathan being questioned, and his mother now staying at the hotel, she thought everything should have felt calmer and more settled. Obviously there would be tension between Rachel and Lady Cordelia, but this atmosphere was most peculiar.
"I think I am just going to go downstairs and check on Bertie."
Kitty set down her empty coffee cup and turned to Matt. She also wanted to take the chance to try and discover if anyone in the household possessed a cloak. Someone had used it to post the parcel and appear in Lady Cordelia's room bearing a knife. Very well. Matt smiled at her, and she suspected he had guessed she had an ulterior motive. Kitty pushed open the green baize-covered door that led to the servants' area of the house and made her way past the butler's pantry to the kitchen. The staff were all gathering around the large kitchen table, which had been cleared and set for the staff to eat their supper.
"Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt,"
Kitty apologized, realizing the staff were getting ready to eat.
"I just came to check on Bertie."
She could see there was no need to be concerned about her dog, since he was happily seated beside Archie at the table. The expectant look on the dog's hairy face told her that he was confident some titbits of pork would no doubt find their way into his tummy. "Oh, he's fine, Mrs. Bryant. I took him out a couple of hours ago, and I'll take him again after supper," Archie assured her. "That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I just didn't want you to feel he was a nuisance," Kitty said. She could see the staff were eager to eat. "Before I go back upstairs, Mr. Patterson, may I speak to you privately for a quick second?" Kitty asked the butler.
Of course, Mrs. Bryant.
He led her out of the kitchen and back towards the butler's pantry.
How may I assist you?
This will sound a little peculiar, but I wondered if you knew if any member of the household possessed a long dark cloak with a hood, Kitty said. Mr. Patterson's eyebrows rose by a fraction of an inch, but he otherwise displayed no surprise at her question.
I don't believe any person in the household does, madam.
Kitty's heart fell. She had been certain that there must be such a garment in the house. Patterson frowned.
I do think, though, that there may be such an item in the dressing-up box. There is a large wicker hamper full of items which members of the family and guests use for balls and plays. I think Sir Victor wore one once when he dressed as a musketeer.
Do you know where this hamper is stored? Kitty asked, her spirits lifting.
It is normally kept in the attic, but I seem to think it was moved to the garage last year, shortly before Miss Templeton's party. The younger members of the household had been searching for costumes for a play.
Kitty beamed at the butler. Excellent, thank you. Is the garage kept locked, do you know?
No, madam, I believe it is not considered necessary, Patterson said.
Thank you. Kitty set off back to the drawing room and left the butler to dine with his staff. Chapter 19. When she arrived back in the drawing room, Kitty discovered that Rachel, Lady Iolanthe and Lady Cordelia had all departed for their rooms. Dr. Moore had challenged Dr. Sampleton Smith to a game of chess, and Matt was now reading the newspaper that Dr. Moore had been studying earlier.
Was everything all right with Bertie?
Matt asked, as Kitty sat back beside him. He was waiting to beg for food from the table. Archie is taking excellent care of him, Kitty said. She glanced towards the chess players and lowered her voice. I may have found the cloak.
Good work, Matt said approvingly. Who does it belong to?
That's just it. No one. Patterson says he thinks it's in the dressing-up box in the garage. He said the box was brought down from the attic last year when everyone arrived for Rachel's party. The cloak was Sir Victor's originally. It was part of a musketeer's costume.
That means anyone who was here last summer would have known about it and made use of it, Matt said.
I suppose this is something else we will need to tell Inspector Lewis about, Kitty said.
Once we have verified it is still there, of course,
Matt agreed. Kitty shifted in her seat, and Matt placed a gentle restraining hand on her leg.
We are not going delving about right now in a dark, cold garage. We can go and look for it in the morning.
He grinned at her, clearly amused by her impatience. Very well, she agreed with a sigh. Her husband had a point, even if it was frustrating having to be patient. They retired to bed early, leaving the two doctors to continue their battle over the chessboard. Kitty hoped that would be the only thing they would battle over, given their discussions at dinner. Now you can tell me all about the telephone call from Mrs. Kelly, Kitty said, as she sat down in front of her dressing-table mirror and started to unscrew the fastenings on her ruby dropper earrings. Matt sat on one of the small fireside chairs and eased off his highly polished evening shoes.
Yes, that was an interesting call. After that visit we paid to the Kellys, the questions we asked about Redvers's death apparently played on Mrs. Kelly's mind. She still has a few contacts among the other nurses that were there at the same time as her and Edith.
Oh, really? Has she been in touch with them? What did they say? Kitty asked eagerly, turning to look at her husband.
The two she managed to telephone didn't recall Redvers being moved out of that room the night he died. They confirmed it was a horrendously busy night, but neither of them remember having laid him out. The one nurse said she saw the porters taking a body out of there in a shroud, and she assumed her colleague had attended to him. It was a hectic time, and they were rushed off their feet.
Matt pulled his black bow tie undone and undid his collar stud. So no one recalls seeing him dead or placing him in a shroud, just that a body was moved and the room was empty. Kitty frowned as she dropped her earrings into the small tray on the dressing table. Yes, and Dr. Kelly tracked down the other doctor who was on duty that night. He works at a London teaching hospital now. He can't be certain because it's so long ago, but he doesn't recall being asked to see Redvers to certify his death. He thought Dr. Kelly had done it.
I suppose, with Redvers's name being a little unusual, he would have recalled it,
Kitty said, as she prepared to unfasten her dark red evening gown.
That's just it, Matt said. It's almost peculiar. Even allowing for the passage of time, you would have thought someone would have remembered his death. He had been at the hospital for some weeks, the same length of time as me.
But a body was moved. Kitty was puzzled about how Redvers could have managed things if he had faked his own death.
With the influx of new patients, my supposition must be that perhaps one of them died and Redvers took his chance to swap places with him. That unfortunate fellow would have been buried in Redvers's place. It was so chaotic back then, Kitty, you can't begin to imagine.
Matt's expression was solemn, and he appeared lost in his own thoughts for a moment. Kitty stepped out of her gown as the satin fabric puddled to the floor. If that is what he did, it would explain how you and Mrs. Hayden saw a dead man.
It certainly provides food for thought. I can understand any man not wishing to be sent back to the front. None of us wanted to go back. But it was a question of duty to king and country, Kitty.
She could see that Matt was deeply troubled by the revelations from the telephone call. She picked up her gown and slid it onto a padded hanger. You think that he absconded and planned his disappearance by faking his own death? He paid a heavy price if so. He left his wife and child behind, knowing he could never return to them. Kitty checked her gown for marks or damage and hung it back in the wardrobe. Matt continued to sit in the armchair as Kitty prepared for bed.
I would not have pegged Redvers for a coward. I keep going over that last time I went along the hall to visit him before they moved him to that side room.
Was that when he gave you his ring and his watch? Kitty asked. Matt nodded slowly.
He must have been planning it then. He probably fixed his temperature so he would be moved to the side room as an infectious case.
Kitty could tell that Matt was wondering how he had missed the signs. She placed her hands on her husband's shoulders and lovingly rubbed the back of his neck. You were not to know what he had in mind. How could you possibly have guessed? He was a fellow officer, a gentleman. Something deep in his mind must have broken that day. Matt reached up and captured one of her hands in his.
You're right, I know that. But I still keep thinking about it, wondering if there was something I might have said to get him to rethink.
Come to bed. Dwelling on the past won't alter it. Perhaps after Ernestine has conducted this treatment with Lady Cordelia tomorrow, you could ask her about Redvers. She is an expert on such issues. She might be able to help you understand his thought process, Kitty suggested.
Yes, you're right. She is an expert on such things. Good thinking. She may be able to shed some light on what Redvers may have had planned.
Matt brightened and smiled at her.
Thank you, darling.
Kitty laughed. Come to bed. We have a busy day tomorrow. We may even hear from Inspector Lewis, if we are very lucky. When they rose the next morning, the weather had changed and turned dull. The sky was a silver grey, and gusts of wind rattled at the windows. Kitty shivered as she pulled on a pastel pink woolen cardigan over her cream silk blouse. Dr. Moore and Ernestine were already at breakfast when they entered the dining room. They both appeared to be talking quite affably together. Rachel joined them as they sat down at the table. Do you think we shall hear anything about Nathan today? Rachel asked. From the police, I mean? She looked at Matt.
The inspector may give an update, but it's by no means certain. It depends on how his investigation is proceeding, Matt said.
I telephoned Mildred this morning at the hotel. She says that she has engaged a solicitor from London who is on his way today to see Nathan. Is that a bad sign? Rachel persisted, as Matt helped himself to toast from the rack. Legal representation is quite a normal, sensible step to take for anyone in these circumstances, Kitty said. Rachel appeared to consider this while she took the top off her boiled egg. I suppose so, she agreed.
What time did you wish to start Lady Cordelia's treatment session this morning?
Dr. Moore turned his head towards Ernestine. I have arranged with Lady Cordelia to see her at 10:30. She is having a light breakfast in bed, and then I thought we could use the library area in the billiard room. I understand it is quiet, and we are unlikely to be disturbed there, Ernestine said, pouring more tea into her cup. It is a nice, neutral space.
Dr. Sampleton-Smith, you have experience of treating veterans of the Great War for various conditions of the mind. I wonder, do you know what may happen to a man who has deserted and abandoned his wife and child, faked his own death? What his thought processes might be, knowing he could never return to his former life?
Matt asked. Ernestine's brows rose fractionally as she considered his question. I take it you know of such a man, Captain Bryant?
I do. A fellow officer at the time,
Matt said. Rachel gave a shocked gasp of surprise. Ernestine gave him a searching glance. Is this another case you are working on? She asked.
It is. Both myself and the officer's wife have recently seen him. We were both convinced at first that we were deluded or had seen an apparition of some kind. However, I have since discovered that he almost certainly faked his own death in order to avoid returning to the front,
Matt said.
He must have been mentally struggling a great deal, yet if, as you say, he had planned and executed the deception, it suggests that he had taken time to consider the consequences of his actions. He may have believed he was assisting his family, that they would be better off without him. The shame and disgrace of deserting would carry a burden in itself, and if caught he would no doubt have been sent back to the front. Financially, of course, his wife or widow would receive some assistance if he were dead. He may have thought no further ahead than that.
Ernestine picked up her cup and sipped her tea.
I see, thank you.
Matt turned back to his own breakfast, and Kitty guessed he was thinking about what the doctor had just said.
It's shocking. Quite shocking, Dr. Moore muttered. I too served at that dreadful time, so much suffering. Frontline hospitals, patch them up and ship them back out. I worry now with all that is going on in the world. The portents are all there for more conflict. It is most troubling.
I agree, sir. It's a most worrying time. Let us hope that wise heads will prevail and another war can be avoided,
Matt said. Breakfast continued, and Kitty changed the subject to the weather in an attempt to lift the somewhat sombre atmosphere. Once breakfast was done, she and Matt collected Bertie to take him for a walk before Kitty was due to sit with Cordelia during her treatment session. The air was cool as they walked about the lower terraced gardens of the hall, with Bertie sniffing happily at every plant, pot and bush. I feel a little nervous about this morning, Kitty confided, once they were further from the house.
Ernestine seems very knowledgeable and competent. I'm certain she will keep a good eye on Lady Cordelia,
Matt reassured her.
By the way, I haven't told you what Lady Iolanthe shared with me about her own illness.
Kitty was shocked at what he had to say. Poor Rachel, and poor Lady Iolanthe. They had paused at the end of the garden, near where the steps led down the hill towards the cottages where Cordelia had been discovered. The sea lay in front of them, just visible in the gaps between the cottages. Today it was grey and stormy, with white wavelets rippling the surface beyond the calmer waters of the harbour. I must admit, I shall be happy to be finished with this case so that we can return home. Kitty leaned her head on Matt's shoulder as a few dead leaves skittered past her feet, stirred up by the breeze.
I know what you mean. Nathan is in custody, and presumably the inspector will be able to build his case. Lady Cordelia should be safe now, so it seems there is little more that we can do here.
Matt glanced down at her. Once we know that Nathan has been charged, then perhaps we should say to Lady Cordelia that we are leaving, Kitty suggested.
I agree. Let's go back inside. It must be almost 10:30 by now.
Matt walked back with her, and he returned Bertie to the kitchens, while Kitty made her way to the billiard room. The billiard room housed a billiard table at one end. The other end of the long rectangular space was lined with bookshelves to form a library. A velour-covered couch and 4 comfortable armchairs with low tables were near a stone fireplace. Piles of magazines and periodicals were stacked on the tables, and the room felt calm and comfortable. Dr. Moore was already seated discreetly in one corner of the room. He had a notebook in his hand, and he appeared to be ready to view the proceedings.
Kitty, my dear, I expect Dr. Sampleton-Smith and Lady Cordelia will be along in a moment. I must confess I have my doubts about the wisdom and efficacy of this treatment, but never let it be said that an old dog is not willing to learn new tricks."
He smiled at her as she took a seat. Lady Cordelia looked nervous as she entered the room. She was dressed simply in a navy-corded pinafore-style dress and navy cardigan. Ernestine followed her into the room. Dr. Sampleton-Smith was dressed in more manly attire, fitted trousers, a white silk blouse, and a waistcoat. "Lady Cordelia, if you would lie on the couch and make yourself comfortable," Ernestine instructed, as she assisted the girl to rearrange the silk cushions so they supported her head. Lady Cordelia obediently placed herself as instructed. Ernestine drew the dark blue brocade curtains and lit one of the lamps on the side table so the atmosphere in the room was softened and outside stimuli reduced. She moved one of the chairs, seating herself near the end of the couch closest to Lady Cordelia's head. Kitty was moved slightly back so that Lady Cordelia's whole focus would be on Ernestine. "Before we begin, Lady Cordelia, are you comfortable?" Ernestine asked. Lady Cordelia murmured her assent. "Excellent. Dr. Moore, Kitty, I must ask you both to refrain from speaking or making any noise or movement whilst Lady Cordelia is in a state of regression." Ernestine looked at Dr. Moore and then at Kitty to make certain they understood. "Lady Cordelia, I shall ask you to relax as much as possible and to focus on me and my voice. If, at any point, I see that you are uncomfortable or distressed, then I shall stop this session. Are you still wishing to proceed?" Ernestine had seated herself on her chair and had taken out a small, shiny object on a long silver chain. She placed this in readiness on her lap.
"Yes, I am quite ready. I am willing to try anything to recover my memory,"
Lady Cordelia said. Her voice sounded a little shaky.
"Kitty, are you there?"
"I am, my dear. I shall remain here throughout the session. Have no fear," Kitty reassured her, hoping her voice sounded as calm as Ernestine's. "Very well. It seems we are all set." Ernestine picked up the silver chain and held it in front of Lady Cordelia. "Now, I am going to ask you to focus upon this chain while listening to me." Lady Cordelia made a tiny movement of her head to indicate she understood. Ernestine made slight movements to the chain, allowing the shiny silver orb at the end to move fractionally. Lady Cordelia obediently fixed her gaze on the object and its motion. "We are going to go back to a time and place where you felt safe and happy. That memory is your refuge, a safe place to return to in times of trouble and confusion." Ernestine's voice was low and soothing. Kitty saw Lady Cordelia's eyelashes flutter as if she were fighting to keep her eyes open. "This is a safe and happy place. Where are you, Cordelia?" Dr. Sampleton-Smith asked.
"I'm at home with Mummy. It's summertime, and we're in the garden. I have a new dolly."
Lady Cordelia's voice sounded small and childlike. Kitty saw Dr. Moore make a tiny movement out of the corner of her eye, and Ernestine shot him a quick warning glance. "How old are you, Cordelia?" Ernestine asked.
"I'm 7, and my mummy is having a baby,"
Lady Cordelia said. Chapter 20. "We're going to come forward in time now, Cordelia. It's still summertime. It's August, and Rachel is having a party for her birthday." Ernestine's voice was soothing. Lady Cordelia stirred on the couch. "Rachel will be 21, Ernestine said.
"Daddy is giving her a necklace. Diamonds. Rachel likes jewelry,"
Lady Cordelia said. Kitty saw Ernestine release a slow breath. "Yes, that's right. He is. Where are you?"
"We're going down to the yacht. It's very big. Rachel has become interested in boats lately. She talks to Nathan about them. Iolanthe looks poorly. I hope she is well enough to stay for the party."
A crease appeared on Lady Cordelia's forehead. "What's happening now?" Ernestine asked.
There are guests arriving from the other yachts and the hotel, friends of Daddy's. Some people are mine and Rachel's age, Lady Cordelia said. There will be dancing after dinner. I like dancing.
Has Rachel had her gifts? Ernestine asked. Kitty guessed she was trying to bring Lady Cordelia slowly through the events of the night until they reached the point of the murder.
There is a cake with lots of candles. The crew are worried. They don't like fire on boats, Nathan says, but she's blown them out now, so it's all right. Daddy has given her the box. It's tied up with a big red satin bow. Rachel is happy, but Digby looks uncomfortable. Iolanthe is smiling, but she keeps rubbing her head. Dr. Moore is watching her.
Lady Cordelia's tone of voice had shifted slightly. It sounded as if she was speaking in more of a monotone, reciting events. Who else is there? Ernestine picked up a glass of water and took a small sip after asking her question.
Mildred is there, as usual. She is looking at the diamonds. Digby is talking to her, and she gives the box back to Rachel. Something he has said has made her cross. Iolanthe takes the present and puts it in her bag. The table has been cleared and put away, and there is music. People are dancing. It's funny with everyone having no shoes on because of the deck.
Lady Cordelia giggled.
The stars are out, and Nathan is dancing with Rachel.
Kitty glanced at Dr. Moore, who had been discreetly making notes. She wondered if his recollection of the party tallied with Lady Cordelia's. The party is coming to a close. What's happening now? Ernestine was watching her patient closely, and Kitty knew this was the point where Lady Cordelia had started to struggle with her memory.
Daddy's friends have gone back to their yachts and to the hotel. He and Iolanthe have waved them off. Iolanthe looks pale and tired. Dr. Moore is fussing around her, and they are going to walk back to the hotel. Mildred and Digby are going too. Rachel has drunk a lot of champagne. She's very wobbly when she puts her shoes back on. She is hanging on to Nathan for support.
The crease of Lady Cordelia's forehead deepened.
The crew have cleaned up the boat, and Daddy has given them some money. We are going to go back to the hall.
And who else is around on the quayside? Ernestine asked in a gentle tone.
It's quiet now. Before there were lots of people outside the hotel and there was music, but it's all gone and everywhere is still,
Lady Cordelia said.
There is a light out in front of the Ship and Castle Hotel.
The girl stirred once more on the couch, and Ernestine waited for her to settle before asking her next questions. What is happening now? Are you walking?
I'm walking with Daddy. Rachel and Nathan have gone on ahead further than us. Daddy is being very serious. My bag is on the yacht. I need to go back and get it. We turn around and Nathan and Rachel carry on to the house. She is holding tight to his arm.
There was a change in Lady Cordelia's tone. She sounded irritated or annoyed. Kitty was unsure which it was. Had Lady Cordelia subconsciously noticed then that her stepsister was becoming involved with her fiancé? Had that night been the start of the affair? You are walking back to the yacht with your father. What is he saying to you? Ernestine was being quite clever with her questions, Kitty thought. She was leading Lady Cordelia's recollections of the events in a more circuitous way.
He is worried about Iolanthe. She is ill. Then he is asking me about Nathan and our engagement.
Lady Cordelia's hands moved from where they were lying loosely on her lap, and the girl touched where her engagement ring had been. Is he asking about your wedding? Ernestine asked.
Daddy is worried. I thought it was just about Iolanthe, but he is asking me lots of questions. He doesn't want me to get married yet.
Lady Cordelia's breath began to come a little faster, and she twisted on the couch. Where are you now? Ernestine's tone was soothing.
We are on the jetty. The yacht is close by. I can hear the waves slapping on the stones. There is a pile of building material, stone and wood. Daddy is going to go and get my handbag.
Lady Cordelia writhed and flung her hands up to cover her head in a protective movement. Who else is there? Ernestine asked.
The light is out on the quay. It's dark by the yacht. Daddy is still talking to me.
Lady Cordelia was panting, her speech becoming broken.
Now he's talking and he's... Oh!
She clutched at her head and moaned.
Trying to run, frightened. Daddy has gone.
Cordelia, who is there? Ernestine asked.
Can't. Steps.
The girl was now very distressed. Go back to your safe space, Ernestine soothed. Back to when you were at home. You are safe in your refuge. Lady Cordelia began to relax, moving her hands back to her lap, her breathing easing. Focus on my voice. We are going to come back to this room now, leaving these memories to continue to return, both good and bad. I am counting 1, 2, 3, and you are back with us. Ernestine leaned back in her seat as Lady Cordelia's eyelids fluttered open and the girl looked dazedly at her physician. Kitty thought Ernestine appeared troubled as she spoke to Lady Cordelia, reassuring her that all was well and the session had been helpful.
Did it work? Did I see who it was?
Lady Cordelia struggled to get herself back up into a sitting position. Kitty, could you ring for some tea? Ernestine instructed as she whipped open the curtains. Kitty moved to comply, tugging the corded, tasselled bell pull at the side of the fireplace. Patterson appeared almost immediately, and Kitty requested a tea tray. It was a very promising start, my dear, Ernestine soothed her patient.
But did I see anything useful?
Lady Cordelia persisted. Do you recollect what you told us? Dr. Moore asked as he closed his notebook. Lady Cordelia gave a faint shake of her head.
Not really. I remember being happy, and then I think I was talking about the party.
She looked at Ernestine and Kitty. You did. You told us some more about what you recalled of that night, Kitty said.
But did I see who was there? Did I see who attacked us, and what happened?
There was a note now almost of desperation in Lady Cordelia's voice. Not yet, but I think you are coming closer to a breakthrough. I stopped the session as you were becoming very distressed, Ernestine explained.
So I didn't remember.
Lady Cordelia sounded disappointed. Patterson wheeled in a laden tea trolley, and Ernestine poured her patient a cup of tea, adding sugar to the cup. Now drink this. You have remembered a great deal, and you will feel quite exhausted for some time today. You may well start to recollect more over the next few days. Ernestine handed Lady Cordelia the drink. Dr. Moore rose from his chair to come and help himself to some tea. It was a most fascinating experience to observe, he said. Thank you, Dr. Templeton-Smith. I'm glad you found it interesting, Ernestine said. Did Lady Cordelia's recollections of the evening match your own? Kitty asked him, as she took a biscuit from the trolley and rested it on the edge of her saucer. Indeed, yes, Dr. Moore agreed. I found it fascinating what nuances the unconscious mind observes. Ernestine sat down with her cup of tea. That validates the session. One has to be very careful when conducting such therapy that false memories are not created by injudicious questioning. Kitty could see, having witnessed the care Ernestine had taken with her inquiries, that a less scrupulous practitioner may indeed do such a thing. I can quite imagine that, Dr. Moore said. I found it most instructive. Thank you, Dr. Templeton-Smith, and you too, Lady Cordelia, for permitting me to observe. Your mind is still placing barriers to prevent you from recollecting exactly what occurred that evening. If you find yourself remembering anything else at all, no matter how small, in the next day or so, you must tell me, and we shall see if we can discover more, Ernestine cautioned her patient. Thank you, Lady Cordelia said, and thank you, Kitty, for being here. She gave Kitty a grateful smile. It was my pleasure, Kitty assured her. It had been a very interesting session, and Kitty couldn't wait to find Matt to tell him about it. Matt had been sitting in the drawing room after Kitty had gone to be with Lady Cordelia. His perusal of the newspaper was interrupted by Patterson informing him that he had a telephone call from Mildred Cross. He folded the paper and tossed it aside before following the butler out to the hall. Hello, Mrs. Cross. He was surprised and confused about why Mildred should be telephoning and asking for him. Captain Bryant, I'm so glad you were in. I would like you to meet me at my hotel as soon as possible. It is most important. Mildred's voice, although still imperious, quavered a little down the line. Matt glanced at his watch. "I can come along now, if that is convenient." He knew that Kitty would be a while yet, and he wanted to discover what it was that Mildred wanted.
"Thank you, I am most obliged. Ask for me at the desk."
She rang off, without saying anything further. Matt went to the cloakroom and collected his overcoat and hat. He stopped off to ask Patterson to inform Kitty later that he had gone out, but would return shortly. The wind was brisk as he walked down the hill to Mildred's hotel. The breeze from earlier had increased, making the sea restless, tossing the boats about on the water. The beach was deserted, and the waves were splashing onto the sand. Matt followed Mildred's instructions and asked the receptionist where Mrs. Cross might be found. He was directed to the residence lounge, where, after looking around, he discovered her tucked discreetly in a corner. She rose to greet him, and he was shocked by the change in her demeanour from just a day earlier. Before, she had been a plump, well-dressed woman who took care to try and belie her age with the skillful use of cosmetics. Now she appeared to have aged at least 15 years. Although still well-dressed and made up, lines were clearly visible on her face, and her eyes held a worried expression.
"Thank you for coming to see me so promptly,"
Mildred said, as she retook her seat. Matt unbuttoned his overcoat and removed his hat. "Not at all, Mrs. Cross. Is there something I can assist you with?" he asked.
"I wish to employ you," Mildred said firmly, "you and Mrs. Bryant. I know you are currently working for Lady Cordelia, but I would also like you to work for me. My son is innocent, and I intend to prove it. I have already engaged a solicitor from London to act on Nathan's behalf. However, what I need now is for you to find proof of his innocence."
"I know the police have been questioning him, but has Nathan now been charged with the murder of Sir Victor and Digby White?" Matt asked.
"Not as yet, but I believe it must only be a matter of time. That inspector friend of yours will not permit me to talk to Nathan, or I am certain I could discover the truth."
Mildred looked at him imploringly.
"I beg of you, please help me."
Matt couldn't help feeling sorry for the woman. "Forgive me for asking this, Mrs. Cross, but how can you be certain that Nathan is not guilty of these crimes? The inspector does seem to have quite a lot of evidence."
Mildred drew out a lace-edged handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes before whisking it away. "I know you will think that my partiality as his mother is what is convincing me that he is innocent. There is more to it than that, however."
"In what way? Do you have evidence that you haven't yet given to the police?" Matt asked.
"I am not certain that it constitutes evidence. I know my son, and I know he is protecting someone. More than one person, I fear."
She dropped her gaze. Matt was intrigued by her reply. "Please be frank with me, Mrs. Cross. If you know or suspect something that could affect the outcome of this case, then you need to tell me. I can't take you on as a client unless I am in possession of all the facts."
Mildred bit her lip, as if undecided on her course of action. "Very well. I heard that Mrs. Bryant told the inspector she saw Nathan burning a note from Digby White, a blackmail letter."
"Yes, that's correct." Matt frowned. He wasn't sure now what Mildred was likely to say.
"That note was not sent to Nathan, Captain Bryant. It was sent to me. I gave it to Nathan and asked him what I should do about it. He burnt it to try and protect me."
Mildred swallowed. "Why would Digby send you a blackmail letter? What was he attempting to blackmail you about?" Matt asked. He thought this all sounded fanciful, as if Mildred had thought up the story to take the blame from her son.
"Digby has been blackmailing me for some time. He no doubt did the same to several other people. I believe it was the main source of his income. He was not the upright character he appeared to be. I think, too, that Sir Victor may have sensed something was amiss before he was killed. I know he argued with Digby."
Mildred raised her chin and looked firmly at Matt. "Forgive me, Mrs. Cross, but I am confused. Why would Digby be blackmailing you, and what about?" Matt asked.
"I am telling you this in confidence, Captain Bryant. I think, when I explain, you will understand why Nathan has not told the inspector the note was sent to me, and why I, in turn, have not spoken to the police."
Mildred paused, as if gathering herself before continuing.
"When my late husband died, the money he left for myself and Nathan was not sufficient. It's very expensive, Captain Bryant, to raise a child as a single woman. I had certain skills that I was forced to employ from time to time to supplement our income.
She paused once more and produced her handkerchief again.
Please continue,
Matt said. He wondered what the woman was going to say.
I have many well-connected friends. Nathan and I were fortunate to be invited to stay from time to time with them. It was a great blessing to save our expenses. It also provided me with various small opportunities to acquire one or two items.
Mildred waved her hand around, clutching her handkerchief.
You stole things from your hosts.
Matt hazarded a guess at what Mildred might be alluding to in her roundabout speech. She flinched at the word stole.
Small items that would not be missed, a little piece of silver, a gold locket, a diamond brooch,
Mildred confessed.
And Digby found out about this?
Matt asked. The older woman bowed her head.
He has been extracting money from me since last summer. He was only waiting until Nathan married Lady Cordelia, then no doubt his demands would have become much greater.
Matt leaned back in his seat and templed the tips of his fingers together.
I can see your problem. If you tell the police the note was yours, then it doesn't necessarily clear your son. In fact, it adds to the weight of evidence against him. He could have killed Digby to stop the blackmail, and may have murdered Sir Victor because he was against Nathan's marriage to his daughter.
A tear trickled down Mildred's cheek.
That's why I didn't know what to do. You do believe me, though?
Matt looked at her.
Yes, I do believe you, but what of the other evidence? Sir Victor's watch being in your son's possession.
Mildred sighed.
Anyone could have placed that there. I know Nathan knew nothing about it. There are other people the police should be questioning.
Such as?
Matt asked.
Rachel Templeton, for a start. Yes, that's who they should look at,
Mildred said, pursing her lips. Chapter 21.
Why Miss Templeton? I take it you were aware of your son's affair with her? Matt asked.
Mildred snorted dismissively.
Affair? I think it would be elevating it somewhat to call it that. Rachel is in love with my son. She has been for months, always throwing herself at him. I think the only person who couldn't see it was poor Cordelia.
And Nathan? How do you think he feels about Rachel? Matt asked.
Mildred dabbed at her eyes once more.
I think she annoys him. He made a mistake by getting involved with her in the first place. He has always loved Cordelia. Rachel would never leave him alone, though, batting her eyelashes at him and hanging on his every word. He was flattered. He told me that he had ended things with her.
Mildred sighed.
I am aware that none of this places either myself or Nathan in a good light, but neither does it make my boy a murderer.
You believe that it was Rachel, then, who placed the watch in Nathan's things? Is that what you are saying?
Matt looked at Mildred.
He had said to me that he had been telling Rachel to leave him alone for ages. She just wouldn't listen. She said she would tell Cordelia that Nathan was in love with her. He wanted to move forward and set a wedding date with Cordelia, and Rachel wanted him to break the engagement. Coming back here to St. Maur's was supposed to assist Cordelia to find closure, to recover her memories so they could go ahead and marry.
You believe that Rachel didn't like this?
Matt said.
Nathan told me that she had been begging him to tell Cordelia about their alleged love affair. She threatened him. She expected him to leave Cordelia for her, Mildred said.
How would Rachel have had Sir Victor's watch? Matt asked.
She must have been the one who killed him. Then she attacked Cordelia. That's the only way she would have got it. It makes perfect sense if you think about it. With Cordelia dead, then she would have thought she could have married Nathan. Now he is refusing to end the engagement. She is out for revenge, and planted that watch to get him in trouble, Mildred said.
Matt could see that Mildred was making quite a good case against Rachel.
I would need to speak to Inspector Lewis and your son, Matt said.
He knew he also needed to talk to Kitty to see what she would make of Mildred's story.
Mildred nodded. Very well, but please help us. I'll not see Nathan hang for something he hasn't done.
Kitty emerged from the billiard room to look for Matt.
Captain Bryant has asked me to inform you he has been called away for a short time, madam,
Patterson informed her when she met him in the hallway. Oh, I see. Thank you, Kitty said. The regression therapy session had left her feeling restless and uneasy, and she wished Matt had been around for her to talk to. Instead, she decided to put on her hat and coat and venture outside once more. She told herself that some fresh air would do her good. Patterson had said that the dressing-up box had been put in the garage. While she was outside, she might as well take the opportunity to go and take a look to see if there was a hooded cloak amongst its contents. The garage was a brick building lying to the side and rear of the house. It looked to Kitty as if there had probably been a stable and coach house there at one point, and the large brick building had replaced it. Kitty had left her own car parked outside on the gravel driveway. The garage looked from the outside as if it could comfortably house several vehicles. There were 2 large pairs of wooden doors on the front of the building. Inset in the one door was another smaller door, obviously there to provide pedestrian access. Kitty wondered if the family also kept tools inside, and if the gardeners stored the lawnmower and garden roller within. There didn't appear to be anyone else around as she crunched her way across the gravel to the garage. She shivered in the wind sweeping in from the sea. Keen to get out of the draught, she tried the smaller inset door, and, as Patterson had said, it opened easily. Clearly the family felt no need to keep it locked. The interior of the garage was dark and gloomy. Kitty looked around but could see no signs of a light switch. Sir Victor must not have felt the need to have electricity run into the building. There was some light coming into the rear of the garage from a long, narrow row of windows at the back. They were festooned with cobwebs, and she hoped the spidery occupants wouldn't put in an appearance. A vine growing on the outside of the building made the windows less effective, casting a greenish tinge. However, the glass did stop it from being pitch black. Kitty wished she had thought to bring her torch from the glove box of her own car. The family car was parked inside, and Kitty could see she had been correct in her assumption that more than one vehicle could fit into the space. There was easily room for at least another 2 vehicles. Part of the garage had been shelved and seemed to house various toolboxes and garden implements. There were old paint tins and an assortment of flower pots. Kitty made her way towards the rear of the garage, looking for the large wicker hamper which Patterson had said was used to store the dressing-up clothes. She saw it quite easily after a minute, once her eyes had fully adjusted to the gloom. The hamper was of the kind usually used for laundry, deep and rectangular in shape. The lid was secured with a wooden peg. She undid the hasp and lifted the lid. She didn't have to delve too far before finding the garment she was searching for. A black hooded cloak lined with satin lay on top of the other clothes. She checked it all over and could see no marks on the material. There were no pockets, and she even sniffed at the material to see if any scent still lingered on the fabric. There was nothing that she could find that might offer any kind of clue to who the last person to have worn it may have been. Frustrated, she carefully folded it back up and replaced it inside the hamper before closing and securing the lid. She made her way back towards the garage door, which had almost closed, in the wind blowing in from the sea. Kitty was about to open it up, ready to leave, when she heard voices outside, the sound carried towards her on the breeze. "Rachel, I will not stand by and see you make a complete fool of yourself over a man. Moreover, he is or was your sister's fiancé. Have you no shame at all?" Kitty peeped out through a crack, and could see Lady Iolanthe standing with her daughter near to Kitty's car. "You don't understand, Mother. I love him and he loves me." Rachel's voice was raised, and she sounded distressed. "He has played you for a fool." "Love, I understand that you are making a total laughingstock of yourself," Lady Iolanthe retorted, "not to mention your lack of care for Cordelia." "Hang Cordelia! Nathan is going to be charged with murdering Victor, and no one seems to care at all, except for me and Mildred. If Nathan is guilty, then he must be punished. Victor died, Digby died, and Cordelia has been almost killed several times now." Kitty could see Lady Iolanthe looked distressed as she remonstrated with her daughter. Rachel glared at her mother. "You only care about Cordelia. What about me?" "Now you are being ridiculous. Of course I care about you. You're my daughter." Lady Iolanthe swayed on her heels and placed her hand on the bonnet of Kitty's car to steady herself. "No, you don't. It's always been her.
Cordelia lost her mother. Cordelia almost died. Cordelia has broken her engagement. Well, boo-hoo, Rachel snapped. You are one of the reasons she ended her engagement. She is your sister, and has been nothing but kind to you. Lady Iolanthe straightened her back. I am very disappointed in you, Rachel. She turned and walked away from her daughter. Rachel paused for a moment before striding off in the opposite direction, as if heading into the village. From her vantage point in the garage, Kitty saw Matt approaching. Rachel passed him, and he raised his hat politely, but it seemed that the girl was in no mood for social niceties. Kitty stepped out of the garage and carefully closed the door behind her, ensuring it was secure. Matt smiled as he walked towards her. I expect I can guess what you've been doing, lurking in the garage. He reached out a hand and brushed something from her hat. You have acquired a cobweb. I found the cloak. It was just as Patterson said. It was in the dressing-up hamper. There were no clues as to who may have borrowed it, though. Where have you been? Kitty linked her arm through his as they walked together to the house. I've been to see Mildred Cross. She telephoned to ask me to call. Matt looked at her. Oh, really? That does sound intriguing. I think we should swap information. Kitty smiled up at her husband. Well, it will have to wait until after lunch. Matt held the front door ajar for her to enter the house. That sounds like the gong. Rachel, unsurprisingly, did not come back for lunch. Lady Cordelia was resting in her room. Lady Iolanthe looked paler than ever as she took her place at the table. She spoke little and ate even less. Dr. Moore seemed anxious, making solicitous inquiries about her health, which were gently rebuffed with one-word answers. Dr. Sempleton-Smith seemed unperturbed by the depleted numbers and tucked into her tomato soup with relish. Conversation was desultory. Once Lady Iolanthe had been assured that all was well with Lady Cordelia following the regression therapy. There is an extraordinary amount of resistance there, Ernestine said. I have only encountered a few cases like Lady Cordelia's before. Whatever happened that night must have been deeply traumatizing. Do you think Lady Cordelia will recover fully? Kitty asked. She seemed to be doing well, until the point where she was at the yacht and Sir Victor was attacked. Ernestine was thoughtful as she ate her noisette of beef. It's hard to say. I have had considerable success with this method, but Lady Cordelia's case is complicated by the physical injuries she sustained in the assault. If the barrier is just psychological, then I am hopeful. If the attack, however, caused physical damage, then that is an unknown quantity. Kitty could see her point. Just because Lady Cordelia had no visible marks from the attack didn't mean that there might be real hidden physical scarring to her brain. Once lunch was finished, Lady Iolanthe said she intended to retire to her room. I shall look in on Lady Cordelia on my way, but I am rather tired today. I may have overdone things walking around the grounds. Kitty suspected that her argument with her daughter had also contributed to her fatigue. Dr. Moore invited Ernestine to look over some case notes he felt she might find interesting, which left Matt and Kitty free for the afternoon. Once they were ensconced in the drawing room, away from anyone eavesdropping, they exchanged information about their mornings. Mildred Cross wishes to engage our services. And she is pointing the finger at Rachel. That's interesting in the light of what I overheard between Rachel and her mother while I was in the garage, Kitty said. I think we need to speak to Inspector Lewis, and hopefully to Nathan, Matt said. I agree, and as soon as possible. There is something that feels very odd about all of this. If Nathan is guilty, then we need to be certain. If Rachel is the culprit, then an innocent man is behind bars, Kitty said. Matt jumped up. Let's go and telephone the inspector, and hope he is in a cooperative mood. They went to the study, since it would provide more privacy for the call, rather than using the telephone in the entrance hall. Matt picked up the receiver. Hello, yes, I'd like to speak to Inspector Lewis. It's Captain Bryant at Highcliffe Hall. Kitty listened, but couldn't make out the response on the other end of the line. Matt raised his eyebrows as he looked at her. I see, very good. Yes, thank you. He replaced the receiver back down on the handset. What did he say? Kitty asked. He wasn't there. Apparently, he is on his way here to see us.
Matt smiled at the look of surprise which she knew had appeared on her face. "This should be interesting, then," Kitty said. Clearly, Inspector Lewis must have something on his mind that he wished to talk to them about. They returned to the drawing room and awaited the arrival of the inspector. Matt had barely had time to add more wood to the fire when Patterson showed the policeman into the room. "Inspector Lewis, good afternoon. We just telephoned the police station to speak to you," Kitty said, as the policeman took a seat beside the fire, stretching his hands out appreciatively towards the blaze.
"Do you have news about the case, Inspector?"
Matt asked, as he took his place beside Kitty on the sofa.
"Nathan Cross has closed up like a clam. Every question is now met with no comment."
Inspector Lewis looked most put out by this turn of events. His foxy features were heightened in the dull afternoon light and the orange glow from the hearth. "Oh dear," Kitty murmured sympathetically.
"His wretched mother has engaged some hoity-toity hotshot solicitor from London who has arrived and begun to make a nuisance of himself."
Inspector Lewis scowled at the flames.
"I thought I would stop by and see if you have discovered anything more that may be useful to the case."
He looked expectantly at Matt and Kitty.
"Mrs. Cross telephoned me this morning and has said she wishes to engage us on Nathan's behalf," Matt said. "Did she indeed?"
Inspector Lewis's eyes narrowed, and he looked speculatively at Matt.
"I dare say she believes her son is innocent. That bloke from London is obviously costing her a pretty penny."
"She raised some questions about the possibility of Rachel Templeton being the culprit, rather than Nathan," Kitty said.
Lady Cordelia's stepsister. That's the one he was having the fling with behind her back."
Kitty tried not to wince at the inspector's rather coarse way of phrasing things. "That's correct."
"And why was she pointing the finger at her, then?"
Inspector Lewis asked. "She insisted that Rachel was some sort of temptress who had flung herself at Nathan. He wanted to end whatever had gone on between them, and she is after her revenge by planting the pocket watch in his room. She said that Rachel has always been jealous of Lady Cordelia, and with Lady Cordelia out of the way, then Rachel could take her place," Kitty said. She didn't share that some of the conversations she had recently overheard could both undermine or support this theory.
"I see. I suppose she does have a point. A case could potentially be made for that, but that doesn't explain the blackmail letter that Nathan Cross was attempting to destroy, unless Mrs. Cross feels that Digby White's death was an accident after all."
Inspector Lewis leaned back in his chair and looked at Kitty.
"This is where I may have information that might prove useful, Inspector. Can I ask if you have looked into Digby White's financial affairs?" Matt asked. "Yes, of course. In the light of the blackmail letter, we checked to see if the man had any financial issues. Quite the contrary. He appeared to have a substantial nest egg. There were several payments into his account over the past few years from several quite well-known people, along with several substantial cash deposits. We assumed they were payments for financial advice." "Why?"
Inspector Lewis's attention was fixed on Matt.
"It seems that Mr. White had quite a lucrative career in blackmail. The letter that Nathan was burning was not actually his," Matt said.
Chapter 22. Inspector Lewis started in his chair, leaned forward and stared interestedly at Matt, his gaze sharpening.
"Whose letter was it, then?" he asked. "Mildred Cross says Digby White sent it to her, and she gave it to Nathan to deal with," Matt said.
Inspector Lewis snorted and leaned back.
"A likely story. No doubt a tale she's cooked up to deflect interest from her son."
"Surely, though, Inspector Lewis, you may be able to prove this by looking back through Digby White's accounts. You said yourself that several people seemed to have been paying him money. Mrs. Cross said that Digby started to blackmail her sometime last year, shortly before they came to Highcliffe Hall for Rachel's party," Kitty suggested.
"It may be why Nathan is so reluctant to talk. By possibly exonerating himself, he may be incriminating his mother," Matt said. "Or digging the hole deeper for himself," Inspector Lewis said. "In my book, this only adds to his motivation for ensuring those poisoned chocolates reached Digby White, and in such a way that it appeared accidental. What was this blackmail about, then, eh?" "Mrs. Cross has been supplementing her income by acquiring and selling various items that do not belong to her in order to keep up her lifestyle.
Matt looked at the inspector. Inspector Lewis's eyebrows rose at this new information. "Do you think that we might be able to talk to Nathan, Inspector?" Kitty asked.
"It may help your case, if we can get him to break his silence,"
Matt suggested, as he saw the inspector's expression harden at Kitty's request. "There is nothing to be lost for you, and it may be helpful," Kitty added. "It's entirely possible that he may not speak to us either, but it has to be worth a try." Inspector Lewis stroked his jaw as he considered Kitty's suggestion.
"Very well, I'll take you with me back to the station. Then, depending on what happens, I think I need a word with both Miss Templeton and Mrs. Cross. Theft, eh? Well, well, well."
"Thank you, Inspector," Matt said, as Kitty jumped up and went out to collect their coats before the policeman could change his mind. Nathan Cross had been moved to the police station in Falmouth. Rather than taking the ferry across the river, the inspector drove them the 15 miles round the estuary. They went to a part of the town Kitty was not familiar with, and she looked around her with interest when they stopped outside the police station. The station was a large, handsome-looking stone-fronted building. Inspector Lewis led them inside and obtained the keys for the cells from the custody sergeant at the desk. Kitty and Matt followed him along a long, narrow, cream-painted corridor and through a locked door into another corridor which had several formidable metal cell doors. Inspector Lewis selected one of the large iron keys from the ring and opened a door to reveal Nathan Cross reclining dispiritedly on a narrow bunk. The scene brought back memories for Kitty from a few years earlier when she had visited Matt in just the same circumstances. Her husband had been detained on suspicion of murder following a scavenger hunt that had taken a fatal turn. Nathan immediately sat up when he saw that he had 2 unexpected visitors accompanying Inspector Lewis.
"Matt, Kitty, what brings you two here?" he asked.
Kitty saw hope flare briefly in his eyes as they entered the cell.
"We wanted to talk to you about the deaths of Sir Victor and Digby White and the attacks on Lady Cordelia. Your mother wishes to engage our services to prove your innocence,"
Matt said. Inspector Lewis had closed the cell door and had remained in the corridor. Kitty knew he was listening on the other side to everything that was said.
"I see."
Nathan leaned forward, placing his head in his hands.
"She at least believes in me."
"She has told us about the letter from Digby that you were burning the night you quarrelled with Rachel," Kitty said.
Nathan smiled mirthlessly. "Did she?"
"She claims the letter was sent to her, and that she gave it to you to deal with. That Digby White had quite the sideline in blackmail, not just of your mother but of several other people," Kitty continued. Nathan said nothing in response to this.
"She has told me all about why Digby was blackmailing her,"
Matt added.
"Then what more do you wish me to say?" Nathan said. "This can hardly help my case. If anything, it probably makes it worse."
"She also made a case for Rachel Templeton being responsible for the deaths and the attacks on Lady Cordelia," Kitty said.
"Rachel?" Nathan looked mildly amused. "Rachel wouldn't have killed Sir Victor or hurt Cordelia."
His posture, however, had stiffened, and Kitty sensed that this suggestion had alarmed him. Was this why he wouldn't talk to the inspector? Did he think Rachel might be involved in some way, and he wished to protect her? Kitty wondered for the first time if perhaps they had been working together. It was not an unreasonable supposition when she thought about it. "Was Rachel working with you?" Kitty asked. Nathan dropped his hands to his sides and looked at her in astonishment.
"No, neither of us were involved in any kind of wrongdoing, nothing to do with murder or anything like that, at any rate. I admit I made a mistake by getting involved with Rachel while I was engaged to Cordelia, but it meant nothing. At least it meant nothing to me. That was the extent of my crimes. I'm certain it was probably the same for Rachel, too." "The watch that was found in your drawer? You told Inspector Lewis you had no idea how it came to be there?"
Matt said, as he leaned against the wall of the cell. Nathan shrugged.
"It's quite true. It wasn't there earlier in the morning when I dressed. I have absolutely no idea where it came from. Anyone could have planted it there while I was at breakfast or out at the quay."
"Could Rachel have put it in the drawer?" Kitty asked. She was angry with you wishing to end things with her. Might she have placed it there to try and get you into trouble?
I admit that the thought had crossed my mind. Rachel can be reckless and do things on impulse, but where would she have obtained Victor's watch? I can't see how she would have come to have it in her possession.
He looked at Kitty.
Unless she was the person who killed Victor and attacked Lady Cordelia that night. You walked her back to the house that evening, you told us she went upstairs, and you remained in the drawing room waiting for Lady Cordelia. Could Rachel have gone out again? Matt asked.
Nathan ran his hand through his dark hair, causing a lock to fall in a dishevelled fashion onto his forehead.
I suppose so, yes. We had words when we reached the hall. The others were upstairs by then, and Rachel had drunk a lot of champagne. She was making advances, you know?
He paused and squirmed uncomfortably on the narrow bunk.
I told her that Cordelia would be back soon and she needed to go to bed. I rebuffed her and she flounced off in a bit of a huff. Even then, she wanted you to break off your engagement.
Matt looked at Nathan. Nathan nodded and sighed.
She kept saying I should leave Cordelia and marry her. It would be worth my while. She could fund my racing career.
He gave a wry smile.
Yachting can be an expensive game. I have sponsors, but it is a rich man's sport, even though I do earn a good living at it when I win.
Kitty looked at Matt. It was beginning to sound as if Rachel could be in the frame as much, if not more, than Nathan. Did Lady Cordelia ever suspect there was something between you and Rachel? She asked.
No, never. Rachel could be quite indiscreet, but Cordelia never seemed to be aware of anything. She is a really lovely girl. She trusted me. I did and do love her.
Nathan looked at Kitty, and she thought he appeared to be genuinely contrite about his misdemeanours. How is the relationship between Lady Cordelia and Rachel usually? We've heard that Rachel has always seemed jealous of her stepsister. Kitty wondered if Rachel's alleged jealousy might also be a motive for wishing to harm Lady Cordelia. Nathan gave another slight shrug.
Rachel is jealous. Cordelia is prettier and more popular and, of course, Sir Victor doted on Cordelia. He was always kind and generous to Rachel too, but I think she still felt second best. Cordelia has always been kind to Rachel. She would share her things, invite her to parties, and forgive her whenever Rachel did something a bit, well, silly or slightly embarrassing. They never quarrelled? Matt asked.
Nathan smiled.
Cordelia rarely loses her temper, and she would usually be the first to offer an olive branch. Rachel would be the one to imagine some offence or slight and ignore Cordelia for a while. It never lasted long. Lady Iolanthe often played peacemaker between them. She and Sir Victor liked to promote a sisterly relationship, since they are barely a year apart in age.
Based on what she had seen and heard, Kitty could see this was true.
If you say you are innocent, and you do not believe Rachel to be involved, then who else could have killed Sir Victor and tried to murder Lady Cordelia? Matt asked. Someone else in the house placed the watch in your drawer and poisoned those chocolates.
Nathan leaned back, his brow furrowed as he looked up at Matt.
That's the thing. I just don't know. The only obvious person would be Dr. Moore. He argued with Sir Victor the day of the party, and he's been present through all of this. He had as much opportunity as anyone to attack Cordelia. He's a doctor too, so would know about poisons, so he could have tampered with the chocolates, hoping Cordelia would die, but then Digby got it instead. He would recognize the sign that Cordelia was recovering her memory, and he may have panicked. All I can say with any certainty is that I am not the murderer.
Inspector Lewis let them out of the cell after they had said goodbye to Nathan. He locked the iron door to the cell once more and led them back along the corridor the same way they had come in.
Well, what did you think of all that? At least you got him to open his mouth, even if it was all a pack of nonsense,
Inspector Lewis said as they reached the front desk.
It's hard to say. I thought he appeared truthful in much of his statement,
Matt said as the inspector gave the key ring back to the custody sergeant. It seems to me that there is a distinct possibility that Rachel may be guilty either on her own or working with Nathan. Kitty frowned as she spoke, but she seems concerned about Nathan and is insisting on his innocence.
And his idea about Dr. Moore?
Inspector Lewis said.
What about him as a suspect? He was first on the scene to find Sir Victor, and he was there quick smart when Digby White was poisoned.
He claims he argued with Sir Victor over medical treatments for Lady Iolanthe, Kitty said. I suppose, too, you can check if he was one of Digby White's blackmail clients.
At least we can rule Lady Iolanthe out as a suspect. She is far too frail to have bludgeoned her husband over the head and attacked her stepdaughter. A gust of wind could carry her away,
Inspector Lewis remarked sourly. She is a very ill lady, Kitty said. They walked back out of the police station to the inspector's car, ready for the journey back around the head of the river estuary and on to St. Mawes. The inspector kept up a stream of speculation all the way back to Highcliffe Hall. Kitty's head was buzzing by the time they pulled up outside the house, and she longed for a cup of tea.
Right, I'd better talk to Miss Templeton, Inspector Lewis announced, as he too got out of the car and accompanied them inside the hall.
Kitty suppressed an irritated sigh and started to take off her hat and coat. Patterson appeared, and the inspector promptly collared him to ask if Rachel was in the house.
I am not certain, sir. Please take a seat in the drawing-room and I shall ascertain Miss Templeton's whereabouts.
Patterson glided away before Kitty could request some tea. Kitty trooped dispiritedly after Matt and Inspector Lewis into the drawing-room while they waited for the butler to return. She had been hoping Inspector Lewis would just drop them off so she could talk to Matt privately about the case. There were so many thoughts going around her mind. She wanted to go through them with Matt and hear his views on everything. They didn't have long to wait before Patterson returned.
I'm afraid Miss Templeton is not at home, sir.
Well, dash it all, do you know where she might have gone?
Inspector Lewis was clearly not happy with this news. Patterson regarded him coolly.
I'm sorry, sir, Miss Templeton did not leave any message about where she might be going.
There was a hint of reproof in his voice. She may have gone to see Mrs. Cross at the Ship and Castle Hotel, Kitty suggested. Perhaps you could call and inquire, Inspector? Patterson was about to leave the room when Kitty requested a tea tray.
Of course, Mrs. Bryant.
He walked off, and the inspector went out after him to use the telephone in the hall. Inspector Lewis looked gloomy when he came back to join them a minute later.
She's not with Mrs. Cross. She said she hadn't seen Rachel since yesterday.
We are about to have tea, Inspector. Perhaps you should stay and she may return. I'm sure she will be back in time to dress for dinner, Kitty suggested. She would really much rather the inspector left, but she felt obliged to be polite. He had driven them to Falmouth and back and allowed them to talk to his prisoner. The least she could do was offer him some refreshments. Inspector Lewis somewhat grumpily accepted her offer and seated himself beside the fire. Kitty glanced at Matt, sensing her husband was amused by her newfound friendliness towards her least favourite policeman. Patterson returned with a laden tea trolley and parked it beside Kitty. Is anyone else in the house? She asked the butler as she prepared to serve the drinks.
Lady Iolanthe and Lady Cordelia are resting in their rooms, I believe. Dr. Sempleton-Smith and Dr. Moore have gone out to the local lending library, Patterson said.
Thank you. Kitty wondered why the doctors were at the library. It seemed a new friendship had sprung up between them after Dr. Moore's initial hostility towards Ernestine. She handed Inspector Lewis his tea and watched as he generously ladled sugar into his cup. Matt took his drink and passed a plate of jam tarts to the inspector. Kitty could only hope that the sugar would make the inspector's temperament somewhat sweeter.
I sincerely hope Miss Templeton gets back here soon. I'm a busy man, and that solicitor Mrs. Cross has engaged will no doubt be at the police station in Falmouth again, trying to get me to release Nathan Cross, the inspector said. Do you think you will charge him? Matt asked. I really need to talk to the Templeton girl first. They may be in collusion, or she may be the one who planted the watch. It was quite grubby, as if it had been hidden somewhere. There were also no fingerprints on it, which is suggestive of something shady going on.
Inspector Lewis grumbled. Kitty's brow rose as she looked at Matt. This was another little nugget of information the inspector had not shared. Surely if Nathan had handled the watch, his prints would be on it, as indeed Sir Victor's should have been. Someone had wiped the watch clean before sliding it into the drawer. The evidence against Nathan now appears somewhat flimsy, Kitty said.
It's still more substantial at the moment than anything we have against any of the others. That nonsense suggesting the doctor might be guilty.
Inspector Lewis scowled at his half-empty teacup.
It is a possibility, Matt remarked mildly. He made a good point about a doctor knowing about poisons. Yes, but where is the motive? Inspector Lewis asked. Some vague tale about an argument over Lady Iolanthe's treatment is not really enough. Then, why attack the girl? He could have killed Sir Victor at any time. Come to that, he could have killed Lady Cordelia before now, too. No, that murder and the attack was not pre-planned. It was done on impulse.
What about the chocolates that killed Digby and the ground glass in Lady Cordelia's drink? Not to mention the push on the stairs and someone entering her room with a knife, Kitty asked.
Kitty has a point. I just don't see Dr. Moore being the person behind all of those events, Matt said. We are left with Miss Templeton and Mr. Cross. One person's word against another. Not enough real evidence yet to secure one or the other at the moment, unless it turns out they're in it together. Miss Templeton may well crack under pressure and admit her part. She'd probably get off if she claimed that Cross was behind it all and persuaded her into it. A young girl seduced.
Inspector Lewis's gaze sharpened.
Where is that girl?
They finished their tea, and there was still no sign of Rachel returning. She cannot be far away. I'm certain Patterson would have said if she had taken the car, so she must be in the village somewhere, Kitty said, as she collected up the cups and returned them to the trolley.
Well, let's hope she appears soon. I'm going down to the village to see if anyone has seen her.
Inspector Lewis headed out of the drawing-room. Kitty sat back down on her chair. Oh dear, I do hope that he finds her soon. I must say, I'm finding his company most wearing. Chapter 23. The inspector hadn't returned to the house by the time they were dressed for dinner. When they went downstairs, Dr. Moore and Ernestine were both seated by the fireside, sipping sherry and deep in conversation about medical matters. They seemed to have become fast friends. Lady Iolanthe arrived a moment later, dressed in dark grey crepe. Matt went to make her a drink from the cocktail cabinet. I just knocked on Cordelia's door, but there was no reply. I think she must be asleep. I dare say she is quite exhausted. Lady Iolanthe seated herself gracefully on a straight-backed chair and accepted her cocktail from Matt. This morning will have taken a lot out of her, Ernestine said. When I checked on her at lunchtime, she was lying on her bed, cradling that tatty old doll her mother gave her just before she died. She looked so vulnerable, lying there. I do hope that she feels she is safe, now Nathan is in custody. Lady Iolanthe looked troubled. The inspector was here at tea-time, looking for Rachel. Has anyone seen her this afternoon? Kitty asked. Ernestine and Dr. Moore both shook their heads. We were at the library this afternoon. I wished to show my colleague a medical journal that I discovered there last August, a fascinating case study, Dr. Moore said. The wind is still quite brisk, so I wouldn't have thought she would be out walking all this time. Perhaps she has called in somewhere for tea or a drink, Ernestine suggested. Why was the inspector looking for Rachel? Lady Iolanthe asked. I think he had a few matters he wished to clear up, Kitty replied soothingly when she saw the alarm in Lady Iolanthe's eyes. Did you say that Lady Cordelia had her doll with her at lunchtime? Ernestine asked, looking at her hostess. Yes, I'm afraid it looks rather grubby these days, but Cordelia has always taken it everywhere with her. It gives her comfort and reminds her of her mother, Lady Iolanthe said. I think I should go and check on Lady Cordelia and see if she is all right. Ernestine set down her glass and rose from her seat. She had a worried frown on her forehead. Oh dear, do you think everything is all right? Lady Iolanthe asked. I hope so. Ernestine hurried away. Kitty recalled the regression therapy session where Lady Cordelia had called on her memory of her doll and her mother as her safe space. She could understand why Dr. Sempleton-Smith might be concerned. It was possible that other memories had begun to resurface, leaving Lady Cordelia frightened and traumatized. Dr. Moore also looked worried, and she suspected he shared her own thoughts. Ernestine was back a moment later, her usual composure gone. Lady Cordelia's door is locked and I cannot get an answer. Is there a spare key so we can check on her? Lady Iolanthe pulled on the bell pull, and Patterson entered the room almost immediately.
My lady?
Patterson, please take your keys and accompany Dr. Sempleton Smith to Lady Cordelia's room. She is not answering and we are concerned. A flicker of alarm passed over the older man's usually impassive countenance. He bowed his head and headed out of the room with Ernestine hot on his heels. Before anyone could say anything else, the doorbell rang. Matt leapt up and hurried out into the hall to get the door, since Patterson was upstairs with Ernestine. Kitty followed him.
Inspector Lewis, have you found Rachel?
Matt asked, as he opened the door to discover the inspector standing on the front step.
There's no sign of her anywhere. I've been chasing my tail all over St. Maur's, and no one has seen hide nor hair of her.
Inspector Lewis looked most put out as he entered the house.
I take it she hasn't returned here then either.
Not so far as we know. Kitty was growing increasingly alarmed. Where could the girl have gone? Ernestine came down the broad oak staircase with Patterson following her.
Lady Cordelia is not in her room and her doll is missing too. I am most concerned for her safety.
Ernestine was pale, and Kitty noticed a tremor in her hand where she held the banister rail.
The regression session this morning could have adversely affected her.
Rachel is also missing, Kitty said.
We need to find them both as soon as possible. I am afraid that Lady Cordelia's therapy this morning may have unleashed painful and distressing memories,
Ernestine said.
Is she a danger to herself or to others?
Inspector Lewis asked.
It could go either way, depending on what she is recalling. She may be hallucinating or not behaving rationally. You say her stepsister Rachel is missing too?
Ernestine asked.
There's no trace of her anywhere. No one has seen her since before lunch, apparently.
Inspector Lewis looked at Kitty.
That's correct.
Lady Iolanthe and Dr. Moore had also entered the hall.
Rachel didn't come for luncheon, and I assumed she was still annoyed with me. We'd argued just before the gong sounded, and she stormed off.
Lady Iolanthe looked to be on the verge of tears.
I think we had better form a search party to look for them. I'll telephone the local constable for assistance. If you can marshal your household staff to assist us.
Inspector Lewis looked at Lady Iolanthe.
Of course,
the older woman agreed. Kitty looked at Matt and hurried upstairs to change out of her evening gown. She had no intention of missing out on the search. She also had no desire to ruin another evening gown by getting caught up in brambles and mud. She changed quickly and hurried back downstairs. Patterson had located torches since it was now dark outside, and Kitty had heard the wind whistling across the chimney pots whilst she had been dressing.
The constable is on his way here, and he's called for more officers. Lady Iolanthe, is there anywhere you know of where Miss Templeton might have gone?
Inspector Lewis asked Lady Iolanthe, who looked as if she might collapse at any moment with worry.
Rachel has some favourite places at the far end of the harbour, on the beach side. She may perhaps have walked too far. Do you think Cordelia is with her?
She wrung her hands despairingly.
I don't know, my lady, but we shall do our best to find them both as quickly as possible.
Inspector Lewis's expression was grim.
Dr. Sempleton Smith, perhaps you should remain here with her ladyship. Your expertise may be required when the girls return.
He didn't say so, but Kitty assumed he also felt that Lady Iolanthe would require a doctor to remain with her while they searched for the missing sisters. Patterson had summoned the gardeners, a stout elderly man and a youth of around 17. They were issued with torches and instructions to follow the steps from the lower part of the grounds and search around there. Inspector Lewis and the constable headed off to the quayside to look for the place where Lady Iolanthe had said Rachel liked to go. Dr. Moore and Patterson set off on the road out of the village to walk up towards the main road. I shall go and get Bertie. Sometimes he can be very useful. Kitty hurried down to the kitchens. She found the cook and the maids huddled around, looking scared at the turn of events the evening had taken. Archie was with Bertie in the scullery. Is it right, Mrs. Bryant? Miss Rachel and Lady Cordelia is missing? Archie asked, as Kitty attached Bertie's lead to his collar. I'm afraid so. Lady Cordelia is unwell, and we don't know if she is with Miss Templeton. Do you know of anywhere they may have gone? Kitty asked. Archie's brow crinkled in thought. Lady Cordelia has a hideout, he said after a minute. It's not far away. Where is it? Kitty asked, as she straightened up. At the top end of the garden, there's a little path where no one goes. It leads behind the hedges into the woods to the old folly. I've seen her coming down from there a couple of times, Archie said.
Could you come with me and Captain Bryant to show us the way? Kitty asked.
The boy nodded and fetched his jacket, his thin face flushed with importance at his task. They hurried back to the hall to find Matt and explained Archie's idea.
It sounds as good a place to look as anywhere else,
Matt agreed. He took Bertie's lead from Kitty, and they set off through the dark and windy garden up to the dense shrubbery that defined the borders at the top of the slope. Kitty held Archie's arm as they walked steadily along the top of the garden, using their torches to find a small opening in the hedge which revealed a narrow stone-paved pathway. The wind was gusting hard, rattling the dried leaves of the bushes and tugging at Kitty's hat. "It's through here, but be careful, no one ever comes up here much," Archie cautioned as they squeezed through the gap.
"Someone has been here recently?"
Matt pointed his torch downwards to reveal a heel mark in the mud at the side of the path. "It looks like a lady's shoe," Kitty agreed. "Archie, how much further is it?" "Not too far now, Mrs. Bryant. There is a grove of trees, and the folly is in there." Archie waved his hand in the direction of the path. Kitty could see the trees he meant up ahead. Thickly planted, and just coming into leaf, the almost bare branches looked like bony fingers in the light of the torch. Poking up just above the trees, she could see stonework that resembled a crumbling tower. The kind you saw in illustrations in a book of fairy tales, where a princess might wait for her prince.
"Be careful, Kitty, there are brambles," Matt warned.
He was walking ahead of her, shining his torch down onto the path to light the way. Archie walked behind her, now there was no longer room for them to travel side by side. Kitty would rather the boy was there, since she felt responsible for his safety. Bertie appeared perfectly happy to be out on this queer, windy, moonlit walk. His nose was to the ground, and his plumed tail held high as he sniffed and snuffled along the floor leading to the building. Matt halted suddenly, and Kitty almost bumped into his back. "What is it?" she murmured. She could tell he had either seen or heard something.
"There's a faint glow up ahead, like a lantern or something. I don't know if it's coming from inside the folly."
Matt, too, kept his voice low. It was hard to hear him with the moaning of the wind and the creaking of the trees. "Archie, where can we find the entrance?" Kitty turned to the boy. "You carry on following this path, and there's an archway made of stone that you go in, and there's a room with some stone steps that takes you up to a viewing platform," Archie said. "Is there a door, or is it open to the elements?" Kitty asked. She was uncertain of quite what they might find inside the folly and wanted to be prepared. "It's open, miss," Archie said. "Very well." Kitty relayed the information to Matt.
"We need to be careful. If Rachel has taken Lady Cordelia here, we don't know what her plans are or what we may find,"
Matt said. Kitty tightened her grip around the handle of her rubber flashlight. They continued on in silence, following the moss-covered stone flags in a slow procession until they could see what appeared to be a carved stone archway appearing around the next bend. A faint yellow glow was emanating through the gap onto the path, and Matt switched off his torch and indicated that Kitty should do the same. They paused for a moment and listened. It was hard to tell with the noise from the trees, but Kitty thought she could hear the high-pitched sound of a girl singing. It sounded like the crooning of a lullaby. Archie tugged at the back of Kitty's coat. She turned around and saw the boy looked pale and frightened in the moonlight. She crouched down slightly to look him directly in his eyes. "I think we may have found them. Take my torch and go back to the house to let them know where we are. We may need assistance." The lad nodded and took her torch before scampering off down the path back towards the gap in the hedge. Kitty crept up close behind Matt as they edged forward, trying to keep out of sight of whoever might be inside the folly. They moved off the path and crept on with their backs against the ivy-covered stonework of the tower. Matt stayed ahead of Kitty. He stopped when he reached the large carved stones of the archway. The crooning sounded a little louder now. Matt placed his hand on Kitty's arm, signalling to her to remain still while he risked a peek around the corner into the tower. Her heart pounded as Matt crept a step further on and leaned around the crumbling stonework. He was back in an instant, his expression grim in the moonlight. "What did you see?" Kitty stood on tiptoe to murmur her question into his ear. "Rachel is lying on the floor in the corner. I don't know if she is asleep, injured, or worse. Lady Cordelia is sitting on a cushion, playing with her doll and singing to herself," Matt murmured back. Kitty stared at him in bewilderment. "What has happened? What do we do?" she asked quietly. This was the reverse of what she had been half expecting to find. "We need to know if Rachel is all right. She was very still." Matt looked at Kitty. "It would be better to let me go in while you wait here with Bertie. Lady Cordelia seems to trust me, so I may be able to find out what has happened," Kitty said. It was plain something strange was going on, but had Rachel lured Lady Cordelia to the tower, or was it the other way round? She knew Matt was unhappy at her suggestion that she go in alone, but it also was sensible. Kitty took a deep breath and straightened her shoulders before walking past Matt and Bertie and on through the archway into the folly. "Hello, Cordelia. Are you playing at Dolly's?" she asked, trying to sound calm and unconcerned. The ground floor of the folly was a square stone-walled room. It was half-roofed with timbers which, as Archie had said, provided a floor to the upper story. A narrow flight of stone steps led up to the platform, which Kitty assumed must give a good view of the sea when it was daylight. A glass hurricane lantern was lit and standing in a stone niche in the wall below the carved head of a cherub. Lady Cordelia was seated on a pile of cushions on an old rug. She had a battered-looking cellophane doll with golden curls in her hands, and was singing and humming softly to it as she smoothed its hair. The cloak from the dressing-up box was around her shoulders. In the corner, near the stone steps, Rachel was lying in a crumpled heap. Now Kitty was inside the space she could see. The girl had a trickle of dark red blood on her forehead. Lady Cordelia ignored her and continued to give her attention to her doll. "Cordelia, what's happened to Rachel?" Kitty took a few more steps inside the folly and edged closer to the girl lying on the flagstones. Her pulse raced as she tried to see if the girl was breathing. "Rachel is naughty. She bumped her head." Lady Cordelia didn't bother to look in Kitty's direction, her voice a flat monotone. "How did she bump it?" Kitty moved to Rachel's side and checked for a pulse. A faint fluttering under her fingers assured her the girl was still alive, and she let out a small sigh of relief. "I hit her with a big rock." Lady Cordelia's tone was matter-of-fact. "Why did you hit her?" Kitty asked. She wasn't sure quite what Lady Cordelia was going to say. She had been expecting Lady Cordelia to be the victim and Rachel the villain, but it seemed the tables were turned. "Because she did bad things." Lady Cordelia lifted her head now and looked directly at Kitty as if suddenly aware that she was no longer alone. "What bad things did Rachel do?" Kitty tried to sound calm and composed. "She took Nathan away. That was bad." Lady Cordelia's stare was dark and unblinking. Kitty froze on the spot, aware that whatever she said now might prove very important. Chapter 24. "Did she do anything else bad?" Kitty asked. She still wasn't entirely sure what had happened in the folly. Lady Cordelia tilted her head to one side and looked at Kitty, a sly smile playing about her lips. "They thought I didn't know, but I did. She took him away. She takes everything away. Share with Rachel, that's what they always say. I don't want to share." "What else did you share?" Kitty's pulse hammered in her veins. "Shared my daddy, and my things, my toys, my jewellery, everything. I'm not sharing with Rachel any more." Lady Cordelia smiled happily. "What happened the night your daddy was killed?" Kitty thought she heard Matt and Bertie moving outside the folly. Lady Cordelia blinked. "Rachel had a party and got lots of presents, but it wasn't enough for her. Greedy Rachel. Greed is bad, Kitty." Lady Cordelia set aside her doll. Why was she greedy? Kitty waited for the girl to respond, hardly able to breathe as she waited for her reply.
Share with Rachel. She wanted Nathan as well. Daddy told me he had seen them. He said I couldn't marry Nathan. He said he wouldn't allow it.
Lady Cordelia stood up and looked at Rachel's still body. Was that when you lashed out and hit your daddy with the wood? Kitty asked. She realized now why Lady Cordelia had not been able to remember what had happened that fateful night. Lady Cordelia frowned.
He said he would send me away. I was angry. I picked up the wood from the pile on the quay. Daddy tried to get it off me, so I hit him again, and he hurt me. He hit my head, so I pulled at his watch. The chain broke, and he toppled back in the water. Splash!
She threw her hands up in an emphatic gesture. What happened then? Kitty asked.
I ran away because I was scared. My head hurt, and there was blood on my party dress. I went to go to the steps, and I hid the watch in a hole in the wall.
Lady Cordelia stopped and looked at her hands as if half expecting to still see the bloodstains there from that night.
Then everything went dark. Now I won't share with Rachel again.
Kitty edged away from Rachel and back towards the open archway where Matt and Bertie were hopefully still waiting. You retrieved the watch when we came back to Highcliffe Hall? Kitty asked. Lady Cordelia's eyes narrowed when she saw Kitty move, and she took a step towards her.
I found it when I sat on the wall, so I took it and put it in Nathan's drawer. He was playing with Rachel again. Naughty people get in trouble with the police.
What about the poison in the chocolates? How did you do that? Kitty asked. Lady Cordelia frowned.
I don't remember everything, but Digby was greedy. Digby liked strawberry creams. There was poison in the garage. He was like Rachel, but he wanted money. He kept saying strange things to me. I didn't understand him, but I didn't like it. He said he saw no one pushed me on the stairs, so I was telling lies.
She seemed confused by Kitty's question, and she wondered exactly how much the girl could recall about the things she had done.
But they did push me. Rachel pushed me.
And the glass in your drink? Kitty asked.
I made a potion with the mortar and pestle from the kitchen. I cut my finger. There was blood, like when I was here before.
Lady Cordelia looked at her hands as if half expecting to see red on her pale skin. I think we should go away from here. We need to go back to the house. Kitty took another step towards the archway. Lady Cordelia shook her head, her fair hair tumbling around her face.
No, it's safe here, Kitty. Bad things happen outside here. Someone came in my room and peeped at me. Dolly and I will keep you safe.
She made a sudden lunge forward and grabbed Kitty's arms, her fingers biting into the flesh as she tightened her grip.
Let me go. We are quite safe here. You can trust me.
Kitty tried to sound calm, despite the rising panic in her stomach when she glimpsed the large knife lying amongst the cushions.
No, we need to keep away from the bad people.
Lady Cordelia shook her head and dragged her towards the knife, glittering in the lamplight.
Matt!
Kitty called out for her husband, and Matt dashed into the folly with Bertie. Lady Cordelia pulled Kitty away. Clearly, Lady Cordelia had mixed up facts and fantasy in her mind. Perhaps Rachel had given her a shove on the stairs after all, and both Iolancy and Dr. Moore had crept in to check on the girl while she slept.
Bad Kitty, we don't want to play with Matt.
Lady Cordelia held on tightly to Kitty's arms, pinning them to her sides. Kitty tried to wriggle free, but Lady Cordelia was surprisingly strong. Matt, get the knife from the cushions. Kitty tried to indicate where the weapon lay with her head. As Matt darted to retrieve the weapon, Bertie woofed and tugged his leash free from Matt's hand.
No, that's mine.
Lady Cordelia glared at Matt as he snatched up the knife. The little dog bounded towards Lady Cordelia and Kitty, barking happily as he bounced around their feet. Kitty felt Lady Cordelia's hold on her loosen slightly as she tried to pull Kitty away from Bertie. Bertie? Matt tried to call the spaniel back, but Bertie was having too much fun. He clearly thought this was a new game. The dog spied Lady Cordelia's doll where she had left it on the rug and raced towards it. He picked it up with his mouth, delighted by his find. Lady Cordelia screamed, an unearthly, terrifying screech, when she saw the dog had her beloved doll. She released Kitty and lunged towards Bertie, who promptly danced out of her reach. Kitty could only be relieved that at least Matt had hold of the knife. At least Lady Cordelia couldn't use that against her dog.
No, give that back. I won't share my dolly.
Lady Cordelia tried desperately to catch the dog as he dodged around her, having a great game with his new toy. Bertie shook the doll, and Kitty gasped in horror when she saw the doll's arm work loose.
My dolly!
Lady Cordelia made a grab for Bertie, missing him by inches. Bertie, drop! Kitty commanded the little dog. She knew, though, that Bertie, never the most obedient dog in the world, was not likely to listen. Lady Cordelia was sobbing now as she desperately attempted to corner Bertie so she could retrieve her doll. Outside the folly, Kitty heard the sound of branches breaking and men's voices drawing closer. She guessed that Archie had made it back to the hall and managed to alert the police. Lady Cordelia cornered Bertie at the foot of the stone steps which led up to the platform. She lunged forward to try to take hold of his lead, and the dog ran lightly up the steps, the doll's head bouncing off each step as he went. Lady Cordelia scrambled up after him, and Kitty followed her, frightened for her dog's safety. In Lady Cordelia's unbalanced state, she was in no doubt that the girl posed a very real threat to Bertie.
Kitty!
Matt was at the foot of the steps.
Stay there. Catch Bertie when he comes down,
Kitty called. She wasn't certain if the rickety platform was strong enough to hold them all. The wooden platform was darker than the ground floor of the folly. Small slits of light showed through the gaps in the planking beneath her feet, and the noise of the wind was louder now they were fully exposed to the sky. Lady Cordelia was advancing on Bertie, arms spread wide. The little dog stood facing her at the far end of the platform, Lady Cordelia's treasured dolly still firmly grasped between his teeth. His tail wagged as he saw Kitty behind Lady Cordelia, and he gave the doll another shake, further loosening the damaged arm. Bertie, drop, Kitty instructed. Bertie eyed Lady Cordelia and Kitty as if judging which way to dart in order to evade capture.
My dolly!
Lady Cordelia made another wild grab for Bertie and the doll. Kitty's heart was in her mouth as Bertie shot through Lady Cordelia's legs, still holding on to the doll. She grabbed at his leather leash as he went to head down the stairs, and managed to catch him. Bad dog, give me the doll. Kitty tried to persuade the dog to drop his prize. Lady Cordelia turned, and with a bellow of rage, she charged towards Kitty and Bertie. Kitty snatched her dog up into her arms and moved back from the head of the stone steps. Lady Cordelia rushed at her, and the wooden platform gave an ominous creak beneath her feet. Kitty felt Lady Cordelia's nails rake her cheek as the girl seemed to trip on the hem of the cloak. Kitty cowered against the stone walls of the tower, shielding Bertie with her body. Lady Cordelia snatched at the doll, which was still held in Bertie's mouth. Bertie suddenly let go of his treasure, and Lady Cordelia's arms flailed as she attempted to regain her balance. The forward impetus of her motion propelled her forward, toppling her down the stone stairs to where Matt was standing. "Matt!" Kitty shouted a warning, and he moved swiftly to try to break the girl's fall. He half caught her, her weight slamming him against the folly wall.
Cordelia!
Kitty started carefully down the stairs, holding on tightly to her wriggling dog. The girl lay in a heap at Matt's feet, her doll still in her hands, as she moaned in pain. Matt crouched down to check on the girl as Kitty joined him.
Are you all right?
Kitty looked anxiously at her husband, and he gave a small nod.
A bit winded,
he said. Lady Cordelia's eyelids fluttered open, and she looked directly at Kitty with no sign of recognition.
Are you my mummy?
Inspector Lewis burst in through the archway, accompanied by his constable.
What's going on in here? We heard the most terrible scream as we came through the wood.
Go to Rachel first. She needs urgent medical assistance. Lady Cordelia has hit her on the head, Kitty said. Dr. Moore entered the folly, clutching his leather medical bag. Archie accompanied him. Go to Rachel, Kitty urged once more. The doctor and the constable went to tend to the injured girl. Lady Cordelia moaned and curled into a fetal position, clutching her doll. Lady Cordelia is the one behind everything, Kitty said. Inspector Lewis frowned.
Lady Cordelia? She has lost her wits. She needs Dr. Sempleton Smith, Matt said. I don't know if she is hurt from her fall down the stairs. I did my best to save her from injury.
Kitty set Bertie down safely on the flagstones, keeping a firm hold of his leash. He wagged his tail happily, seemingly none the worse for the adventure.
Your cheek is bleeding, Kitty.
Matt peered anxiously at her. It's just a small scrape, she assured him. He placed his arm around her waist, and she leaned into him, grateful for his support. Her legs had started to shake now that the ordeal was over. A couple of hours later, Kitty and Matt were seated beside the fire in the drawing-room at Highcliffe Hall. Bertie lay contentedly at her feet. His round, furry tummy was full of treats, since the staff clearly considered both him and Archie to be the heroes of the hour. Lady Iolanthe and Dr. Moore had accompanied Rachel to the hospital, and Ernestine had gone with Lady Cordelia to the local asylum. Inspector Lewis had taken down their statements and promptly headed back to Falmouth to release Nathan Cross from custody. Kitty's face felt a little sore, but the scratches, caused by Lady Cordelia's nails, were already less livid since she'd bathed her cheek. The staff at the hall had been extremely kind, and had provided them with some much-needed sustenance whilst they had spoken to the inspector. The events at the Folly had left the staff shocked and saddened by what had happened, since Lady Cordelia was popular with the servants. They were also concerned about Lady Iolanthe and Rachel.
Are you all right, old thing?
Matt asked, as she cuddled into him, twirling her brandy goblet in her hand, the spirit and the warmth of the fire dispelling the cold which had enveloped her body at the Folly. Yes, just rather sad. Poor Lady Cordelia. No wonder she had no recall of what happened. What she did must have been so shocking that her mind refused to accept it. She loved her father very much. It seems she also loved Nathan. Kitty peeked up at Matt, admiring the strong line of his jaw in the firelight.
It sounded as if her father confronting her with evidence of Nathan's infidelity with Rachel was what tipped her over the edge that night,
Matt mused. When he confronted her and said he would send her away, refusing permission for her marriage. That was when she must have snapped. Lady Cordelia said she didn't want to share any more. Her father and stepmother were so keen on helping the two girls to bond as sisters, it sounds as if Lady Cordelia never really coped with it all. She said Rachel was greedy, wanting everything that was hers, Kitty said.
It sounds as if she could have forgiven Nathan, and even let him go if he had been involved with anyone except her stepsister, Matt agreed.
Kitty shifted her position slightly. I think that was why her safe place in her memories was just before her mother died. That was when she was given that doll, the one Bertie took a shine to tonight. Bertie opened an eye at the mention of his name before closing it again when he realized no more treats were coming.
Then her father idolized her for a few years. She was the center of his world until he met Lady Iolanthe.
Matt glanced at Kitty. Kitty sipped her brandy. The soup and sandwiches the kitchen staff had provided earlier, along with the brandy, had dispelled the cold shakiness from earlier. That was when the sharing started, sharing her father with her new family and being told to be kind to Rachel, Kitty said. Lady Iolanthe had been through a terrible time, and Rachel must have been a difficult child since she had been pulled between her grandmother and her mother after her father died. Matt adjusted his position slightly to glance at her. She could see how Rachel must have been desperate to feel accepted and loved in her new family. Sir Victor had tried hard to give the girl everything that Lady Cordelia had. No doubt she had often been told to share her toys, her clothes, everything with her new stepsister. Deep down, this must have rankled and triggered something deep in Lady Cordelia's psyche. I think when her father told her he couldn't support her marriage to Nathan, she must have simply seized that piece of wood then and attacked him. He tried to fight back, and obviously managed to land a blow to her head. Then, caught off balance, he toppled back. Lady Cordelia said she grabbed his watch as he fell. That was how she had the watch. Matt looked at her.
She said she hid it.
Kitty shrugged. It was dark, and she was bleeding heavily, no doubt already beginning to lose consciousness. She said she headed for the steps. There are lots of places around there where it would have been undisturbed. She pushed it into the wall and recovered it the other day.
Ernestine said that Lady Cordelia didn't realize she was the person putting glass in her drink and placing the knife in her room. The slip on the stairs must have been just a slip, but Cordelia's own mind twisted it into this mysterious person trying to kill her.
Matt said, I think the slip may have been Rachel. Lady Cordelia said she pushed her, but Digby said no one was there. It's hard to know the truth. I think Digby may have been trying to line either Rachel or Lady Cordelia up as potential victims for his blackmail scheme. Then, of course, that sealed his fate, Kitty said. Matt nodded.
It's such a sad tale.
Kitty finished the last of her brandy and set the glass down on the small occasional table in front of her. Yes, Ernestine said subconsciously Lady Cordelia knew she had done something terribly wrong and was trying to punish herself. That was why she used her father's musketeer's cloak as a disguise. It was almost as if Sir Victor himself was returning to exact punishment.
That explains a good deal of what she did. That business with the chocolates, though, that was deliberate. Lady Cordelia knowingly murdered Digby because she thought he knew something. That doesn't make sense to me.
Matt stroked Kitty's shoulder absent-mindedly with his fingers where his arm was draped around her. I think that was when her memories were beginning to surface. Ernestine said that Lady Cordelia at some point was starting to realize that she was involved. Digby frightened her, and I think she also knew he was threatening Nathan in some way. Lady Cordelia's feelings for Nathan seemed to have been somewhere at the heart of all this, Kitty said.
That's why I don't understand why she didn't try to remove Rachel, Matt said. Rachel was the threat to her future happiness, surely.
Kitty shivered. I think she knew that whatever had gone on between Nathan and Rachel, the passion was on Rachel's side. Nathan had chosen Lady Cordelia. He had been at the hospital every day while she recovered last summer. I think she believed that no matter what Rachel tried, it was over between them and he was all hers.
Then something happened to make her think she was mistaken? Matt asked.
That conversation I overheard between Rachel and Nathan, she was threatening him to try and get him to continue their affair, so it was still going on. Nathan told us that Rachel was not discreet. I certainly noticed when we first met that she was fond of his company. Lady Cordelia was not as oblivious to all of this as they believed. I think, though, she could deny it to herself, still believing it was Rachel that was initiating things. If Nathan didn't respond, then he was Lady Cordelia's and she was not sharing. Kitty had been giving the matter some thought while she had eaten her supper. Once the affair became known, and we asked her questions, then Nathan had to be punished. She planted the watch in his things and sowed the seeds to make it look as if Nathan and potentially Rachel were responsible for everything, Kitty said.
She still didn't punish Rachel, though, Matt said. Why just Nathan?
That brings us to tonight. She was satisfied that Nathan would be dealt with for his betrayal, through the machinations of the law. She wanted Rachel to feel something that she had felt, I think, that fear of losing something, someone important to her. Ernestine hinted as much when she accompanied Lady Cordelia to the ambulance to take her away.
Kitty placed her arm across Matt's lap, needing to feel the solid warmth of her husband's body close to her. After witnessing Lady Cordelia's descent into madness, she felt unsettled and needed to feel that something was normal, stable, and reliable. Bertie twitched at her feet, and his paws began to move, as if he was dreaming of chasing rabbits in his sleep. She definitely lured Rachel up to the folly on some pretext, and then attacked her with that rock. Kitty shivered once more, as she remembered seeing the large piece of grey stone marked with Rachel's blood where Lady Cordelia had struck her. At least she didn't use the knife. I hope Rachel will recover. Dr. Moore seemed hopeful, though.
Matt gave Kitty a gentle, reassuring squeeze. I hope so, too. Poor Rachel, I do feel sorry for her. Her father and stepfather are dead, her mother is dying, Nathan has treated her very badly, really, and I think, despite everything, she did love Cordelia. Kitty bit her lip. It really was all extremely sad.
Lucy will be most upset about all this too when you tell her what has happened, Matt said.
Kitty had forgotten her cousin's friendship with Lady Cordelia. Oh, yes, she will. Oh, dear. I do hope she doesn't blame herself for recommending Lady Cordelia to us. Lucy always tended to believe the best in people, and Kitty knew the news that Lady Cordelia had been responsible for murdering Sir Victor and Digby White would upset her dreadfully.
At least Mildred Cross will be a happy woman tonight. Matt attempted to cheer her up.
Yes. Nathan has behaved very badly, but he was only guilty of an illicit affair. That's not a hanging offence, however despicable it might be, Kitty agreed.
Matt dropped a kiss on the top of her head. Let's go to bed. We may hear news of Rachel in the morning, and then we can perhaps pack and go home.
Kitty smiled at him. Home does sound wonderful right now.
Chapter 25. They rose late the next day and went downstairs for breakfast. Ernestine and Dr. Moore were already at the dining table, their plates loaded with food. Matt guessed they were hungry after missing dinner the previous evening. Once they had greeted them and they were settled at the table, Kitty poured both Matt and herself some tea.
"How is Rachel faring?"
she asked Dr. Moore. She is still unconscious, but the signs are promising. Lady Iolanthe has remained with her. I tried to persuade her to return here with me, but she refused. She will not leave Rachel's side, I fear, until she opens her eyes. Dr. Moore looked tired and sad as he spoke. That is understandable, after the ordeal last year with Lady Cordelia, and now all of this has happened, Matt said.
"How was Lady Cordelia when you left her?" Kitty asked Ernestine.
The doctor frowned. Catatonic. She had ceased all her previous activity and was slumped into a barely conscious state. They are keeping a very close watch upon her in a single room. She was not speaking at all when I left her. Do you think she will ever recover mentally from this? Matt asked. Ernestine sighed. I don't know. I fear it is extremely unlikely. She has retreated so far inside her mind now, I don't know if she will ever be able to leave the shelter and safety of an asylum, or indeed if it would ever be safe for her to do so. She cannot be held responsible for her father's death or that of Digby White, Dr. Moore added as he reached for the marmalade. Indeed, no, she was almost operating on two levels, it seems, over the last few months. On the one hand, the normal, rational Cordelia, albeit minus any memories of that night in August. On the other hand, her subconscious would take over, and she was performing actions which could only ultimately end in her own downfall. It must have been a terrible battle inside her mind, Ernestine said. We shall both be setting out after breakfast to attend to our respective patients. What are your plans now? Dr. Moore looked at Matt. Kitty and I shall probably return home. If you could keep us informed about both Rachel and Lady Cordelia, we would greatly appreciate it. Kitty's cousin Lucy is a friend of Lady Cordelia's, Matt said.
Yes, I have yet to tell her what has happened. She will be most distressed, Kitty agreed.
I think everyone who knows Lady Cordelia will be upset, Ernestine agreed. They said their farewells to the doctors, and Kitty went upstairs to commence packing their things. Matt went to the kitchen to collect Bertie. They had taken him there when they had retired to bed the night before. The little dog was snoozing in front of the range when Matt entered the scullery. Archie was busy as usual washing pots. "Morning, Captain Bryant." The boy greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning. I hope you are all right after last night?" Matt asked, as he reached for Bertie's leash, ready to attach it to the dog's collar. "Yes, sir, although I'm upset about Lady Cordelia and Miss Rachel. It was proper frightening," Archie said. "The doctor thinks Miss Rachel will recover," Matt assured him. "Kitty and I are leaving in an hour or so. We wanted to thank you for all the excellent care you've given Bertie and your bravery last night." Matt took out his leather wallet and extracted 2 white £5 notes and bestowed them on the wide-eyed boy. Archie's mouth fell open in shock. Thank you, sir. I mean, are you quite sure?" "Kitty and I are very sure. Thank you again for everything, and use the money wisely." Matt winked at him and returned his wallet to his rear trouser pocket. He led Bertie out of the kitchens and took the dog for a walk around the grounds to give him some exercise before they set off home to Devon. On his return, Kitty had finished packing their trunk, and Patterson had taken it to the car.
Matt tipped the butler generously, knowing that Kitty would already have bestowed gratuities on all of the other staff. Mrs. Craven had once scolded Kitty for doing this when she stayed at a country house, declaring it not something a lady should do. Kitty, however, always said the staff worked long hours and appreciated the thanks, as well as something extra to supplement their wages. Matt agreed with her. He secured their luggage and Bertie in the car, and they set off for home. I telephoned and spoke to Lucy. I wanted her to hear from us in case any of this gets into the newspapers, Kitty said, once they had cleared the driveway and were on their way out of St. Maur's.
I expect she was shocked,
Matt said. Very much so. Kitty signalled and pulled out onto the larger road leading out of the peninsula. The sun was shining, and she had lowered the roof on her car. The wind, although cool, was refreshing, and Matt tugged his cap down lower on his head. There were signs of new growth now in all of the hedgerows. Everything appeared much greener than when they had first arrived in Cornwall. The wild weather of the previous evening seemed to have disappeared, and the sea twinkled blue and sparkling in the distance. I suppose now we have to decide what we should do next with our other case, Kitty said.
The business with Redvers?
Matt asked. It had been at the back of his mind ever since Mrs. Kelly's telephone call. Shall you speak to Mrs. Hayden? Tell her what Dr. and Mrs. Kelly have discovered? Kitty asked. Matt sighed and gazed at the countryside flashing past.
I am not certain. She is remarried and settled. Redvers, even if alive, in the eyes of everyone else, is dead. She has a death certificate and a burial plot with a headstone.
It is very difficult. She has employed us, however, to find out what happened. Kitty overtook a slow-moving horse and cart.
I agree. I think we have established there is a possibility, indeed a probability, that Redvers faked his own death to escape returning to the front. I also feel I should do more to try and find out where he might be, or what may have happened to him since, before I go back to Mrs. Hayden. I don't wish to disturb her life or that of her son with only a small piece of information.
Kitty glanced at him. How do we do that, though? He would have to have assumed a false name and false papers after fleeing the hospital. Do you think he may have assumed the name of the other man? The one who is buried in the grave?
I don't know. I think he must have had some assistance to escape from the hospital, civilian clothes and someone who aided him to get away. I have been thinking about it, and I think I may know of a couple of people who could have been involved. It would have been too big a task to manage entirely alone,
Matt said. Then I presume our next task will be to try and find those people. Kitty turned her head briefly to smile at him.
I think so, if possible. Our next mystery awaits.
Matt grinned back at her.